Can start now. Can you hear me okay? All right, okay. All right. Okay. All right, so then just commencing with this morning's session on this practice for working against the harms that arise as a result of COVID-19. And so then to cultivate positive motivation for engaging in the session. And here perhaps we can think about firstly our close connectedness with others and how much we depend upon others throughout this life, and an appreciation of their kindness. And then from thinking about this to naturally allow to arise a type of quality in the heart and the mind of wanting to repay the kindness of others, particularly in relation to understanding the difficulties that other beings are suffering as a result of COVID-19, either directly or indirectly. And so right from the very time of our conception in this life, when our body is formed within the body of our mother, very much dependent upon kindness of others. So if it wasn't for the mother's willingness to have the child and to not abort us, then of course we couldn't come into the world. And then during that time that we're in the womb, our body is formed from out of the body. And our survival is very much dependent upon her willingness to look after us during that time. And then when, following the time that, following childbirth, very much dependent upon the kindness, usually of the mother, but it could be someone else. We couldn't have survived for the first 2 or 3 years without someone there. In the early time, we weren't even able to sit up by ourselves or keep ourselves clean, keep ourselves warm, feed ourselves, protect ourselves, totally helpless. So dependent upon kindness of others to survive through that period of time. And then we had to be guided to be able to stand, walk, crawl, and then also continue to be fed. And as we grew, then all the meals that we've taken throughout this life have come in dependence upon others. And even if we say, okay, that's me that's paid for that meal, still, if there wasn't someone there willing to produce the food for us to eat, then we wouldn't have the food to eat. So very much dependent upon others for the basic nourishment of this life. The same goes for the clothing we wear and the education we receive, all the years of education from preschool period of time through primary school, secondary school, tertiary education, and then receiving qualifications, whatever they were, enabling us to be able to work. And then also us to be able to earn money is dependent upon employers. And so at the very beginning of this life, we're dependent upon the kindness of others to survive, and most likely at the end of this life, as we enter into old age and approach death, again, very much dependent upon others. And during the lifetime also, when we get very sick, dependent upon others, or emotionally troubled, or what, very often we need the support of others. And for ourselves as beings who are interested in following the spiritual path, we've come to recognize that the meaning in life comes through inner development, developing positive qualities and eradicating negative qualities, we can only engage in the spiritual path on the basis of other beings. We need others to perform the acts of generosity. We need others to maintain the foundation of ethical conduct and not harming others. We need others to develop the skill of not getting angry in relations to difficulty with others. And also in generating an appreciation of the spiritual path. That spiritual path brought into the world by Buddha Shakyamuni 2,500 years ago. Then him attaining that state of Buddhahood depended upon his actions in relation to other beings. So natural consequence of understanding how our life is dependent arising, how meaningfulness of this life is dependent upon others. The natural consequence of this is to wish to repay the kindness of others. Not because Buddha said so, or God said so, or parents said so, or someone else said so, but because we can see for ourselves our relationship with others. And it's the natural consequence of seeing that should arise the attitude of wanting to repay the kindness of others. And so at this time, as we see the consequence of COVID-19, then this becomes an opportunity for us to see the appropriate thing to generate this wish of repaying the kindness of others. For those people who are undergoing difficulty as a result of COVID-19, these beings who have benefited us in this life and all our past lives. We have a connection with all these beings who are suffering as a result of COVID-19. And so the appropriate thing is, where we can, is to repay their kindness. And to be thinking of those people who have recently died, engage in the practice of the wish for them to take perfect human rebirth, or rebirth in a pure land. Those people who are seriously ill, to generate the heartfelt wish that they recover from the illness or have peaceful death and enter pure land or take perfect human rebirth. And wherever beings are suffering, experiencing sickness as a result of COVID-19, prolonged sickness or short-term sickness, may they be healed of this illness. And wherever beings are suffering as a result of seeing the loss of, experiencing the loss of a loved one, to be considering them, may they be able to deal with their loss, with their grief. And for all those other people who are experiencing financial problems as a result of it, uncertainty, emotional problems, relationship problems, domestic violence, and so on. It's come as a byproduct of COVID-19. May they be able to skillfully deal with those situations in the best possible way. And then may those people who are committing themselves to helping those with COVID-19, the carers, who may be the professionals, or maybe the friends and relatives of those who are sick, may they have maintain the strength and good-heartedness and wisdom, and courage and energy to continue to support those who are sick. And then, wherever it is, those people in positions of authority, in positions of government, making decisions in relation to COVID-19 or in prominent positions within the medical profession, medical services, then may their decisions arise out of a basis of compassion and wisdom, and may those decisions be implemented skillfully and be free of corruption. And so then, as a refuge, to cultivate strong refuge in Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, a strong, stable refuge on which to base this practice. So as to make our session here of reciting the prayer as effective as possible. We go for reference to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for reference to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for reference to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharma. We go for reference to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for reference to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for reference to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharma. We go for reference to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for reference to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for reference to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharma. And then, having cultivated this attitude of concern for others, to invoke the presence of the embodiment of all the Buddha's compassion, Chenrezig, above the crown of our heads, and to experience the waves of inspiring strength of Chenrezig as we recite the mala, reciting the mala mantra. To do its do 3 malas of Almighty of Mani. Almighty Terminal. Almighty. Now for the recitation of the prayer. May all diseases, sad the minds of sentient beings, the result from common temporary conditions such as harms of grace, illness, and Buddhist knowledge occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that likely to lead an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind of their instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings that take place inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits, suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings arise due to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of the happens to be totally pacified. May the body and mind have readiness and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, down protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grace, spiritual illness, and Buddha not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that like a butcher lead an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mere instant not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings that are placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever substance around to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, balance, long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, down protected guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grace, spiritual illness, and Buddhist not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that like a butcher lead an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mirrors and not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings that have placed himself in the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have reigns and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, down protects and guardian, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grace, spiritual illness, and Buddhist not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mirrors not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings that are placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits, and harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings around you disturbance of the four elements, dividing the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have reigns and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, down protected and guarded, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma's results, may all dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grace, spiritual illness, and Buddhist not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that like a butcher lead an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mirrors and not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease and mere sounds whose names terrify beings, as though they're placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be empowered with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, down protected guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grace, spiritual illness, and Buddhist not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that like a butcher lead an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mirrors not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease and near souls, whose names terrify beings that are placed inside the Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 plus of interferers, the 364 spirits now, suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the service of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness which have been pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, down protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma's results, may all his dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result in karma and karmic entities such as harms and prayers, spiritual service, and Buddhist not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever the sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that like a butcher leading animals be sword and separate the body from the mind of variance and not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose names terrify beings that are placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 364 spirits, so the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbance of the body, the body will have to be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, down protectors, guardians, by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result in karma and karmic graves, may whatever the sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that like a butcher lead animals be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mirrors and not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease and near souls whose names terrify beings that are the place inside the Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 364 spirits of God, suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever the sufferings there are due to the service of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, down protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma's results, may all its dedications. So then now just the dedication, and firstly then recite some verses from Jenny David's prayer. Next, Bodhisattva way of life. May all beings everywhere plagued by sufferings of body and mind obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid of the little to the mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms, the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food, and the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness, and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever disease there are in the world may never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power. May the people think of the benefit of each other. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain. Until then, may I too remain with the spell of suffering of transmigratory beings. And so then here to dedicate on whatever positive results may have arisen from engaging in this practice. To direct it to those who have recently died, those who've died particularly as a result of COVID-19. May they be reborn in the Pure Land or take perfect human rebirth. Make contact with faultless spiritual teachers, follow the grounds and paths obtained in life. And wherever beings are seriously ill as a result of COVID-19, may they recover from the illness. And if not, then may they have peaceful death. Be born in Pure Land or take perfect human rebirth. to make contact with faultless spiritual teachers, follow the grounds of paths and attain life. And where those who are suffering as a result of COVID-19 sickness, then may they recover from whatever difficulty they're having with the sickness. And may those who are experiencing suffering, say as a byproduct of COVID-19, undergoing emotional stress or financial difficulty, and experiencing much uncertainty in their life, and then they're experiencing stress within relationships, and perhaps experiencing even domestic violence. May they be freed of this difficulty or be able to transform it into something beneficial. And those who are responsible for or have made the decision to care for others who have COVID-19, either those who are doing it as friends or relatives or volunteers, or doing it professionally, may they continue to find the inspiration to be able to care with courage and kindness and wisdom, and find inspiration from that process of caring for others. And may those who are responsible for making decisions in relation to COVID-19, particularly political decisions, but also those involved in decision-making within the health sector, may their decisions be conditioned by wisdom and compassion, and skillfully implemented and free of corruption. And also to think of those people who are tormented in other ways, in terms of making a decision, for instance, to not vaccinate. May they be able to deal with the difficulties that have arisen from that, so that their mind remains at peace and doesn't become embittered. And then also that make prayers that how the holy beings continue to manifest into the world, and to be a source of inspiration and to give guidance. And then to have long lives, and particularly be thinking of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, the various other lamas within the different centres, both within our organisation, FPMT, but also beyond that. May they also have long lives and be a source of inspiration. So thank you.
Thank you, Tony.
Rudrol.
Yes, hello. Thank you. Good, thank you. And you? Yeah.
Well, pretty good. Yeah,
Good.
pretty good.
Okay, see you another time. Thanks.
How are you, Gyalpo?
Good morning, Tony. How are you this morning?
All right, pretty good.
That's
Yeah.
good. I'm much better than I was.
Much better than you were like during the last week or
Yes, I
time?
got out of hospital on Tuesday.
Oh, I didn't know you were in hospital.
Yes, I was in hospital for a week, unexpectedly.
Oh, really?
Yes,
Oh, really?
with some belly pains, but the antibiotics worked, and I'm still on antibiotics, and hopefully I'll go and see a specialist on Tuesday to see if there's anything else needs to be done. But everything seems to be going well at the moment. But I was in hospital for observation for a week.
Wow. Okay. Well, I hadn't even heard that. All right. Well, I'm glad that okay, that at the moment it's all right. And I hope it does have positives. That's all right. Well, you got a smile on your face, anyway.
I'm here, so that's good. I woke up this morning, which is good.
Yeah. Okay. All right. All right.
Thanks,
All right.
Tony.
So have a good day. Anyway. Good.
Well.
Okay. See you, Rap-Roll. Yeah. Bye.
Yeah, Tony. Hello, everyone. My name is Gyalpo Gyalpo. I'm in Brisbane, which is about an hour and a half drive from where Tony was leading the session at Chenrezig Institute. I'm here to lead this session now. So let's start just by resettling our minds and bodies and refreshing our motivation for why we're doing this practice this morning. As Geshe Zopa has said, it's a very simple motivation. May whatever action we do now be the cause of innumerable sentient beings to achieve the highest perfect and complete enlightenment. Which leads us to think, how can this action be the cause of innumerable sentient beings achieving enlightenment? That's something to contemplate. But for right now, bringing to mind all those kind mother sentient beings in the world, the ones you know, who are close to you, the loved ones who you might perceive as an enemy, who has hurt you at some point, and those sentient beings you have encountered but haven't really paid much attention to, as well as all those kind mother sentient beings around the world and in all the 6 realms who we have not met in this lifetime but have met innumerable times in other lifetimes, since beginning of this time. All those kind mother sentient beings who have been our mothers so many times, have been more generous to us than we can imagine, by suffering incredibly, the suffering that we can perceive directly in our own lives and those of our loved ones and the people we see on the news, but also those sufferings of all the people we don't know about, we haven't heard about, and all those kind mother sentient beings suffering in all the realms we can't directly perceive as ordinary beings. Recognizing that they have been our kind mother sentient beings, generating the wish to repay their kindness, generating the determination to actually repay the kindness of those sentient beings. Knowing that the best way to do that is to achieve the highest perfect and complete enlightenment. And generating determination to free ourselves from the cyclic existence, to achieve the highest perfect and complete enlightenment, in order to free all those kind mother sentient beings from all their suffering forever. With this motivation, we come to the practice today. Starting with the motivation from the Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease. We'll say the motivation through 7 times. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Taking a moment now to feel that refuge in our hearts. Having generated conviction in the validity of the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha as objects of refuge, we wholeheartedly take refuge in this and all future lifetimes until we reach enlightenment. Before reciting the mantra, we'll do a brief visualization of Arya Avalokiteshvara, Chenrezig. With firm concentration, visualize in the space in front of you the divine form of 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara, Arya Chenrezig, who is the embodiment of the infinite Buddha's compassionate wisdom. He stands on a lotus and moon seat. His body is in the nature of white light, youthful looking and decorated with magnificent jewel ornaments. He has 11 faces. His central face is white, the right is green, and the left is red. Above those, his central face is green, the left is white, and the right is red. Above those, his central face is red, the left is green, and the right is white. Above those is a dark blue face in wrathful aspect, with orange hair standing erect. On the very top is the red-colored Amitabha Buddha, in peaceful and smiling aspect. Two hands are clasped together at his heart, holding the wish-fulfilling gem. On his right, the next hand is in the Mudra of giving realizations. The next bears a Dharma chakra, turning the wheel of Dharma. And the uppermost bears a mala, reminding you to recite the mantra. On his left, the next hand bears a vase containing the nectar of his divine compassionate wisdom. The next holds a bow and arrow, symbolizing defeat of the form Mara. And the uppermost bears a white lotus, the purest of flowers, although born out of mud. The other 992 hands are also in the mudra of giving the highest realizations. The skin of an antelope is draped over his left shoulder, symbolizing that hatred is overcome completely by peaceful, compassionate wisdom. On a moon disk at Arya Chenrezig's heart is a concentration being, the silver tree. surrounded by garlands of the mantra to be recited. Om Mani Padme Hum, white in color and standing clockwise. Light rays radiate from them, filling all the inside of one's body and purifying all negativities and obscurations. Light rays radiate outward, from which an incalculable assembly of deities, the Great Compassionate One, are emitted, purifying the negativities and obscurations of all sentient beings and setting them in a state of Arya Chenrezig. These are then collected back, dissolved into the free at the heart of Arya Chenrezig. Pardon me. We'll start by saying the mantra out loud several times and continuing silently. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Continuing to recite the mantra, bring to mind all those kind mother sentient beings who are close to you, your loved ones. All those who in your life have triggered you or made you angry, or you could consider them to be enemies. Visualize the white light from Arya Chenrezig's heart flowing into those kind mother sentient beings, purifying all their negativity and obscurations. Continuing to recite the mantra, bring to mind now all those kind mother sentient beings who have passed away from COVID-19, who are currently suffering from the symptoms of the disease, fear for their lives, fear for their futures. All those kind mother sentient beings who are mentally distressed, either by worrying about catching the disease, worrying about loved ones who have the disease or might catch the disease, who've lost loved ones, who've lost their livelihood, who've lost so much from COVID-19. All those who are suffering physically and mentally from the disease. White light radiating from the heart of Arya Chenrezig, entering into those kind mother sentient beings, purifying all their negativities and obscurations. Om Mani Padme Hum. Continuing to recite the mantra. Bringing to mind all those kind of other sentient beings who are suffering around the world. From all the mundane sufferings that we suffer every day. Diseases, mental ill health, physical ill health, our aging, those who are dying, those in the bardo. All those kind of other sentient beings are suffering from the ordinary sufferings of samsaric existence. Visualize the white light from our Chenrezig's heart, pouring into those beings, purifying all their negativities and obscurations. What about me? Continuing to recite the mantra. Bring to mind all those kind other sentient beings, the 10 directions, 6 realms. Hell realms, creature realms, animal realms, humans, asuras. White light from our Chenrezig's heart, pouring into these beings, every single one, you included, purifying all those negativities and obscurations. What about me? What about me? Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Moving on to the actual prayer in order to connect the virtue we have created by the visualization of the mantra to the goal we wish to achieve. We'll say the actual prayer through several times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that hum suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be under long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus of the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Taking a moment now just to make any personal dedications you might have for this particular session. Moving on to the dedications in the prayer book recommended by Lama Zopa Rinpoche. To actualize bodhicitta. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, may bodhicitta be generated in the hearts of all the sentient beings of the 6 realms, and especially in the hearts of everybody in this world, including all the students, benefactors, and volunteers in the FPMT organization. May it be generated in the hearts of those who rely upon me, all those for whom I have promised to pray, and all those whose names have been given to me. May it be generated in my heart, in the hearts of all my family members, those who are living and those who have died. May the bodhicitta that has already been generated increase. The long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. May you have a long life and your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Savior of the land of the snows, teachings, and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path, unifies emptiness and compassion. To the lotus holder, Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And then the last one, I'd like to read the prayer from Shantideva's Bodhisattva's Way of Life. May all beings everywhere plagued by sufferings of body and mind obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of our merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored upon finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain, until then, may we too remain, to dispel the suffering of transmigratory beings. Venerable Damcho, good to see you.
Lovely to see you, Gompola. It has been a while since we crossed paths.
Indeed.
So you're looking well.
I'm feeling well today. I was in hospital earlier in the week, but I'm better today.
Oh, sorry to hear that. But no, good to have you back on board. I know you have been back a couple of weekends now. So I saw your name. I went like, ooh. God, I can't remember. I think the last time we crossed paths, I think your daughters were taking you shopping. So it's either that's a regular occurrence or it's been a while back. Anyway, but it's good to see you. It's always great, to have a friendly face return and keep supporting prayerathon. So thank you very much. Where are you now? I said I take it that's a you're not in a screen. It's a good screen. That's nice.
Chenrezig Institute.
Yes.
I'm not there. I'm about an hour and a half drive, but I thought having Chenrezig above my head might be very, very beneficial for this particular practice.
Very good. Visualize the deity above the crown of your head. It looks very well, and the thousand arm particularly. It's one of my. I think one of my favorite was one of my first encounters, the thousand arm form. So yeah, it's great. So now lovely to see you, and yes, and do look after yourself. And if you, it's always great. Honestly, I'm so chuffed to see Gompola. It's really great because now we had a spat a few months ago where we met each other more regularly during handover. So it's really, really nice to catch up and to see you well. Have you lost some weight?
Just in the last couple of weeks, I've lost some weight. I was on a liquid diet for 4 or 5 days, and that sort of helped slim down a little bit.
I thought either it's the lighting. Oh yeah, he really has lost some weight. You see, it's the camera. My camera puts weight on. Gompola, look after yourself.
Thank you very much.
Much love. Take care. Bye-bye. Oh, wonderful. No, it's always great. It's great to catch up. It's that was Gompola. Thank you very much, everyone who joined Gompola during his session. And it's really, really wonderful to have our regulars return. Sometimes they, can be here more regular. Sometimes there are things in life and retreats and things like that. But it's so wonderful to see that we have this continued support for the past 2 years nearly. With the leads, with the tech team, and everyone who joined us throughout. So thank you very much indeed. I think I saw Aldo. Hello Aldo, lovely to see you.
Thank you, Gompo. Thank you also, Gompo. I pray for you.
and I think we got Margo here. Hello Margo, how are you?
Not so bad. Last week I have the name is Reni, aspetta, cosa, aspetta, renal attack, some calculus.
All right.
Yeah, and now it's solved. It's solved with some herbal tea. This kind of tea, it's particularly efficient for solve the calculus.
All right. Well, I hope you're feeling better soon and everything is going accordingly. But it's good that you have natural remedies like herbal teas that can help you with that.
Very natural.
All right. All right, no worries. We include obviously in your prayers then, and make sure that you have a speedy recovery, Aldo.
Oh, in 2 days, I'm feeling well. Yeah.
All right.
We're in a month of chemical chemical things. I never reached any kind of result. So yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. So that's stuff I forgot. It's 25 to 1 UK time. So thank you very much. Thank you very much to anyone who's following us online. I'm sure that, sorry, I'm missing that YouTube screen. So Ginny, Sarah, Fernando, Anna, and everyone of the regulars who's joining us through these sessions, welcome, hello, and anyone who's following us without their names displayed. Thank you very much for returning, and be assured that we include you in all our prayers and in all the families that you want us to include. Margot is here. Hello, Margot.
Yeah, because can I say something? Because I make mistake.
Yeah.
And I made you host, and I had idea to make Chenrezig Institute host, and somehow I made you. It will be okay if you would stay on Chenrezig Institute and then press more and then make host, because now I cannot do it.
So what would you like me to do?
Yes, so you because you have a list of participants, right?
Let me just have a look what I need to do here. So I got Chenrezig Institute here. No, you want me to go on my?
Yes.
I'll make you host.
No. You need to be here, and then when you are with the mouse, stay on the like on the name Chenrezig Institute, then you can see more, and press those more, and then you can press make a host.
Make co-host. Oh, make host.
Host, yeah.
Host, yes. Change host. Okay, yes. I press change host.
Okay, good. Yeah.
All right.
It's good. Thank you.
Oh, good. At least I kept the connection going. Thank you very much. This is always one of those things. It comes so natural to so many of you, but I'm actually really sort of a tech dinosaur. I remember when, to me, the arrival of computerized tills was sacrilege. I'm from a generation where we sat there with a little piece of paper and added up that way. So thank you very much. I hope everything's working now. Have I done the right thing? Are you back on track? Oh, good. That would have been funny if I just switched everything off. All right, no worries. So yes, so okay, time's ticking. So we have just over 20 minutes to go. So it's a short session. So let's just refocus our minds. Take a few deep breaths. If we think about our personal motivation and the reasons for us to be here, whether we're following Rinpoche's advice to do these prayers. You may be here because you're supporting one of the leads, or you may be here because part of the community. You may be here for personal reasons such as reciting prayers for loved ones, for yourself, due to illness, or maybe somebody you know is about to enter the bardo, or has entered the bardo, and wish for swift transitions in favor of rebirth. Maybe experiencing hardships in various forms. So maybe given whatever resources necessary to overcome these hardships, be reinstated into a place of happiness that is free from all suffering. Okay, if we open our motivation, I'd like to set mine with 4 verses from the King of Prayers. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wanderers in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor, never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless is the end of space. Likewise, limitless are living beings, thus limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. So, haven't really outlined the reasons for being here, the easing of suffering, rejoicing in the community, rejoicing in the kindness of our precious gurus and teachers, and our long-term goal to continue to develop bodhicitta for the benefit of all other sentient beings. May we now visualize our guru in the aspect of Chenrezig in the space in front of us. Those of you with the right initiations, please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize the deity in the space in front above the crown of your head. Just like you may have seen the 1,000-ounce Chenrezig above the crown of Gompola's head in the earlier session. Anyone who's joining us from a different faith, just visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion. Anyone reluctant in visualizing or engaging with deities, just visualize a clear light. Let that light be filled with love and compassion for all mother sentient beings. It's important that we consider all beings and not leave any out. Because in essence, despite our appearances, we all wish to be happy and free of suffering. We all wish to be safe, free from harm, and just live our lives in a joyous, happy way. And just get on with everyone. Visualize our light radiates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions, and each light beam finding one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings across the 6 realms. These beings can be right next to you, or they can be in the furthest corners of the universe. Let's call upon all mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having taken refuge in the Guru, the Guru is pleased that so many have taken up the call and taken the refuge. The Guru smiles, and as the Guru smiles, the purifying light nectar intensifies, and more of our true nature is being revealed, our Buddha nature. Atom by atom, we begin to glow, so much so that we begin to radiate light back to the Guru. We also exchange ourselves with mother sentient beings, who likewise exchange themselves with the Guru and others. We become one with the Buddha and the Guru. We become one with one another. We become one source of love and compassion. And the more we purify, and the more join us in the light, the brighter we shine in dispelling the darkness of samsaric existence. And as we're about to recite the Mani Mantra, let's recall that Om represents body, speech, and mind in its defiled form. But Om also represents the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of our Gurus. In order to transform to the holy aspect, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padme. And combined in Om, we fully transform to be of consistent effortless benefit to all other sentient beings. So as you're about to recite the Mani Mantra, continue visualizing how you exchange yourself with others and how you still keep absorbing all that light and exchanging yourself with other beings to help them to the way to reach enlightenment. And we combine the prayers, the Mani Mantra with the praises to the Sublime Chenrezig. So we do one mala for each of the rounds. I pray to you, Lama Chenrezig. I pray to you, Yiram Chenrezig. I pray to you, Most Sublime Chenrezig. I pray to you, Great Refuge Chenrezig. I pray to you, Loving Protector Chenrezig. Please hold us with your compassion, compassionate Buddha, for all beings who have been wandering countless numbers of times in endless samsara and who endure unbearable torments. There is no other refuge than you, Great Protector. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of hatred, one is born in the hells. May all beings who endure the tortures of heat and cold be reborn in your presence, great symbol of perfection. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of avarice, one is born in the realm of craving spirits. May all beings who endure the tortures of starvation and thirst be reborn in your presence in the perfect pure land of the Potala. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of ignorance, one is born as an animal. May all beings afflicted by the suffering of stupidity and dullness be reborn in your presence, O Protector. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Oh, mani padme, mani padme, mani padme, mani padme. Oh, mani padme, mani padme, mani padme, mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of desire, one is born in the realm of men. May all beings who endure the pains due to excessive activity and constant frustration be reborn in the perfect pure land of devotion. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since the beginning of time under the influence of jealousy, one is born in the realm of jealous demigods. May all beings who endure the pains of fighting and quarreling be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of pride, one is born in the realm of the gods. May all beings who undergo the suffering of transmigration and fall be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Throughout all my existence, may I, by deeds like those of Chenrezig, also liberate beings in impure places and spread the supreme sound of the six-bell mantra throughout the 10 directions. May we recite one more mala of manis, and this time, rather than considering beings within each said realm, maybe just imagine beings, accept them for what they are, they're just beings. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Beings which want to be free from suffering, just like ourselves. Keep exchanging ourselves with the light, with the Guru, with the other beings. Compassion for all. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. By the power of thus praying to you, most sublime one, may all beings I will have to train pay the greatest of attention to karma, strive to act virtuously, and practice the Dharma for the sake of all beings. Okay, so now we recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. We do, because of time, we do one recitation. Really think about the suffering of body, speech, and mind that exists, and how it may apply within different realms and different forms. May all sentient beings be free from suffering. May the sick be restored to good health. May cures be found for all diseases and pandemics. May those about to enter the body, have entered the body, have swift transition in their favor of rebirth. May those experience hardships be given whatever resources necessary to overcome those hardships, be reinstated into a state of happiness that is free of all suffering. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, in the sound of whose names deaf are beings, so they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So may we now dedicate, to the long life and well-being of our mother sentient beings. May they reach enlightenment as quickly as possible. Never be away from the Dharma in this and all future lifetimes. May they be happy, and may we the cause for them to achieve all this. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our precious Sangha, not just our own tradition, but all traditions, for keeping the flame of the Dharma alive by engaging in studies, giving teachings themselves, and preserving the teachings, by carrying out translations, etc. May our brothers and sisters never be separated from precious teachings, precious virtuous friends. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we enjoy their company in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our precious brothers and sisters in the lay community, who through their great kindness, by giving their time, expertise, and financial support, to ensure that Dharma centers, monasteries, and projects can flourish. May they never be separated from the Sangha community, virtuous friends, and the teachings. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our precious Gurus who have done so already. May achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we continue to be guided by their great kindness and compassion. And may we honor them by achieving enlightenment as swiftly as possible. May all their holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May we particularly to dedicate to the long life and well-being of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, the great beacon of love and compassion in this turbulent world. May we continue to follow his teachings in this and all future lifetimes, and may we count our blessings to be alive and in human form, so that we can hear and access his teachings in this life. May all his holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may we see him be reunited with his people in Tibet in this lifetime. May we also dedicate to the long life and well-being of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who through his great vision has tasked us with these prayers and brought the community of the Aimai Sangha much closer together, making strong connections in this life, carrying on into future lifetimes. May we continue to fulfill Rinpoche's wishes. May we continue to be guided by his love and compassion in this and our future lifetimes. Due to the merits of these virtuous sections, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of Bodhichitta that has not arisen arise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, what if I went be pacified immediately, may perfect peace and happiness prevail in one's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side. And lead all living beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. So the long life prayers for His Holiness and Lama Zopa. Ingang rirawe kwe shingam di apendang deva malu jungwe de Chenrezig Gyalpo yi shape si te badu tengyu hochi. Tu chang jing yam gen gelwe ten jing kan pelwe kun zu duk po ze chok song kwe lek mun tu dru. Thank you very much, everyone who joined me in this session. Thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute for kindly hosting us so diligently for almost 2 years. Thank you very much, everyone, for the kind support online and offline, supporting the Sangha throughout. And it gives me great joy to now hand over to Venerable Katie. How are you?
I'm good. How are you, Venerable Damcho? Nice to see you.
Yes, I'm not doing too bad. Not doing too bad. I see you got a full program on. I saw your name appear on Noble Ling. I think you sort
Yeah.
of do crossover teachings there, so which is grand. So
Thank you so much. Yeah.
no, it's lovely to see Sangha engage again. You know, it's really great. I mean, technology has helped us in many ways to do that, reach out further, and
Absolutely, yeah.
but it's also nice to see the teachers being on the road again as well. We just had Venerable Robina over in Leeds, so yeah. So then yeah, she's back in London. So yeah, and I think Ling Rinpoche is traveling, so the teachers are back on the road. So hopefully we get to see them again in person. But lovely to see you. You look happy. You look joyous.
I am very happy.
There you go. You see, that's what we like to hear. Let me not spoil your mood and head over to you on time. Venerable Katie.
No. Okay. Thank
Lovely
you.
to see you.
Bye-bye.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Good to see you too. Bye. Hi, everyone. Hello, Mary. How are you? Are you good? Congratulations on last night. Well done, you guys. That's amazing. You can tell me about it later. Let's get started with this. And welcome, Aldo, and hi, Chenrezig. Okay. So let's just settle into our meditation posture. So check your body and let's just land. So if you've been rushing around today, I'm just going to check my mic. There we are. And if you've been rushing to get here to this session, let's just bring our mind to where our body is. And if you're sitting at a chair and your feet are down on the ground, you can have them in a parallel position with maybe a cushion underneath your feet. And then a cushion underneath your sit bones. And then if your legs are in the regular cross-legged position, you can perhaps put a couple of cushions under each knee if you've got tight hips or sore knees. Hands in the meditation mudra, the right hand nestled in the left with the thumbs touching, the shoulders over the hips. And imagine your spine is a string of pearls of light. Welcome, Victor. Stretching from the base of the spine all the way up through the crown of the head and above and beyond. You can imagine the crown of your head is reaching towards the ceiling. And also welcome everybody on Facebook Live and Google Live. Head is slightly tipped forward, eyes are down, looking along the length of the nose. The tip of the tongue on the roof of the mouth. Relax the jaw. Let's just draw our attention to the crown of the head and relax the scalp and the forehead and the cheeks and the nose and the mouth and the jaw. And bring your attention to the back of the head, the scalp there, and relax. Just relax the back of the head and the occipital bone, the base of the skull. Relax the ears and the temples and your jaw again, and just notice the extent to which your face relaxes when you just relax your scalp. Remember, relax the neck and the shoulders and your back and the upper back. Relax the throat and the chest and the belly and your limbs, hands, fingers, your feet and toes. And just notice where you might be gripping or fidgeting. Let's just bring the mind to the breath and notice the sensation of the air as you're breathing in. It's slightly cooler. And then the air as you're breathing out, it's a little bit warmer. Let's just bring to mind all the people of our life as we'll do a little meditation with them in a minute. But just for the ones you love, your loved ones, the ones that you are not so fond of. Maybe you irritate them, they irritate you, and you're strangers. So keep these people in your mind. And we'll do the motivation. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So now we'll move into our Chenrezig meditation. We'll just set up the visualization. So now you have all those people, the people of your life, and now imagine that there's spaces filled with beings. They're sitting around you and they're extending beyond the horizon. And if that's too much for your mind, you just try and fit as many beings as you can, as comfortably as possible in your mind. So your parents now and your other family members are beside you, your friends are behind you for support, and the people you don't get along are in front of you, eyeball to eyeball, and all the others are all around. So contemplate the suffering of these people and these beings, but first of all think of the suffering of the parents, your family members, and the people you're close to. So it's not too hard, it's not too difficult to open your heart to the physical and psychological problems they're experiencing. And think that just like you, they want to be free of all suffering. Feel how wonderful it would be if they were free and could enjoy the peace and bliss of enlightenment. And then think of the people that you don't like or who have hurt you, and imagine their physical suffering, their pain, their discomfort, their feelings of loneliness, insecurity and fear and dissatisfaction. And, if they've hurt you, it's likely they've hurt others as well. So a mind that finds it easy to harm others isn't a very happy mind. So you can feel compassion for them. They're probably confused and ignorant and can't find peace. So try and open your heart to these people for whom you normally feel anger or irritation. So now I'll try and expand your awareness to take in the troubles and pain of other human beings and of animals. Just remember that all these unhappy experiences they're mental, they're psychological, and they're impermanent. And they're changeable. So feel strongly the aspiration to do this practice for yourself, so that you can help others be free of their suffering. So now visualize above the crown of your head, facing the same way as you, Chenrezig. And he's the manifestation of pure, unobstructed compassion, love, and wisdom. You can also imagine this is the mind of your Lama, your teacher, your trusted mentor, manifesting in this form for your benefit. So Chenrezig's body is white, made of white light. He's transparent and radiant, sort of much like a hologram. So try and feel this living presence above the crown of your head. It's about 2 inches above you. His face is peaceful and smiling, and he's radiating love to you and all the beings surrounding you. And he has 4 arms. His first 2 hands are together at his heart and hold a jewel that fulfills all wishes. The second 2 are raised to the level of his shoulders, the right holding a crystal rosary, the left a white lotus. He's sitting on a white moon disk upon an open lotus. His legs are crossed in the full lotus posture, and he's wearing exquisite silks and precious jewels. He's wearing the 5-pointed crown. So all of this is made of light. All of his clothes are in the Royal Indian style, sort of looking almost like scarves draped over him. You can imagine he has an aura around his head and around his body, emanating light. being of light. So just try and hold your awareness of this visualization until it's stable. To imagine it stabilizing there above the crown of your head. And if you're not someone who finds it easy to visualize, you can just imagine this is light, white light above the crown of your head. But it's serene, loving, stable energy. So we now make a prayer from our heart to overcome our misconceptions and negative energy, and to develop pure love and compassion for all beings, and really try and get a sense that you're connecting with this your own true nature, your own inner potential. It's always been there, always will be there. This is who you really are. So in response to your request, Chenrezig lovingly sends streams of white light, and this light pours into you at the crown of your head and fills every cell and atom of your body, and purifies all your negativities and problems, all your past harmful actions, and your potential to give harm in the future, and completely fills you with limitless love and compassion, and your body feels light and blissful, and your mind peaceful and clear. And the light from Chenrezig radiates out to every living being, purifying their negative energy and filling them with bliss as we recite the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. And may whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are, from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. And may whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. And may whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Now imagine Chenrezig above the crown of your head, dissolving into white light, and this light flows down through the crown of your head and reaches your heart chakra, and your mind merges with the mind of your teacher, your Lama, your Guru, and Avalokiteshvara's mind, or Chenrezig's mind. indistinguishably. And you experience complete tranquility and bliss. And Lama Yeshe used to call this union oneness. So as you're holding this feeling in your heart, when your usual sense of I starts to arise, if you're bored or restless or hungry or thinking about what you have to make for dinner now, or lunch, wherever you are, think that this is not your real self, and try and bring your attention back again and again to the qualities of Chenrezig, of being one with Chenrezig, this infinite love and infinite compassion. So I'll just dedicate the positive energy we've created this afternoon, this evening, this morning, during this meditation and this recitation, to the happiness of all living beings. In the land encircled by snow mountains, you're the source of all happiness and good. O powerful Chenrezig, Thangtong Gyalpo, please remain until samsara ends. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serves as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers, honouring the three jewels, saviour of myself and others, your disciples, please live long. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Mary, for screen sharing. Thanks, Victor. Bye. And thanks, Chenrezig. And thanks, Aldo. And welcome, Venerable Namjong. And goodbye.
Okay.
See you guys later tonight. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Katie Cole. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Okay, hello. So I have to turn on my camera. 1 second, I'm sorry. I have a new computer and the settings are still getting worked out. So as I get my technology good, hello and welcome to everyone. Just bear with me for 1 second. Okay, here we go. All right, so hello and welcome to everyone. Thank you for tuning in to our continuing series. My name is Tenzin Nanzhong, and yeah, here now. I think many of you have been joining for a long time, and we have been, as a global Sangha community, have been doing these sessions now for, I think, coming up on 2 years now. So thank to every one of you for your continued participation. So now, at the beginning of the session, we should take a little moment to adjust our motivation. So although we say on the one hand that we're doing these sessions to help quell the effects of the coronavirus pandemic, then when we think more broadly with our motivation of compassion, wishing that sentient beings are free from suffering, then we should reflect how the suffering of sickness is only one of the many different types of suffering that sentient beings experience. So not only from the coronavirus, but from other illnesses as well. And then we see in the world the many problems caused by war, many problems caused by natural disaster, economic problems, environmental degradation. And then also when we think of all the mental suffering that people and sentient beings are facing, either from anxiety, depression, schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, and so forth, then when we look more deeply into all of this, so just as we do in the 4 immeasurable thoughts we normally say, may all sentient beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. So all these other things that sentient beings experience, there is the proximate condition. So, for example, to get sick, then we have the virus, or we have some cells mutating, and that then becomes cancer. So there's this kind of cooperative condition, but the root cause of these sufferings is the negative karma that sentient beings have accumulated. The negative karma that has been accumulated under the power of ignorance. And so now when we say, may all sentient beings be free from suffering and the cause of suffering, then for them to be free from the causes of all these suffering, then they need to be free of the karma and the delusion as well. Not just that, whatever kind of viruses and, bacteria and so forth are in the world, not just that they disappear, but more generally that the causes of suffering, which exist in the continua of sentient beings, that those also be, abandoned. And, the only way to do that is then by, uprooting the root cause of samsara, which is the ignorant mind that grasps onto a false notion of how ourselves and other phenomena exist. So the only way to do that then is to cultivate the wisdom realizing the opposite of what ignorance holds onto. And so this wisdom realizing the ultimate nature of phenomena, then that becomes the only sort of direct antidote for all of the various sufferings of sentient beings. And so whether we ourselves want to be free from suffering, or if we want to free others from suffering, then we need to cultivate this wisdom realizing emptiness, the wisdom realizing ultimate nature of all phenomena ourselves. And then when we want to help others be free from suffering, we need to help them generate this wisdom realizing emptiness within their own mental continuum. And since the nature of emptiness is so subtle, so difficult to understand, in order to most skillfully guide sentient beings to generate this wisdom within their own mental continuum, that is why we need to develop our qualities to the fullest potential. And that is the attainment of enlightenment. Then and only then will we have all the skills, qualities, and skillful means, ability to teach, to guide in the most effective way all the sentient beings, leading them from the oceans of samsaric suffering to the state of complete enlightenment. And therefore, since the attainment of enlightenment is not without cause and not without condition, then we're going to now motivate our practice, everything that we do, towards this goal of achieving enlightenment, so we can be of utmost benefit for sentient beings. And now here, even in this session here, the Thangtong Gyalpo, even though we're just doing, maybe half an hour, maybe an hour together, since we are now following the advice of our Guru Lama Zopa Rinpoche, then all of you should know that then that becomes the most skillful practice, the most powerful means to quickly purify our mind stream of all the negativities, as well as to develop and accumulate the vast stores of merit and transcendental wisdom that is needed to achieve enlightenment. So, with that as our sort of motivation, please keep that in mind as we go through the practice. And now we are going to have an hour. I'm going to lead this session for about an hour. So I wanted to actually do a little bit longer, more extensive preliminary prayers. And so now, let's see. So I'm going to the FPMT Essential Prayer Book. And sorry. Okay. Now we're going to do these preliminary prayers. So before we do the practice, it's very good to visualize that all sentient beings are in the space around us. This sort of helps us, keep in mind that we're doing this practice for all sentient beings. And then in the space in front of us, we can also visualize our Guru in the aspect of Shakyamuni Buddha. And we can think that our Guru has now come to this place and is here to guide us, to lead us to enlightenment. And then, as we do the practice, we can think that all the sentient beings in the space around us are reciting along with us, and we are acting as the chant leader, as it were. This sets up a very auspicious dependent arising that, in the future will continue to be able to practice with sentient beings and lead them in various practices that lead to enlightenment. And then, since the door to making something a Buddhist practice is to take refuge in the three jewels, then concentrating on how our Guru is the embodiment of the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, and then thinking of the various qualities of the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, and aspiring to attain those qualities ourselves, then we must take refuge. This practice of taking refuge is basically to reaffirm our commitment to train in the Dharma the way that the Buddha taught, and to follow the advice and rely on the Sangha as a support in our practice. So with that, we recite: the Guru is Buddha, the Guru is Dharma, the Guru is also Sangha, the Guru is the creator of all happiness. In all the Gurus I take refuge. The Guru is Buddha, the Guru is Dharma, the Guru is also Sangha. The Guru is the creator of all happiness. In all the Gurus I take refuge. The Guru is Buddha, the Guru is Dharma, the Guru is also Sangha. The Guru is the creator of all happiness. In all the Gurus I take refuge. And now, taking refuge in generating bodhicitta, with a thought desiring to liberate transmigratory beings, I always take refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha until the heart of enlightenment is achieved. With perseverance, acting with wisdom, compassion, and loving kindness, in front of the Buddhas for the benefit of sentient beings, I generate the thought of full enlightenment. With a thought desiring to liberate transmigratory beings, I always take refuge in Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha until the heart of enlightenment is achieved. With perseverance, acting with wisdom, compassion, and loving kindness, in front of the Buddhas for the benefit of sentient beings, I generate the thought of full enlightenment. With a thought desiring to liberate transmigratory beings, I always take refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha until the heart of enlightenment is achieved. With perseverance, acting with wisdom, compassion, and loving kindness, in front of the Buddhas for the benefit of sentient beings, I generate the thought of full enlightenment. And so now this practice of purifying the place. So now we visualize the place that we're doing this meditation practice as a Buddha's Pure Land. So not, the ordinary kind of environment, but, to think a perfectly pure land of the Buddha. And we do this because later we're going to be invoking all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the 10 directions to come to this space. So similarly, before we have a house guest, we try to clean up the house in the same way. Before we invoke the Buddhas to come to this place, we also visualize it as a pure land. Everywhere may the ground be pure, free of pebbles and so forth, as level as the palm of the hand in nature of Vaidurya and soft. And now the invocation. So if you have incense, you can now light some. I am outside, and unfortunately, I'm unprepared. I left my incense inside. But you can now light some. And on the advice of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, he says to light 2 sticks of incense when you do this invocation. Those 2 sticks of incense representing respectively the Rupakaya, the form body of the Buddha, and the Dhammakaya, the truth body of the Buddha. Okay. So let's imagine that the incense has been lit. And now we invoke the Buddhas to come here. Savior of all sentient beings without exception, divine destroyer of the unbearable hordes of Maras and their forces, perfect knower of all things without exception, Bhagavan, together with your retinue, please come here. And then now we'll do the extensive offering practice. So, you might have offerings set out in your home. And then all the other offerings at the various Dharma centers and Lama Zopa Rinpoche's houses, all the FPMT centers, and then all the unowned offerings such as the sun, moon, and your own and others' body, speech, mind, enjoyments, and 3 times the merits, right? So think of all of this. And then as we recite this offering cloud mantra, then these offerings that we've laid out and all the others that we visualize in the whole universe, they come to then, multiply and pervade the entire universe. May human and divine offerings, both actually arranged and mentally emanated, become clouds of finest Samatavajra offerings filling the entire realm of space. So, bearing that visualization in mind, then we recite the offering cloud mantra. O Namo Bhagavate Vajrasarava Madana Tadakataya Arahate Samesan Bude Tayata Om Vaja Vaja Ma Vaja Ma Dija Vaja Ma Dija Vaja Ma Bodhichitta Vaja Ma Bodhi Prasam Kramana Vaja Savakawa Avarana Vishidana Vaja So O Namo Bhagavate Vajrasarava Madana Tadakataya Arahate Samesan Bude Tayata Om Vaja Vaja Ma Vaja Ma Kramana Vaja Savakawa Avarana Vijadana Vaja Soha O Namo Bhagavate Vajrasarava Madana Tadakataya Arahate Samesan Buddhaya Tayata Om Vaja Vaja Ma Vaja Ma Dija Vaja Ma Dija Vaja Ma Bodhichitta Vaja Ma Bodhi Manupasam Kramana Vaja Savakawa Avarana Vijadana Vaja Soha. By the power of the truth of the 3 rare sublime ones, the blessings of all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, and the great wealth of the completed 2 types of merit, and the pure and inconceivable sphere of phenomenon. May these piles of clouds of offerings arising through transformations by the Bodhisattvas, Arya Samatavajra, Manjushri, and so forth, unimaginable and inexhaustible, equaling the sky, arise, and in the presence of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the 10 directions, be received. So now we can think that all the visualized offerings, as well as the ones we've actually laid out, then become suitable to be offered to all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the 10 directions, as well as all the Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, statues, stupas, and scriptures. So now we can think that we do make offerings on behalf of all the sentient beings to all of these, in the 10 directions, all the Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, statues, stupas, scriptures, the prayer wheels, the relics. And we make these offerings many, many times, thinking of how all those holy objects are one in nature with our virtuous friend, our Guru. And then when the Guru receives the offerings, then great bliss is generated in the holy mind. Okay, and now we'll continue with the 7 limb prayer. Oh, actually. Yeah, it's okay. I prostrate reverently with my body, speech, and mind. So now as we do these 7 limbs, many of you will be familiar, but it's not just to recite the words, but each sentence, each line, we should try to visualize and think that we're actually doing the particular practice that is mentioned in each line. So here, the limb of prostration, we think not just one, but countless bodies, right? Countless bodies, each huge in size, prostrating, repeatedly to all the Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, statues, scriptures, inseparable from the Guru. So the physical prostration of the body, even holding your hands together, yeah, that counts as a prostration of the body. Then to recite these words as well as other praises, expressing the good qualities of the three jewels, then that's a prostration of the speech. And then to mentally, recalling those qualities and developing some sense of inspiration as well as aspiration to accumulate or develop those qualities within ourselves, then that can be a prostration of the mind, showing mental respect. I present clouds of every type of offering, both actually arranged and mentally emanated. So now here, then, as we did, after the offering cloud mantra, then to just think again that all of these various offerings that we visualized, actually arranged and mentally emanated, we offer, again and again to the merit field. Then I confess all my negative actions and downfalls collected from beginningless time. And so now here we can think, right, whether we remember them or not, whether we did it in this life or have not, then from beginningless time, we've done countless negative actions of the body, negative actions of the speech, negative actions of the mind. And we've broken the different types of vows, pratimoksha vows, bodhisattva vows, and the tantric commitments. We have disobeyed our guru's advice, harmed the holy body. We've done actions, harmful to the three jewels. We've done actions harmful to our parents, our teachers. And so all of these negative actions that then become the causes for suffering, become the causes for rebirth in lower realms, and serve as causes that then obstruct us from attaining the realizations along the path to enlightenment. And all of these, seeing how these negative actions have so many drawbacks, then generating a firm sense of regret for having done such actions in the past. And then remembering that even these negative actions are empty of inherent existence, means they don't exist from their own side. They too are dependent arisings. They too depend on other factors. And therefore, because they lack intrinsic nature, they can be purified. And then also to make the so-called four opponent powers complete, we also then sort of make a determination not to engage in such destructive behavior in the future. The best we can, even if it is just for the next day, the next hour, the next few minutes, to think we will abstain, refrain from committing such negative actions again. Then the limb of rejoicing. I rejoice in the virtues of ordinary beings and Aryas. So here, the practice of rejoicing, I think many of you know, is the most skillful way to accumulate a large stock of merit in a short amount of time. Because it is said that if you rejoice in your own merits, it is if you're doubling the merits. So even if let's say you've done 100,000 prostrations, right? How many months it took you to do that? Then just rejoicing in the fact that you have done it, then in that very second or a few moments of rejoicing, you collect the equal amount of merit and So then, when you rejoice in the virtues of others, then if they have a lower realization than you, then it is said you can even generate more merit than they in doing such virtuous activities. And then even those who are further along the path to enlightenment than ourselves, so bodhisattvas, particularly Arya bodhisattvas and even Buddhas, then in rejoicing in the merit of these highly realized beings, then it is said that we even are able to generate a share, a fraction of the merit that they have generated. But since the bodhisattvas, when they engage in virtue, then it is so powerful. Normally, it is said that the amount of merit a bodhisattva can accumulate in one morning, it would take us ordinary beings something like maybe 13,000 years, a very, very long period of time to do. So now when we rejoice, thinking how wonderful it is that all of these great bodhisattvas, all these Arya bodhisattvas, all these Buddhas, how wonderful it is that they have, traversed the path, that they have generated bodhicitta, that they have, worked in the six perfections, that they have, realized emptiness directly. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Wow, 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 wow. So really generate that sense of joy from deep inside your heart. So next, the limb of requesting that the Buddhas remain. So please remain until the end of cyclic existence. Here we visualize offering a throne, a lion supported by snow lions, and also marked with a crossed vajra. We offer not just one, but countless of these thrones to the Buddha, to our gurus, and think that they receive our offering, and after that they agree to not pass away into parinirvana and rather stay to teach and guide us. And turn the wheel of Dharma for transmigratory beings. Here we visualize offering a Dharma chakra, a golden Dharma chakra, and here not just one, but many, countless Dharma chakras. And then these two are accepted by the guru, and our guru accepts our request to teach. And then last, dedication. I dedicate my own and others' virtues to the Great Enlightenment. So the Great Enlightenment, maybe, yeah, well, in general, enlightenment is the state completely having abandoned all the faults of the mind, as well as completely developing all the good qualities. And the Great Enlightenment, then we can think, is for all sentient beings to be enlightened. So not just that we are enlightened, but all sentient beings are also to be enlightened. Okay, and so now the short mandala offering. I think many of you know. Excuse me. But the mandala is the representation of the universe. So everything that is precious and worthy of being offered, we now offer to our guru and the three jewels. So there's this mudra. I think you know, right? Anyway, if you don't know this particular hand mudra, then you can just think on every atom in the entire universe is a replica of the universe, but not just this physical universe that we're in, but thinking of it as a Pure Land. Pure Land of the Buddha. Very, very precious, very beautiful. And these, on every atom is a replica of the entire universe. So it becomes, a countless, infinite mandala offerings. This ground anointed with perfume, strewn with flowers, adorned Mount Meru, 4 continents, the sun and the moon. I imagine as a Buddha land and offer it. May all transmigratory beings enjoy this pure land. The objects of my attachment, anger and ignorance, friends, enemies, strangers, body, and enjoyments, without any sense of loss, I offer them. Please kindly accept them and bless me to pacify the 3 poisons and dependence on their own objects. Idam Guru Ratna Mandala Kamniratayami. Okay. So that was the preliminaries. And now we are going to the actual Thangtong Gyalpo prayer here. So we've already done the going for refuge. And now we're going to go straight into the recitation of the mantra of Avalokiteshvara, Om Mani Padme Hum. So now here, before we do the mantra recitation, you can think, well, first, if you've had the initiation into Avalokiteshvara, then you first generate yourself as the deity. You do that by first purifying all impure appearances into emptiness. So what that means is, when you consider how phenomena appear to our, ignorant mind as sentient beings, as non-Buddhas, then through the power of the imprints of having, been under the control of the ignorance grasping to inherent existence from beginning of time, all phenomena appear as if they were truly inherently existent. But when we reflect deeper, we see that phenomena don't exist in the way they appear, which is why when we, see in the teachings the similes, relating that phenomena are like illusions, like a mirage, like a dream, and so forth. Why? Because the way things appear is not how they actually exist. So now if you've had the initiation, then your mind that realizes the lack of inherent existence of all phenomena, that mind then appears as Avalokiteshvara. If you didn't have the initiation before, you can visualize Avalokiteshvara in the space in front of you. Either way, now, when we do the mantra recitation, then from the heart of Avalokiteshvara. So now here, if you visualize yourself as Avalokiteshvara, at your heart will be a lotus. On top of that is a moon disk, on top of which is the syllable Kri, the seed syllable of Avalokiteshvara, and then surrounding that in a clockwise fashion is the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. As we recite the mantra, then from the letters, countless light rays radiate out in 10 directions. These light rays then come to strike all sentient beings, purifying them of all their sickness, all their negative karma, all their afflictions, all their obscurations, so liberation and enlightenment. And by the end of our mantra recitation, then all sentient beings will be completely enlightened in the aspect of Avalokiteshvara. If you aren't visualizing yourself as Avalokiteshvara, then you can do the same visualization from the Avalokiteshvara visualized in the space in front of you. All right. So now we'll do a more melodic chanting for a few rounds of the mantra, and then we'll go to a more silent recitation so that we can accumulate the mantra more quickly. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. So now just rest in the awareness that due to having recited the mantra and the purifying light rays from Avalokiteshvara, that now all sentient beings are completely purified of all their sickness, all their negative karma, all their obscurations, both liberation and enlightenment. And think that they are now enlightened in the aspect of Avalokiteshvara. Okay. And so now we'll continue for the rest of this session. We'll continue with the actual prayer by Thangtong Gyalpo. And we'll just recite this over and over again for the rest of the session. Now, all the diseases that beset in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher being out to the slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose name terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances, the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the gurus and three jewels, by the power of the dakinis and protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that beset in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to sicknesses, the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and three jewels, by the power of the dakinis and protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that beset in the minds of sinning beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, and protectors and guardians, and by the power of truth, of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of our spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances, the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind of radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, temple protectors and guardians, and by the power of truth, of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances, the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind of radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, and protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of our spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances, the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, the protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances, the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, our protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the gurus and angels, by the power of the Dakinis, and protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, so now we will go to a more general dedication. So our time is almost up. So now we'll do a more general dedication. So first to Exercise Bodhichitta. So please dedicate in this manner, due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings. May Bodhichitta be generated in the hearts of all the sentient beings of the 6 realms, and especially in the hearts of everybody in this world, including all the students, benefactors, and volunteers in the FPMT organization. May it be generated in the hearts of all those who rely upon me, all those for whom I am promised to pray, and all those whose names have been given to me. May it be generated in my heart and the hearts of all my family members, those who are living and those who have died. May the bodhicitta that has already been generated increase. Then for long life of the Holy Sadhana. Incomparably kind and supreme Thangtong Gyalpo, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling joy, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. May you have a long life, and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Then for long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche. You who uphold the Sattva's moral way, who serve as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunathas, victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior, and myself and others, your disciples, please live long. Then to seal our dedication with the understanding of emptiness. Due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which completely empty of existing from my own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side. And lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. Then these next 2 verses from the King of Prayers. I further dedicate all these virtues to you to train, just like the hero Manjushri who knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praises of the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times, in order to have good conduct. Then for the teachings of Lama Zopa to flourish and spread in the hearts of all sentient beings. For the Dharma King Tsongkhapa's way of Dharma to flourish, may all signs of obstacles be pacified and all conducive conditions be complete. Due to the 2 types of merit of the 3 times, myself and others, may the teaching of the victorious one, Losam Drakpa, shine resplendent forever. And then we can also just take a moment, we can also dedicate for all those beings who have recently died. So due to the 3 time merit accumulated by ourselves, as well as the numberless Buddhas and numberless Bodhisattvas, numberless sentient beings, may all those beings who have recently died and are now in the bardo may they instantly be reborn in Pure Land where they can achieve enlightenment, or at the very least, attain again a perfect human rebirth, meet with a Mahayana Guru and Mahayana virtue and the Mahayana teachings, practice the Mahayana Dharma, and attain enlightenment in their very next lifetime. And then we can also dedicate for those who are sick. So due to all the three-time merits accumulated by ourselves, as well as the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, may all the beings who are sick, whether due to coronavirus or any other ailment, may they in this very moment be freed of all their sicknesses, and then having recovered from their illness, attain enlightenment in this very lifetime by practicing the Mahayana Dharma, particularly to generate the realizations of bodhicitta and the realization of emptiness. And then, more generally, whatever kind of diseases there are in the world, this or any other world system, may they instantly, in this very second, disappear, never to again occur. And then we can also dedicate, more generally, also for all the other problems facing the world in this degenerate time, the problems due to natural disasters, environmental degradation, war, and so forth. May all of these sources of suffering also be immediately pacified, never again to occur. Okay, so thank you very much. I see Damche. Aloha.
Aloha. Hello, Brother Namjong. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Yes. How are you?
Not bad. Was that your dog?
No, it's next door neighbor.
Oh, right. If it's next door neighbor, you can't just bring the dog to the camera.
No. You know, last year I was here. I was doing some sessions in the backyard, and the dog would come just to the fence. It's quite close, like maybe 3 meters to the fence, and the dog would just kind of sit there and was listening.
Yeah.
So I thought, oh, the dog is getting such tremendous imprints. But this year when I come back, it seems not to recognize me. Maybe it's too far away. It doesn't smell me.
Yes.
But anyway, he's still getting imprints.
That's good.
Yeah.
No, it's. I find it always wonderful when pets sort of video bomb or something like that. When you suddenly see a face come around the corner, or it's great. But as you said, you got the benefit of just being there while you're doing the prayers anyway.
Yes.
If the hearing is that good as they say, he will have heard every word.
Right.
No, but good to see you. So yes, it's I don't know, it's just a bright background, or do you still have Olo? What is Olomano? In the background?
Olomana. Yeah, it is. But you know what? I just got a new computer. And the kind of the built-in webcam isn't very good. We just have to accept that.
That's fine. We see you. That's
we see me, but the mountain, it's there. It's so
there
beautiful.
It is, yes.
And, wow. Okay. There you can see. But when it's me, like it can only do one or the other. See, now my face is dark, but you can see the mountain, or you see my face. And anyway, just some settings maybe I have to adjust.
Well, it could have been that maybe you just had a lot of low flying clouds, covering the mountain.
Yes, that's true.
So that's why I was just checking, or you could have changed position.
Yeah.
See,
there you go.
See,
look at
least I sort of remembered what it was called. And what does it mean? What did you say it was called? Sort of like Ragged Mountain.
I made a little bit of a mistake. So this place is called Mauna Wili, and that means crooked mountain. Olomana itself means segmented mountain. Because I don't know if you can see, but there's this segment, there's another segment, to the left, and then one is behind. So there's actually 3 peaks.
Yes.
Small peaks. Anyway.
There you go. See,
I'm like a Hawaiian tour guide.
Okay, you go. I mean, we have to make the most of it, I mean, I don't know whether I get a chance to ever get to Hawaii. So it's lovely to get people now think like, "Ooh, but you know so much." Well, I had a good teacher.
Yeah. I always tell the students who come to my class, I say, just to give them more impetus to generate bodhicitta, I say, if any of you actually generate full-fledged bodhicitta and become a bodhisattva, you get a free trip for 2 to Hawaii. I'll sponsor.
Oh, crikey.
So I'll give that to you too, Damcha.
Oh,
Just let me know. Let me know when that bodhicitta arises.
I'm old and frail.
It's okay. It's okay.
Oh, great. I hope I get the full
always,
tour of Hawaii then as well.
There's always
But I definitely want to
potential.
see the neighbor's dog and I want to see the mountain.
Yeah.
You know, when I achieve bodhicitta.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Take care.
Look after yourself.
I think I'll see you in about maybe 8 to 10 hours.
Oh, yes. You have an evening slot. Yes, welcome. Oh,
yes.
That was really kind of you. Thank you very much.
Well, you know.
Oh, bless you.
I feel like, I'm having such a great time kind of on vacation that I'm like, I should be giving something back to Dharma and sentient beings rather than just, enjoying.
You're leaving imprints for the neighbor's dog and all the beings that fly over your land.
That's right. Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
I see you this evening.
Take care. And thank you to everyone else who's tuned in.
Thank you. Thank you, Tenzin.
Okay.
Look, we can actually see Aldo. Hello, Aldo. It's lovely to see
you,
your face.
Tenzin.
Oh, thank you.
And we got Victor here as well. Hello, Victor. And who have we got at Chenrezig Institute? Is it still Margot?
Yep.
Okay. Anyway, all right. Half hour we got, just under half an hour. So let's make a nice move. So if you take a few moments, just take a deep breath. Again, I think it's nice to start with the verses from King of Prayers. Ties in particularly nice as Venerable Namjung finished in his dedication with some of the verses from the King of Prayers. And I think it's always nice also to acknowledge again, the motivation for us to be here. And as Venerable just said, making sure that we achieve the highest level of bodhicitta. And that's what we're really sort of aiming for the benefit of our mother sentient beings, but also acknowledge the community and our teachers likewise. And some of you will have been here before with me in the session. Others may have just joined. So it's still good to just remember, that we do this as a community and collectively. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide our wanders and samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor, never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless is the end of space. Likewise, limitless are living beings. Thus, limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. So we can also extend a little bit on the generation of bodhicitta. May all beings enjoy happiness and the causes of happiness. May all beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May all beings never be apart from the supreme bliss, which is free of all suffering. May all sentient beings live in great equanimity, free from the attachment and aversion that keeps some close and others distant. So if we visualize our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig, in the space in front of us, or above the crown of our head. If you have the relevant initiations, please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize the deity. Anyone joining us from a different faith, Just visualize the deity you most closely connect with love and compassion for all mother sentient beings. And anyone uncomfortable with visualizing deities, just think about visualizing clear light that is filled with compassion for all beings. It's very important that we are for these prayers and for the development of bodhicitta include all beings, that we do not leave any being out, and that includes those who may have harmed us, those we do not have particular good or strong connections with. The reason for that is that in order for us to be compassionate, we need to be inclusive. And that we need to show compassion for those who, through their own suffering, commit acts that are unwholesome. And through those actions, these beings are kept in a loop of negative karma and samsaric existence that may have different consequences for them in the long run. So from that point, we need to show compassion. We need to be responsible for our own actions. If we want others to change, we need to lead by example, that it is possible for us to transform and develop that compassion for all. Visualize a light radiates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions, and each light beam finding one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings, wherever they are, right next to us, the furthest corners of the universe, and across the 6 realms. Visualize how the light enters the bodies of those beings to the crown of their heads, filling them with love and compassion and purifying light nectar, cleansing away all negative karma and delusions, cleansing away atom by atom and spaces between those atoms, washing away all the grime and stubborn stains, tastes and smells. Feel how all that karmic weight is being lifted from your shoulders. How you can stand tall again, move freely again, breathe again, see again, hear again. If you look around, you can see that all other sentient beings experience the same bliss. Being able to relax, not having been worn down by samsara. Enjoying happiness that is free of suffering. And what a great gift it is that we can contribute to the happiness through the actions of our body, speech, and mind to be wholesome. Having kind thoughts, speech, and actions. And holding on to that bliss that we experience, maybe invite all Mother Sentient Beings now to join us in taking refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having taken refuge in the Guru is pleased that so many have answered the call. The Guru smiles, and as the Guru smiles, the purifying light nectar intensifies, and more of our true nature is being revealed, our Buddha nature, our kind, compassionate side. And we accumulate light, we store the light within us so much until we can hold no more. We exchange light back to the Guru and all Mother Sentient Beings, who likewise exchange themselves with the Guru and other beings. We become one with the Guru, we become one with one another, we become one source of love and compassion, and like a bright beacon dispel the darkness of samsaric existence, shine brightly for those who are still lost in the darkness to aid their way out. And we act as a searchlight for those, to seek out those who aimlessly wander in darkness of samsaric existence, so that we ourselves may step back into the darkness to guide them out. So as we recite the Mani Mantra, keep on visualizing how you exchange yourself with the Guru and all Mother Sentient Beings. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Maybe also recite one mala of Tara mantra. Great Mother Tara, visualize Great Mother Tara in the space in front of you, emerald green in color, light radiating from Tara's body in all 10 directions. And Tara will remove obstacles. So may all obstacles be removed for those who are sick to be reinstated to good health. May cures be found for pandemics and diseases. May all obstacles be removed for those who are about to enter the Bardo, have entered the Bardo, to have swift transitions and favorable rebirth. May all obstacles be removed. For all those who are experiencing hardships, may they be given whatever resources are necessary to overcome those hardships and be reinstated into a state of happiness that is free of suffering. Now we also ask Great Mother Tara to move any obstacles that may otherwise affect the long life and well-being of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. May he live a long and healthy life. May all his holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Om Tare Tutare Turusua, 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 Tare Tutare Turusua. Om Tare Tutare Turusua, Om Tare Tutare Turusua. Om Tare Tutare Turusua, Om Tare Tutare Turusua. Om Tare Tutare Turusua, Om Tare Tutare Turusua, Om Tare Tutare. Om Tare Tutare Turusua, Om Tare Tutare Turusua, Om Tare Tutare Turusua. Om Tare Tutare Turusua, Om Tare Tutare Turusua, Om Tare Tutare Turusua, Om Tare Tutare Turusua, Om Tare Tutare. Om Tare Tutare Turusua, Om Tare Tutare Turusua, Om Tare Tutare Turusua, Om Tare Tutare. Om Tare Tutare Turusua, Om Tare Tutare Turusua, Om Tare Tutare Turusua, Om Tare Tutare Turusua. Having purified ourselves and have removed obstacles, may we now recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. Here we have time for 3 recitations. So really from the bottom of your heart, make the set the motivation and the wish and send out the energy that the prayer will take effect. May all those who are sick be restored to good health. May all those who have entered the Bardo, entering the Bardo, be reborn under favorable conditions. May all those who experience hardships be given whatever resources are necessary to overcome these hardships, be reinstated into a place of happiness that is free from suffering. May all the diseases that stay in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of class bitterness and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names deaf are beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that stay in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of class bitterness and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names deaf are beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to the disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So one last time, really from the depth of your heart, really with the purest of wishes. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So dedications can maybe dedicate to the well-being of our mother sentient beings. May they all be free from suffering and its causes. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible and always meet the Dharma and this in our future lifetimes. May we be the cause for them to achieve all this. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our brothers and sisters in the Sangha community. May they continue to keep the flame of the Dharma alive, never be separated from virtuous friends, and may we always share the company in this in our future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the precious members of the lay community who, through their kindness, giving their time, expertise, and financial support to Dharma centers, monasteries, and charitable projects to ensure that the Dharma is flourishing and the Sangha being supported. May they live long and healthy lives. May they never be separated from the teachings, the Sangha community, and virtuous friends, and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May all our precious Gurus who haven't done so already achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we continue to be guided by the wisdom and compassion of this in our future lifetimes, and may all the holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of Bodhichitta that has not arisen rise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, whatever wind, be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. The long life prayers for His Holiness Lama Zopa. Gangri Rawe Kerwe Jingam, the Pendang Deva Malu Jungwen, Chenrezig Intention Shabesite Badu, thank you, Hochi. Picture Chang Jing and Gun Gawe. Tenzing Gyalpo we kunzo do po tse chok chon ke we leg mun tu dru pa dak sok de je gun du shap ten sho. Thank you very much, everyone who joined me in the session. Thank you very much for your continued support of Prayerathon, all the wonderful leads who give their time so freely. The tech team over at Chenrezig Institute, thank you very much. And there he is. Dear Venerable Tenzin, how are you?
Good morning, Venerable
Good
Damchala.
morning. Lovely to
You're
see
up
you again.
You're up bright and early, or still up late?
Yeah,
and
well,
early?
I haven't decided yet whether I'm still up or whether I'm up early.
Well, you got an hour to get some rest, I suppose.
Well, you know, it's quite nice. I had a few days off, so.
But was it 3 a.m.? Is it?
What is it now? Yes, coming up 3.
Yeah, even
Yes.
in Leeds, it's
Yes,
3 a.m.
It even in Leeds, it's 3 a.m. I mean, the beautiful thing is, you know, we have the storm hopefully an hour out of the way,
Oh, yeah, that's
and
right.
you know, but again, you know, we think about it, you know, it's such a one-off. Well, not such a one-off event, but if you think about it, if we were to live in what is it, Tornado Alley, isn't it, in the States? You know, what is it? It's sort of Oklahoma and all those places where every year you got tons of tornadoes flying by, and you know, you rebuild your life every 5 minutes. Or you live in other parts of the world. It's like, I mean, I saw some footage of people still going in the sea swimming. You go like, why? Why do you have to take this chance? But there you go. You know, it is what it is. But I think we were quite lucky here in Leeds. But I've seen footage of the O2, part of the roof blown off.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
A friend of mine had a garden fence blown over. So there you go. I mean, it could be worse, you know.
Yeah.
You can always rebuild these things, you know, put a fence back up. So, but no, lovely to see you.
Nice to see you.
I see you in an hour.
See you in an hour, yeah. Hope you can get some rest. Okay.
Oh, well, take care, bye-bye.
All right. Hi, Aldo. Good evening. Nice to see you. Okay. And good evening to everyone. Still continuing on. And thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute for supporting all of this, enabling this us, even though for those like myself that struggle to even get onto Zoom, nevertheless we can connect for this period of 24 hours every week and be able to connect with our brothers and sisters around the world, and also with great joy in the knowledge that we're following the advice and the wishes of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, how we can bring benefit, offer benefit in the world, and also particularly to Venerable Damchala, who leading a lovely session, and also for his great every week great effort in scheduling us all and encouraging us with his inspiring words to make sure that we have this 24-hour period offered from IMI, nuns and monks, to support the world. So what an incredible opportunity that we have right now to come together. And we do so, no doubt, we have our personal motivation and inspirations for taking time wherever we are, whether it's day or night, to come together and spend our time in this way. A common connection for all of us, no matter what personal motivation and inspiration we have, is that we want to use this time in a meaningful way, for there to be benefit within one's own mind, and to offer through prayers and meditation, visualization, mantra recitation, and dedication, to offer positive energy into the world. That in any way possible we can support healing of body and mind. So with this focus, we can remind ourselves that a vital platform, foundation for bringing benefit, for effectively engaging in this practice, is to invite and foster a calm mind, and as we do so, we can benefit from holding some gentle awareness that our minds move, our thoughts come and go, our minds think. And so it's not so much that the thoughts of other times or other places come into the mind, but rather we can focus on just letting them go and not following them, but rather to continue to bring our attention back to the practice that we're doing. And on this more stable foundation, we can then enhance the impact of our practice by generating, creating, and deepening an altruistic motivation, one that is heartfelt and where the focus of our love and compassion, our wish to benefit, is as wide as we can consider, as all-encompassing as possible. And just as with all states of mind, this sense of altruistic intention is a state of mind that we build on causes and conditions, different thoughts that we can bring to mind to help deepen this experience. The more that we consider the difficulties experienced in the world, disease, wars, conflict, fear, aggression, natural disasters being experienced in different parts of the world, disharmony, lack of resources, and the more that we can connect with our hearts to these suffering experiences being felt constantly around the world, the more we can connect with this level of suffering, the more our hearts can open and generate an aspiration, an inspiration to try to benefit in any way that we can. And even in this world, when we think of those that ourselves and others, when we meet with enjoyable experiences, happiness, resources, good relationships, experiences that we would label as happiness and good, positive. And yet we can see that even these positive experiences, they don't last. And so often, by the way that we try to hold on to these experiences, we end up experiencing some mental discomfort, distress, unhappiness. So even the happiness and positive experiences we have are so fleeting. And no matter how much we try to hold on to them, we're not able to. And we so often suffer because of that. And then when we look even more deeply within the minds of living beings, we see how so much of our experience through the day, our minds are pulled this way and that, wanting something different, not wanting what we have in front of us. And when we investigate even further, we can see that the root of this is a mind that is preoccupied so often with our own experience, with our own happiness and comfort, and acquiring things that we want and trying to get rid of things that we don't want. And the more that there's this preoccupation with our own experience, the more we end up suffering. The more agitated the mind becomes in various ways, different flavors of frustration, irritation, attachment, fear, worry, holding grudges, getting angry. All the different states of mind that we would like to not experience arise because of a preoccupation with our own happiness at the expense of others. So we see how this really is the root of our problems, and how so many in this world are not aware of this dynamic, and so we go around and around, not achieving the happiness that we seek, experiencing the distress that we would rather not have. So as well as considering these different levels of distress, of pain, of suffering, of difficulty that are being experienced by our brothers and sisters all over the world, when we also reflect and recognize, acknowledge, understand the similarity that we share with all humans, all living beings, that we all want happiness, good things, positive experiences, and none of us wants any kind of suffering, even the slightest. And myself, I'm just one single living being, and others are infinite. So to focus only on my wanting happiness and not wanting suffering, it doesn't really make sense. And in fact, it's the cause and root of suffering that I experience. So by reflecting on this connection that we share with all living beings, brothers and sisters, that we all want the same thing, and yet we're all suffering, we can deepen and widen our wish to bring benefit in the world. And the more we deepen this wish to benefit others, the more that we can start to investigate what would really help. And as well as helping to relieve sickness and poverty, discomfort, wars, famines, environmental problems, conflict. If we could also help others by helping them come to understand how their minds are the creator of all their suffering and all their happiness, this would be able to offer a much deeper benefit. And in order to offer this level of benefit, we need to understand it clearly and deeply ourselves. And then we consider who would be able to benefit, explain these ideas perfectly. How could I come to benefit others more deeply by being able to explain how the mind works? Well, if I understood and realized the nature of the mind myself, this would be possible. And if we develop all the qualities of the mind and purify, transform all the negativities, all the mistaken ways of thinking and engaging in the world, then this fully developed, fully cleansed mind of enlightenment, then we'd be able to help others perfectly, no mistake. Great joy, great enthusiasm, for as long as it takes. So, even though this is a lofty goal, and we may have only a vague idea of what this even means or what it takes to get there, even to bring this to mind as a motivation can deeply enhance the impact of any practice or prayers or any activity that we do. So it can bring benefit right now in how much we're able to benefit. When we hold a motivation of bodhicitta, wishing to become enlightened, to benefit all living beings, any activity that we do is transformed and is more powerful, more effective. So in this way, bodhicitta becomes more precious than even our best friends, our parents, any wealth. It's a means for incredible transformation and the means to benefit. So with this motivation, then we can imagine seated around ourselves are all living beings, our mother on our left side, and our father of the side on our right side. Around us, all our loved ones, friends, those who we have close connection with. And sitting in front of us, we can invite someone perhaps that we have some conflict with, who offer us, by their presence, the most incredible, precious opportunity to love them nonetheless. And then surrounding us, all living beings. And in the space in front, we can bring to mind all the loving kindness, compassion, and wisdom energy of the enlightened beings. And we can shape this enlightened energy into the form of Guru Chenrezig, a light body made of light, white in color, youthful, smiling, sweetly, gently, encouragingly towards us and towards all living beings. And then together with all living beings around us, we can recite together. The prayer, the foundation of all good qualities, which contains points of the path to enlightenment. So every time we read it, we plant imprints in the mind to realize, to understand and realize all these points. The foundation of all good qualities is the kind and perfect pure Guru. Correct devotion to him is the root of the path. By clearly seeing this and applying great effort, please bless me to rely upon him with great respect. And we can visualize that light and nectar comes from Guru Chenrezig, inspiring our minds and the minds of all living beings in the meaning of this verse. Understanding that the precious freedom of this rebirth is found only once is greatly meaningful and is difficult to find again. Please bless me to generate the mind that unceasingly, day and night, takes its essence. This life is as impermanent as a water bubble. Remember how quickly it decays and death comes. After death, just like a shadow follows the body, the results of black and white karma follow. Finding firm and definite conviction in this, please bless me always to be careful to abandon even the slightest negativities and accomplish all virtuous deeds. Seeking samsaric pleasures is the door to all suffering. They are uncertain and cannot be relied upon. Recognizing these shortcomings, please bless me to generate the strong wish for the bliss of liberation. Led by this pure thought, mindfulness, alertness, and great caution arise. The root of the teachings is keeping the pratimoksha vows. Please bless me to accomplish this essential practice. Just as I have fallen into the sea of samsara, so have all mother migratory beings. Please bless me to see this, train in supreme bodhicitta, and bear the responsibility of freeing migratory beings. Even if I develop bodhicitta, but I don't practice the 3 types of morality, I will not achieve enlightenment. With my clear recognition of this, please bless me to practice the bodhisattva vows with great energy. Once I've pacified distractions to wrong objects and correctly analyzed the meaning of reality, please bless me to generate quickly within my mind stream the unified path of calm abiding and special insight. Having become a pure vessel by training in the general path, please bless me to enter the holy gateway of the fortunate ones, the supreme Vajravega. At that time, the basis of accomplishing the 2 attainments is keeping pure vows and samaya. As I have become firmly convinced of this, please bless me to protect these vows and pledges like my life. Then, having realized the importance of the 2 stages, the essence of the Vajrayana, by practicing with great energy, never giving up before sessions, please bless me to realize the teachings of the Holy Guru. Like that, may the gurus who show the noble path and the spiritual friends who practice it have long lives. Please bless me to pacify completely all outer and inner hindrances. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities of the stages and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. So now with our minds inspired by this prayer, this motivation, now we can take refuge with the verses of this verse from the prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So, pausing a moment to reflect and deepen this mind of refuge. Just as throughout the day, we constantly take refuge to solve problems, to seek change. So too, when we recognize the situation we're in, how strongly influenced we are by thoughts and emotions that bring suffering in the mind, and how the root of all of this is a confusion about how we ourselves exist and others and the world around us, and how difficult it is to change, to maintain a positive state of mind. And yet that's really what we want for ourselves and for others. When we see what we want and how difficult it is to achieve and how difficult it is for change, then we start to develop a much stronger sense of refuge. What can and who can really help bring about this change that we all want? Well, just like anything in life, if we can find someone who has been to the place that we want to go, has achieved that which we want to achieve, that's a reliable source of refuge. And that's exactly what the enlightened beings have achieved. Fully purified their minds, developed all the qualities in the mind. And they've explained it to us. And there are those who are progressing along the path, who have some clear understanding and some deep experiences that can help guide us along. So when we take refuge in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha, this is what we can take refuge in. Teaching, teacher, and those that can help guide, help us understand the teachings. We can also consider how we can take refuge in one's own potential for enlightenment. One's own potential to actualize, to realize the teachings. One's own potential to also be a spiritual community and to help guide others along the way. So that ourselves and all beings can realize the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Because our minds are empty, this is how we can change. And bring about all the qualities of the enlightened mind. The potential for which are already present in the mind. So we can use this understanding to help inspire ourselves towards this change. And holding this motivation, we can then recite the mantra of Chenrezig, Guru Chenrezig. And as we recite this mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, we can visualize that light and nectar come from Guru Chenrezig. And the mantra at Guru Chenrezig's heart on a moon disk. And from this mantra, light rays and nectar radiates out towards ourselves and all living beings, and it fills our bodies and our minds and soothes any difficulties, disease, any kind of sickness, any difficulty, worry, emotional, physical, mental, any relationship problems. It soothes our body and our mind, and it develops all the qualities in the mind of love and compassion, wisdom, enthusiasm and joy. Mm. Mm. Now we can invite Guru Chenrezig to come and sit on the crown of our heads. And Guru Chenrezig, a replica of Guru Chenrezig, comes out, radiates out and sits on the crown of our heads and the heads of every single living being. And then we invite Guru Chenrezig to come and stay with us in our hearts. continue to inspire us towards developing love and compassion and wisdom. And Guru Chenrezig dissolves into light. And this light melts and dissolves into us. And we take a moment to feel the sense of oneness with all the qualities of enlightened body, speech, and mind. And as we look out around amongst all the sentient beings sitting around us, we see that they've also really developed all the qualities, purified their mind, and received the inspiration of Guru Chenrezig. You can think how wonderful. Although this is on the level of our meditation, how wonderful if we can continue to direct our life, to be inspired and enthused to bring us about, that we'll continue to practice until all living beings have achieved this enlightened state. And then to help deepen this motivation and to use all this positive energy to offer healing benefit in the world, we can recite the prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo 3 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, the results from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So then we can also recite this very beautiful verses of dedication by Shantideva. May all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with the mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness, and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then, may I too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. So, how wonderful that we've been able to spend this time together in reflecting on how to develop a a very positive, warm-hearted, open-hearted motivation. And then with this motivation, engage in some prayers and mantra recitation, some visualization, some meditation. So creating positive states of mind, positive energy. We're rejoicing in this opportunity that we've had. It expands this positive energy even more. And then we can think to collect it together with all the positive actions that we've done in the past and all those that we're going to do in the future. And we can gather it together with all the positive actions, the virtue that's being created by all other living beings, all the bodhisattvas, all the enlightened beings of the past, present, and future. And with this positive energy, vast like space, we can dedicate it, direct it towards that the most beautiful, precious mind of bodhicitta that has not yet been born, arise and grow. And may that which has been born not diminish, but increase more and more. And may the precious wisdom realizing emptiness that has not been born arise and grow. And may that which has been born not diminish, but increase more and more. And may the lives of our teachers, His Holiness Dalai Lama, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and all our precious teachers, so kind and so generous in guiding us on the path, may their lives be long and stable. May they remain and teach us until samsara ends. And may all their holy wishes and projects, their plans to bring benefit in this world, may they be actualized exactly as they envision, without a second's delay. And thank you all very much. Thank you very much again to Chenrezig for heroically supporting us all on this digital opportunity to connect. And Venerable Damcho, I hope you got some rest.
Well, yes,
Well,
I had. Yes, you take a little break, you have a nice drink, and then yes, you're back here. So the beautiful thing is, it's as you said, it's such a beautiful practice and opportunity each week that I find actually just being here quite restful. Do you know what I mean? Because it's a beautiful thing to be there with the community, with like-minded, doing these prayers and taking the energy that is being so kindly shared amongst everyone. So yeah, it's nice to be part of it. So yeah,
Well,
sleep can just
thank you very
distort that.
much.
No, thank you.
Yeah,
And
so
I
hope
love
you
that.
enjoyed
I'm always happy to hear Shantideva's prayer. So I'm picking up on that one, and lead on from Shantideva. So thank you very much, Venerable Tenzin. Lovely to have
care.
you, and hopefully see you next week. Take care of yourself. Bye bye.
Take care. Bye for now.
So that was our dear brother, Venerable Tenzin Dennison. He's a regular contributor, so always lovely to have him here. Such a gentle soul, as you probably have noticed. And it's really wonderful to have all these brothers and sisters giving their time so freely. So we do have half an hour. There's quite a few half-hour sessions. You probably noticed I'm doing, so no worry about that. It stops me talking too much. As you know, I can get carried away. So if we just take a moment and just reset our motivation. Take a few deep breaths. And continuing on from Shantideva's prayer that Tenzin just recited. There's a beautiful, may I be the doctor and the medicine, and may I be the nurse for all sick beings in the world until everyone is healed. When we think about this verse for a moment, we can all contribute. Maybe the doctor and the medicine and the nurse. And we do what we can to help others overcome their suffering. And there was a beautiful film called Patch Adams. I don't know if you have seen it, but it's Patch Adams is a real person who set up the Gesundheit Institute, and the part was played by Robin Williams. But there's a beautiful line at the end, and it says, "If you're going to fight a disease, let's fight the biggest disease of them all, indifference." If we look around in this world, there's so much indifference. We're so accustomed to suffering that we see around the world that we just shut our eyes and go like, whatever. Maybe not even with whatever, but we're just numbed by everything that's going on in this world. And from a compassionate point, we need to rediscover, what we can do to be the doctor, the medicine, and the nurse to help heal this world. And we have to also start healing ourselves in many ways. There's also been a beautiful song by Mercedes Sosa, Solo le pido a Dios, I only ask of God. And in that song, she says, I only ask that I'm not indifferent to suffering, that I'm not indifferent to injustice, that I'm not indifferent to war, that I'm not indifferent to deception, that I'm not indifferent about the future. We tend to think short term. We tend to think, well, as long as I make it through this week, I'll be all right. But our actions have consequences further down the line. If you want to reach enlightenment, we need to think long term. And I think the song is still so valid. And in these days, because suffering around the world has been great through the pandemic and other consequences, natural disasters, etc. There's been a lot of injustice and deception, within our political systems and geopolitics. The threat of military actions now in the Ukraine and other parts of the world. And sometimes it is easiest to say, well, I just cover my ears and close my eyes and I don't want to hear about it anymore. It's too bad, too much bad news going on. And that may also be true, that there's a lot of bad stuff happening in this world. But it's also up to us to make sure that which is good does not get extinguished, that we keep the flame going, that we rejoice in the early signs of spring, like when we're out after the winter time. We see the first snowdrops and crocuses break through the ground, giving us that hope, enjoying the sunshine, looking at all that's good and worth fighting for. Let's not be indifferent, let's be compassionate. If we visualize in the space in front of us, our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig, and those with the right initiations, please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize the deity in the space in front above the crown of your head. Anyone joining us from a different faith, just visualize the deity you most closely can associate with love and compassion for all beings. And anyone who's unhappy or uncomfortable with visualizing deities, just visualize a clear light and let that light be filled with love and compassion for all beings. Visualize how light radiates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions. And with the light entering the bodies of the beings to the crown of their heads, wherever they are, purifying light nectar is carried, filling their bodies with love and compassion and the purifying light, cleansing away all negative karma and delusions of past lifetimes. Feel how you're being cleansed yourself from all negativities. How the karmic weight is being lifted. How you can rejoice in just being free from suffering, delusions, not being governed by fear. When you look around, you can see all other sentient beings experiencing exactly the same bliss. We all wish to be happy and free from suffering and threat. And seeing this, we wish all other sentient beings to be happy. May happiness continue. And we call them to take refuge in the Guru. All sentient beings, my mothers who infant like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Guru Siddhams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infant like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Guru Siddhams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infant like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Guru Siddhams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having called upon Mother Sentient Beings to join us in taking refuge, the Guru is pleased that so many have answered the call. The Guru smiles, and as the Guru smiles, more and more purifying light nectar is being poured into us. More and more of our true nature, Buddha nature, is being revealed. We begin to glow from this radiant light and exchange ourselves with the Guru and all Mother Sentient Beings who likewise exchange themselves with the Guru and others. We become one collective light. We become one with the Guru, one with one another, shining brightly for those who are lost in the darkness as a beacon to guide them out of samsaric existence to liberation And like a searchlight, we pick out those who aimlessly wander in the darkness of samsara, that we may guide them out ourselves to the liberation stage. And looking at our mother sentient beings, we recognize that through the actions of our body, speech, and mind, represented by Om, we have created suffering for other beings and likewise to ourselves. But Om also represents the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the gurus, the pure state, the happy state, the meaningful state. But in order to transform to the holy aspect, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma, and combine those in Om. And as we recite the Mani mantra, keep on visualizing how you exchange yourself with the Guru and all mother sentient beings. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. And maybe also recite one round of Tara mantras to remove any obstacles that may arise as part of our practice, and to remove any obstacles that may arise for those who are sick to be reinstated to a state of good health and well-being, to remove any obstacles that may otherwise arise for those who are about to enter the body or have entered the body, to have swift transition in favor of rebirth, to move any obstacles that may arise for those who are experiencing hardships, to be given whatever resources necessary to overcome these hardships, be reinstated into a state of happiness that is free from suffering. Maybe also ask Mother Tower to move any obstacles for the long lives and well-beings for our precious gurus. May all the holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled, especially the ones of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. Tare tutare turesoa, 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 tare tutare turesoa. Tare tutare turesoa, tare tutare. Tare tutare turesoa, tare tutare. Tare tutare turesoa, tare tutare turesoa, tare tutare turesoa. Tare tutare turesoa, tare tutare turesoa, tare tutare. Tare tutare turesoa. We also recite the guardian mantras, Black Manjushri and Vajrayana. So we recite each mantra 7 times. So we start with Vajrayana. Vajaped Padmaswari Ped Nibishe Niganan Taita Sauri Tahana Hana Vajna Raksha Raksha So Vajaped Padmaswari Ped Nibishe Niganan Taita Sauri Tahana Hana Vajna Raksha Raksha So Vajaped Padmaswari Ped Nibishe Niganan Taita Sauri Tahana Raksha So Vajaped Padmaswari Ped Nibishe Niganan Taita Sauri Tahana Hana Vajna Raksha Om Vajapedum Padmaswari Penivishining Tata Sari Tahana Vajna Rakshaksuva. Om Vajapedum Padmaswari Penivishining Tata Sari Tahana Vajna Rakshaksuva. Om Vajapedum Padmaswari Penivishining Tata Sari Tahana Vajna Rakshaksuva. Black Manjushri. Tan chu chu su du tu su du mi su ninga la cha ka la cha kam sham tam pe pe su tan chu chu su du tu su du mi su ninga la cha ka la cha kam sham tam pe pe su tan chu chu su du tu su du mi su ninga la cha ka la cha kam sham tam pe pe su tan chu chu su du tu su du mi su ninga la cha ka la cha kam sham tam pe pe su tan chu chu su du tu su du mi su ninga la cha ka la cha kam sham tam pe pe su Ju ju su du du su du mi su ninga la cha ka la cha kam sham tam pe pe su ju ju su du du su du mi su ninga la cha ka la cha kam sham tam pe pe su. Okay, so we now recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. So time-wise. Yeah. Okay, we should be able to do 6 recitations. So if you think about each recitation for each of the 6 realms, to free the beings from suffering in each of those realms, may all those beings achieve enlightenment and break free from rebirth, death. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of grass, tunes, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May son of whose names there beings as though they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jews, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truths of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that tear the minds of sentient beings result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of grass, tunes, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May son of whose names there beings as though they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits and harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. The compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Akinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truths of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that tear the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, tunes, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May son of whose names therefore beings, as though they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truths of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that tear the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grass, tunes, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May son of whose names therefore beings, so that they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. With the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truths of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that tear the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as sounds of grass, tunes, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May son of whose names therefore beings, so they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits and harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truths of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One last time. Maybe really recite these prayers from the bottom of our hearts. May all those who are sick be reinstated to good health. May all those who have about to enter the bardo or have entered the bardo be reborn under favorable conditions. May the transitions be swift. May all those experiencing hardships be given whatever resources necessary to overcome those hardships and be reinstated to a state of happiness that is free of all suffering. May all the diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of class bitterness and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings they are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere son of whose name stands for beings as though they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that sadhana, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body mind have radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So, having recited the main prayers, may we now turn to dedications. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of our mother sentient beings. May our sentient beings be free from suffering and its causes. May they meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May I be the cause for them to achieve all this. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our brothers and sisters within the Sangha community, for keeping the flame of the Dharma alive by engaging in studies, giving teachings themselves, and preserving the teachings in many different ways. May they never be separated from the Dharma, virtuous friends. May we always share their company with us in our future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being for our precious brothers and sisters in the lay community who, through their kind actions, by giving their time, expertise, and financial support so freely, ensure that Dharma centers, monasteries, and projects can be realized and flourish. May they never be separated from the Dharma, virtuous friends. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our gurus who, if they haven't done so, may achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we particularly dedicate to the long life and well-being of our precious Guru, His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. May all his holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May he live long and healthy lives. May we continue to be guided by his wisdom and compassion in this and our future lifetimes. May we also dedicate to the long life and well-being of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who has kindly tasked us with these prayers to benefit our mother sentient beings and has brought together the community of Sangha on a much deeper level. May the connections last beyond this lifetime and may continue to cooperate as a Sangha community in future lifetimes. Due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of Bodhichitta that has not arisen, arise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and numberless Indian beings, may all war, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, wind be pacified immediately. May perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. The long life prayers for His Holiness Lama Zopa. Gangri Rawe Kwe Shingam Dia Pendang Beva Maru Jungwe Ne Chenrezig Tenzing Yatsu Yi Shape Site Padu. Thank you, Ho Chi. Tu tu chang jing yam gan ge wei ten jing gan pe wei gun zu du fu zi chok sun ke wei le gun tu zhu pa dak sok tu je gun du shop ten shou. Thank you very much, everyone who joined me in this session. Thank you very much for the continued support of Chenrezig Institute. And I'm not seen in a long time and handover. Well, we haven't had handover in a while, should I say. As dear brother Venerable Tempa, how are you? Lovely to see you. Deshidele. You keeping well?
Yeah, I'm keeping very well, thank you. And how about you?
Yes, not too bad at all. Enjoying Leeds. And
you're in Leeds?
I'm in Leeds now. Yes, I'm SPC at Jamming Leeds.
You're not getting blown away, are you?
No, actually, I mean, there was a little bit of blowout there, wind and rain. You go like, okay, but I think we escaped the worst. Here, a friend had her fence blown down south, and and the O2 had a roof taken off. Yeah. So there have been a few things happening, but there you go. I think we must count our blessings that in many ways, compared to other parts of the world, the UK is getting away lightly. You know what I mean? No earthquakes, no tornadoes and things like that on a regular basis. So we're quite fortunate. But there you go.
But
yes, yes, it's the big bad wolf, isn't it? A huff and a puff and a blow this house down. Lovely to see you. Hey?
Test out all those fences, see which fences are needing replaced or not.
Yes, that's true. I mean, the DIY shops will be happy after this weekend, I guess.
Yeah.
It goes ka-ching, doesn't it? But what's the situation like at Kapan? And are you all COVID free? Are you happy there?
Things are good here. We just had a vaccination program in the monastery yesterday with all those that took the Johnson vaccine last year. They got their booster yesterday.
Oh, excellent.
The youngsters have had their double dose up until the age of 12. So so yeah, still waiting for those little ones. But
the little ones, oh bless them. But at least it's
going in the right direction. Yeah. We're still here, and we finished our exams pretty much. So
yes,
just memorization exam tomorrow, and then we're all done.
Are you happy with the outcome?
Oh yeah.
Good man.
It's been a productive year, and there's been some success.
Well,
across the board.
That's all you can ask for.
Yeah.
But anyway, I better let you crack on because for only that short slot.
Take care.
Lovely to see you. Look after yourself. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Damsho, for all your efforts to keep us running and keep us.
Thank you, Damsho. Thank you to this prayer together.
Yeah, thank you for Damsho for coordinating everything, keeping us all motivated and locked in to those slots. It's great that I'm able to join today. I apologize that I haven't been regular, but just to my own studies and schedules, it's very difficult to do. So we're here at the advice of Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche to carry through this prayerathon. The great Master Thangtong Gyalpo's blessed prayer to liberate suffering from disease in order to pacify the impacts of the pandemic, which hopefully depends, I guess, how people look at it. But it seems that the pandemic is subsiding a little bit, and its impact is lessening. So we should feel encouraged. That's manifesting at the moment. So that's really positive. And yeah, we should just rejoice that we're still here, that we've survived the pandemic thus far. and many haven't. So we have this opportunity with this precious human life to benefit those who have passed away, or those who have suffered great losses. We have this precious opportunity to dedicate for them, those who don't have the conditions to practice, and also the inclination to practice and to generate merits. So yeah, we should rejoice, and we take this precious opportunity and be encouraged by and advised by the precious Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Yeah, and we think that we're dedicating this all for all the noble ascended beings, not just those of this world, but all those in other realms, and other parts of the universe and other universes, which are numberless. And so with that, we take refuge. I will share my screen, which has the texts. So first, we recite the motivation and refuge lines from the text. Let's try and... So the all-sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite light space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. We're going for refuge to all those those objects of refuge who are all embodied in our precious Guru. We visualize in the space before us. In the aspect of Guru Shakyamuni Buddha. And we know that he is really pleased and satiated by our refuge. And in order to strengthen our selfless attitude, in order to engage in this practice and get the true benefits and pure benefits, it's pure Dharma, by renouncing our self-cherishing attitude, we recite these lines by the great Sutrathon, by the great Langre Tampa, the 8 verses of thought transformation. So we recite each verse and just pause to reflect on its meaning and generate the aspiration to achieve that. Determined to obtain the greatest possible benefit from all sentient beings who are more precious than a wish fulfilling jewel, I shall hold them as dear at all times. Whoever I am and whomever I am with, I shall always consider myself the lowest of all, and from the depth of my heart hold others most dear and supreme. Vigilant the moment a delusion appears in my mind, endangering myself and others, I shall confront and avert it without delay. Whenever I see beings who are wicked in nature and overwhelmed by violent negative actions and suffering, I shall hold such rare ones dear as if I had found a precious treasure. When out of envy others mistreat me with abuse, insults, or the like, I shall accept defeat and offer the victory to others. When someone whom I have benefited and in whom I have great hopes gives me terrible harm, I shall regard that person as my holy guru. In short, both directly and indirectly do I offer my every happiness and benefit to all my mothers. I shall secretly take upon myself all their harmful actions and sufferings. Undefiled by the stains of the superstitions of the 8 worldly concerns, may I, by perceiving all phenomena as illusory, be released from the bondage of attachment. And think that having transformed one's mind in this way, relinquishing the self-cherishing mind and embracing all others as more dear and more important than oneself, a holy guru arises in the space before us in the aspect of Guru Chenrezig, standing upon a variegated lotus and moon. From the seed syllable Shri, using standing form, and is the nature of pure white light, beautiful, radiant. He has 11 faces. His principal central face is pure white, beautiful, and radiant. The right face is green, the left is red. Above those, the central face is red. The central face is green, the right is red, and the left is white. Above those, the central face is red, the right is white, and the left green. They each have long, narrow eyes and smiling expressions. And above those is a black, wrathful face of Mahakala with 3 bulging eyes, wrathful wrinkles, and barred fangs. He has orange, flashing hair, standing upright, and upon his crown is the red, peaceful face of Guru Amitabha, who gazes down upon oneself and all sentient beings surrounding us, infinite light space, with great endearing loving kindness and compassion. Guru Chenrezig's first 2 hands are folded at his heart, holding a wish fulfilling jewel, and his second right hand holds a crystal rosary. The third right hand is extended downwards, granting sublime realizations, and the 4th right hand holds a Dharma chakra. On his left side, his second left hand holds a golden lotus with a stem. The third left hand holds a bumpa, a water vessel. And the 4th left hand holds a bow and arrow. His remaining 992 hands are in the mudra of granting sublime realizations, extended in all directions. In the palm of each hand is the eye of a Buddha, which represent 1,000 Buddhas of this fortunate eon, gazing down upon sentient beings with protection from all suffering. And upon his brow, he is adorned with celestial silks and precious ornaments. And upon the brow, or the crown of his head, of the principal central face, is the white syllable Om. At his throat is the red syllable R, and at his heart is the blue syllable Horn. Chenrezig's heart is also the seed syllable Shri, which stands upon a moon mandala, and from that pure white light rays radiate outwards in all directions. And on the tip of each ray of light is the great compassionate one in replica, descending to the crown of each sentient being, and from them the pure white light descends into the crowns of their heads and through their central channels, purifying all negativities, obscurations, and delusions. And while we maintain that visualization, we recite the 6-syllable mantra of Chenrezig, Mani Padme Hum. And we just maintain that visualization first of the pure white light passing through our own central channel, purifying our own negativities, obscurations, and delusions. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Om Mani, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani, 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 Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Now with the second Mantra recitation of the mantra, we can focus on the visualization of that light passing down through the crowns of each sentient being and purifying all their negativities, obscurations, and delusions. We can visualize that the white light passes out through our own heart and goes out to all sentient beings in the same way, intensifying that purification of the sentient beings. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Now with the third Mantra recitation of the mantra, we visualize that light emitting from the tree at Chenrezig's heart separates into multicolored light rays, which then pass down into the crowns of the sentient beings, granting them sublime realizations of the graduated path to enlightenment, so that all sentient beings achieve the state of Buddhahood and become Chenrezig themselves. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. And then generate a sense that all beings have entered the state of Chenrezig, and all is in that state of completely pure compassion. And from that state arises an aspect of the great Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. In order to benefit the sentient beings of this world, when we recite the blessed prayer known as the great insecticides disease, may all the diseases that sap the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Graha Buddha and Graha spirits, illnesses, and the Bhuttas that occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher-leading animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant that occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be harmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be harmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three rays of blind ones, by the power of the Dakinis, the protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. I apologize, I haven't shared my screen properly. So now we have time to recite the other prayers by the great Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. So secondly, there's the request to pacify the fear of famine. So we think in particular of all those beings that experience famine at the moment and starvation, particularly in Ethiopia and Yemen and other places, Afghanistan and other parts of the world. We dedicate in particular to those having generated the mind aspiring to the highest supreme enlightenment in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, using the compassionate victorious one, completed the two accumulations, the assemblies of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, heroes, Prateka Buddhas, Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians of the 10 directions, Yakshi wealth gods, the lords of treasures, along with your retinue. Think of these protectorless living beings of the degenerate times with love, and then in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall of rain, whatever attractive enjoyments are needed. Jewels, food, wealth, grains, bedding, and so forth, and this land's full of snows. Please pacify the harms of the four elements, untimely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth. And may nourishing grain from crops, harvest, and so forth, ripen and increase like the dew during the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties, force of love and compassion, may the eon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life with fullness. Through the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, and the force of the infallible truth of cause and effect, may the teaching of the victorious ones spread and increase, and all living beings who attain highest enlightenment. And then the third prayer by the great Master Thangtong Gyalpo of this group of three. This one to the words of truth, pacify the danger of weapons. So we think all conflicts and wars be ended immediately. We dedicate for that, in particular any tense situations around the world at the moment. We focus a dedication for those O Mani Padme Hung, the great loving victorious one, Arya, sublime, passionate looking one, wrathful, victorious, high grievous, perfect, Tara, and so forth. Objects of refuge, whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon their hearing, who are compassionate in nature. Please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings at the time of quarreling and of the flourishing of the 5 degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering from the explosion of the great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall the great rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by the recognizing each other as being like parents, through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who by entering someone's mental continuum change it instantly into the mind of an Asura from now on, they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma and the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause of those who are born and die to have long lives, not have sicknesses, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy life of 10 virtues. Please make rain fall at the right time, harvest always the good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants by the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, and the unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mindset of deity, and rare sublime ones. May my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. And then we dedicate with the prayer from Shantideva's Bodhichaya Vitara. If I can find it. I've gone to totally the wrong place. No beings everywhere plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain the notion of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creatures suffer commits evil or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled, of the mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms, the deaf hear sounds, may those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains, a bountiful harvest. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments and whatever diseases there are in the world. May they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, those men be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain, until then may I too remain to dispel the sufferings of transmigratory beings. We dedicate all these merits that we have, any merits that we have generated in the session, in the previous sessions, subsequent sessions, all those other numerous merits of the 3 times, by ourselves, by others, by all the higher beings, bodhisattvas, gurus, and buddhas. With all the past, present, future merits, collected by me, the numberless buddhas, bodhisattvas, and numberless sentient beings who exist in your name. May the I which exists in your name quickly achieve that enlightenment which exists in your name. Lead all sentient beings who exist in your name to that enlightened state which exists in your name, by myself alone who exists in your name. And dedicate for the long, healthy, and stable life of our precious gurus. Let all their holy wishes be spontaneously and swiftly fulfilled. Firstly, for His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama in particular, incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish granting, wish fulfilling jewel source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. May you have a long life, and may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Likewise, for Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading the Juna's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers, honoring the 3 rare sublime ones, savor of myself and others your disciples, please live long. And rejoice in one's practice, and for everyone else who's engaged in this prayerathon, thank you very much. And thank you to Venerable Cho Ying, my ordination sister.
Hello, my ordination brother. So lovely to see you. Although you're still in full.
Yeah, what a nice time. Huh?
You're still in full screen, so it's hard to see.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. I always forget that.
There we are.
What a nice surprise.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not in my usual time slot. So
where are you?
This is Institute Lama Tsongkhapa's library.
Oh, wow, you've made it there. That's
yeah.
Everything well?
Yeah, everything's great. How about you?
Yeah, very well.
Yeah, I saw you've been helping the young monks who are getting ordained. So sweet.
Yeah, it's been a very busy past few months. Now we just had exams.
Mm-hmm.
So yesterday I had my debate exam. So that was terrifying, but it went quite well.
Oh, that's so awesome. There's nothing, I think there's nothing that pleases our gurus more to hear that we're studying and debating.
Yeah. Well, what about you? Are you continuing to do, are you doing the master's program? Or?
Yeah, that we'll be doing some pre-studies this year and then master's starts next year. But
okay.
My second year of debate class has started, so.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Very happy about that.
Our freshers year is finished.
What's that?
I was thinking this morning I finished, it's kind of like freshers year, yeah? First year.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny to be going through these things at this age.
Yeah. So now holiday is coming very soon. Just have a memorization exam tomorrow, and then we wrapped up all the exams, so that'll be good. Yeah,
amazing.
Cool. Well, yeah, we'll have to catch up properly sometime during those afternoons.
Sounds lovely.
But yeah, you take care for now and have a wonderful session.
Thank you, and you stay well and keep studying, and I keep rejoicing.
Thank you.
Take care. Bye.
Bye, everyone.
So welcome to anyone who is joining, whether you're live or on YouTube. We're going to be doing a half-hour session of the Vajra speech of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. And as I'm sure you all know, we are gathered here because this practice is what Lama Zopa Rinpoche has seen is the most beneficial in order to help to end the causes of the sufferings that the world have been experiencing because of COVID. And of course, this practice is powerful for any type of disease. So we can keep in our hearts that may all sentient beings be free of disease, and know that because we're following perfect advice and we're coming to this practice with a sense of compassion, that we know how much suffering that people have been going through around the world. Now it's been more than a year that we've been going through these lockdowns and vaccines and wearing masks, and people still getting sick and dying. So many sufferings that have happened. All of the people who in the healthcare systems who are just absolutely worn out after dealing with this emergency for so long, and who maybe are losing heart. So we have seen so much suffering. And so we can bring that suffering to mind, because it's not like you're just reading about all this terrible news in the newspaper and getting depressed. We're actually doing something to help. And so then we don't have that sense of sort of hopelessness. We can have this confidence because we have a karmic view. And so while we can't be a doctor who goes around and cures every single person of however many billion people are still on this earth, we can say these prayers because we realize that karma is the true cause of illness and suffering. And so we're really rooting out the karmic causes. So right from the root. And so it's a very different view, but it's according to the Buddha, the natural law of how things work. So the virus is just a condition, a cooperative condition, whereas the true cause is coming from our past negative actions. So keeping that in mind, take just a moment to take a few nice deep breaths and just make sure that you're settled into your posture with a nice straight back. And I'm going to share my screen so that you can see an image of Buddha Chenrezig and the text. And then we'll say the motivation and going for refuge 3 times. And so really feel like either Shakyamuni Buddha or Thousand Armed Chenrezig is really here with you. And if you don't have a very strong visualization of the merit field, just the one figure, or even just the light representing that figure, and thinking that all the Buddhas are one, who are also one with your guru. And think that you are surrounded by all sentient beings. It's good to visualize them in human form. And they stretch out around you to infinity. There's so many, you just can't even conceive of how big a number. And as you say this motivation prayer, you're saying it with all sentient beings on their behalf. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. And we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And so thinking of Thousand Armed Chenrezig, specifically in front of you. This is a method of Thousand Armed Chenrezig to relieve all sentient beings from their illness. And so we request the help of Thousand Armed Chenrezig to purify all sentient beings of all their negative actions, and especially the causes related to sufferings of COVID. And as we say the mantra of Chenrezig, from his heart, beams of light shine out, spread out, and enter the crowns of all sentient beings, including yourself. Filling all of our bodies. And as the light hits the heart chakra and fills the body, it completely purifies all negativities of body and mind. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om 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 Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. And so still holding that visualization as best you can of Thousand Armed Chenrezig purifying, all sentient beings, sending out these beautiful light rays, blissful, filling all our bodies, purifying all that negative karma. We'll say the actual prayer 3 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Excuse me. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And so think that all of our prayers have been successful. All sentient beings are now completely purified. And Buddha Chenrezig is so pleased. He comes to the crown of your head, turns to face the same direction as you, melts into light, and absorbs into you through the crown of your head, merging with you so that your mind, Chenrezig's mind, and the Guru's mind are all in union oneness, abiding in a state that realizes that all phenomena are empty of inherent existence. And so just for a few minutes, rest in that space-like emptiness. And then we, out of that space of emptiness, we dedicate to actualize bodhicitta. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. And to realize emptiness, samsara nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect independent arising or unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. And for the sick, however many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again. And then we seal the merits with emptiness. And Lama Zopa Rinpoche recommends we do this at the end of all of our practices, at the end of the day especially. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. And then we'll dedicate for the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind Supreme Tenzin Gyatso. May you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And then rejoice in all of the efforts that you made, and all of the efforts of all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, all the precious gurus, all of the Dharma activities of all of our Sangha and sentient beings. Amazing. And I turn it over to Venerable Dancho.
Venerable Ching, lovely to see you again. How are you?
Lovely to see you too. I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Yes, I'm impressed by your library background.
This is the Library of Institute Lama Tsongkhapa.
Have you read them all yet?
Not yet, no. And not these because
Another
they're
cup?
in Italian too. So
No, well, you never know. You might be multilingual.
I'm working on it, but not yet. Ciao.
How are you settling in?
Good. Yeah.
You enjoying the food, the weather, and the company?
Oh yeah, it's quite a change from Nepal.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's a bit more familiar probably.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I think they do have the odd rumble in the ground. So hopefully, it reminds you a little bit of Nepal.
Yeah, right.
Look after yourself. Always lovely to see you.
Thank you.
And have a
Take
lovely
care.
day ahead of you.
And thank you for
All
all
right.
of the work you're doing organizing this and making it happen.
Thank you for being there. That's the important thing. You can organize what you like. If nobody turns up, it's quite a complicated task then. So thank you very much for
Take care.
continuing to be so supportive of Rinpoche's wishes and making my job so much easier. Thank you very much.
Lovely.
Oh, bless you all. All right. Take care, Venerable.
Thank you too.
Good morning, everyone. That was dear Sister Venerable showing, as you heard from Thangtong Gyalpo Institute, always a smiley face. I don't think I recall her ever being not cheerful. So, and it's always great. And thank you very much for everyone who has been supportive throughout. I know Aldo has been here for hours. Gosh, you really must like this. Well done, Aldo. Thank you for that really, ongoing support. And now we have a few others out on YouTube. Jeannie, Anne, Fernando, Sarah, and many others. So thank you very much for all your kindness and wonderful support throughout. And thank you very much, of course, to Chenrezig Institute for continuing to be such great hosts. And again, these prayers to reach so many of you are only possible because we have a wonderful, wonderful tech team who make sure that no matter where we are in this world, we can reach out through the medium of Zoom and YouTube to you all. So thank you very much to Margot and her team for making sure that everything is working fine. And of course, all the wonderful people in the background who support the people in the background, like office staff and those who bring them cups of teas and, food and put all the, tech into the ground and make sure that we have that as well. So it's not just always what we immediately see, but it's the wider scope. So thank you very much to each and every one of you. And on that note, again, let's just take a moment to take a breath or two to bring the focus back in. Okay, and in the scheme of things, let's start with the 4 verses from the King of Prayers to outline our reason for being here. At least for me, these are very focusing verses because to me they encapsulate the essence, but somebody else might have different verses that speak to them. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wonders and some sorrow to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor, never displeased, an excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless is the end of space. Likewise, limitless are living beings, thus limitless are common afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. So how can we be of benefit to other sentient beings? We're just one, and maybe our resources are so limited. Well, that's where the 3 levels of motivation come in really handy. If you read them for what they are, we can also read and see that there's this little precursor in there that allows for our abilities, our understanding, and our resources, so that we don't have to feel that we have to be always full on, burn ourselves out, or make promises that we can't keep. Today, in the here and now, while I'm alive, as much as possible, to the very best of my ability, according to the level of my training and skill, which is all I can offer right now, I will not harm other beings with the actions of my body, speech, and mind. Today, as much as possible, I will benefit beings in whatever way I can. And that can be just a smile and acknowledgement, to open a door for someone, pick something up for someone, check in on your neighbors, particularly where there have been bad weathers, like we had right now in the UK. Are they frightened? Are they distraught? Are they sick? Today, as much as possible, I will generate bodhicitta. May all the actions of my body, speech, and mind be imbued with this profound motivation. What we can see here is the essence that, and the emphasis that is being placed on body, speech, and mind. It is through the actions of body, speech, and mind that we have created harm to others and ourselves. But it's also through the actions of our body, speech, and mind that we can heal, bring about change, bring the compassion, develop compassion, and be of service. And we wish to be of service if we want to change our own fortunes. If you visualize in the space in front of us our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig, visualize that light of, from the Guru's body emanates in all 10 directions, and each light beam finding one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings wherever they are, filling them with love and compassion and purifying light nectar, and removing all negative karma and delusions of the mind. Atom by atom, we're being filled with this loving light. And all karmic grime, stains, tastes, and smells are being removed, like a thorough deep clean, having the weight of past lifetimes lifted from our shoulders. We can move freely, we can stretch, we can walk tall again. And looking around, we can see our mother sentient beings experiencing exactly the same bliss. And we enjoy that mother sentient beings can be free of suffering. And we call upon them to join us in taking refuge in the Guru. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having called upon all Mother Sentient beings to join us in taking refuge, the Guru is pleased that so many have answered the call. And the Guru smiles, and as the Guru smiles, more and more of the purifying light nectar is poured into us and intensifies. And we begin to glow atom by atom, being filled with that radiant light of pure light, revealing more and more of our true nature, Buddha nature. And we begin to radiate light back to the Guru and all Mother Sentient beings. We all become one with the Guru, become one with one another. We become one mind stream of love and compassion, and one bright beacon of compassionate light, shining for those who are lost in the darkness so they may find their way out of samsaric existence. And like a searchlight, we pick out those who are aimlessly wandering in samsara, so that we may ourselves step in and guide them to salvation, liberation. Before we recite the morning mantra, let's remember that we wish all Mother Sentient beings to be free, free from suffering, free from sicknesses and diseases. May all Mother Sentient beings who are about to enter the body have entered the body of swift transition and favor of rebirth. May those experiencing hardships be given whatever resources necessary to overcome these hardships and reinstate themselves into a state of happiness that is free of all suffering. And again, remember the emphasis of body, speech, and mind and the suffering that has been caused through it. Om represents body, speech, and mind, both in its defiled form, our current form, but also the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Gurus. But in order to transform, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, mind, and pattern, and combine those in Om. And once combined, and we have reached the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind, we can continuously and effortlessly be of benefit to all Mother Sentient beings, non-stop, all the time, enjoying to be of benefit to Mother Sentient beings. So we combine we open the manis with the praises to the Sublime Chenrezig. This time we just read the praises through, and then we recite mani mantras. And the praise to the Sublime Chenrezig will recall by Thangtong Gyalpo from a previous life when he was the monk Pema Kapo, who recited this prayer for 60 years whilst doing Nungme between the ages of 20 and 80. I pray to you, Lama Chenrezig. I pray to you, Yiram Chenrezig. I pray to you, Most Sublime Chenrezig. I pray to you, Great Refuge and Protector Chenrezig. To you I pray, Loving Protector Chenrezig. Please hold us with your compassion and compassionate Buddha for all beings who have been wandering countless numbers of times in endless samsara and who endure unbearable torments. There is no other refuge than you, Great Protector. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of hatred, one is born in the hells. May all beings who endure the tortures of heat and cold be reborn in your presence, great symbol of perfection. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of avarice, one is born in the realm of craving spirits. May all beings who endure the tortures of starvation and thirst be reborn in your presence in the perfect pure land of the Potala. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of ignorance, one is born as an animal. May all beings afflicted by the suffering of stupidity and dullness be reborn in your presence, O Protector. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of desire, one is born in the realm of men. May all beings who endure the pains due to excessive activity and constant frustration be reborn in the perfect pure land of devotion. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning this time under the influence of jealousy, one is born in the realm of the jealous demigods. May all beings who endure the pains of fighting and quarreling be reborn in the pure lands of the Potala. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning this time, under the influence of pride, one is born in the realm of the gods. May all beings who undergo the suffering of transmigration and fall be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. Throughout all my existence, may I, by deeds like those of Chenrezig, also liberate beings in impure places and spread this supreme sound of the six-syllable mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, throughout the 10 directions. By the power of thus praying to you, most sublime one, may all beings I will have to train pay the greatest of attention to karma, strive to act virtuously, and practice the Dharma for the sake of all beings. So as we about to recite the Mani Mantra, we do several rounds. Keep on visualizing how you exchange yourself with the Guru and all other sentient beings. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. So having acknowledged our faults of past lifetimes and having made the pledge to from now engage in wholesome activities whilst taking refuge and exchanging ourselves with the Guru and Mother Sentient beings and reciting many Mani mantras, may we visualize ourselves now as pure, to holding on to that pure state for at least the duration of these prayers. May we now recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo, liberating Sakya from disease. Again, let's remind ourselves while reciting these prayers. We're reciting these prayers originally due to the pandemic, but also to ensure that all sickness and pandemics and all sorts of forms of suffering are being destroyed. So can we make the deepest wish that all the sick may be restored to good health, may cures be found for all sicknesses and diseases and pandemics. May those who are about to enter the bar door, have entered the bar to have swift transition and a favorable rebirth. May all those experiencing hardships be given whatever resources are necessary for them to overcome these hardships and be reinstated to a place of happiness that is free of all suffering. It may be the cause for them to achieve all this. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass beards, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the missound of whose name is therefore beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that Hamsani, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, our protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass beards, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose name is therefore beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that Hamsani, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So one more time, really from the bottom of our heart. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass beards, illness, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names therefore beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that Hamsani, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So that concludes the main prayer. So may we now dedicate. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our precious brothers and sisters in the ordained Sangha, not just our own traditions, but all traditions, for keeping the flame of the Dharma alive preserving the teachings by engaging in studies, giving teachings themselves, and carrying out translations. May they all live long and healthy lives, never be separated from the teachings and virtuous friend and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we always enjoy the company in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our brothers and sisters in the lay community who, through their kind actions of giving their time, expertise, and financial support to Dharma centers, monasteries, and charitable projects, ensure that the Dharma is being preserved and available for teachings. May they live all long and healthy lives, never be separated from the community of Sangha and virtuous friends, always encounter the Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our precious gurus, who, if they haven't done so already, may achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible, and may all their holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May we in particular dedicate to the long life and well-being of Sonis the 14th Dalai Lama, a great beacon of love and compassion in these turbulent times. How lucky we are to be alive and in human forms, that we can listen to and access his teachings. May we continue to be guided by his love and wisdom in this and all future lifetimes. May all his holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may we soon be reunited with his people in Tibet in this lifetime. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of our precious Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who has tasked us with these precious prayers, and by doing so engaged us in deeper practices to benefit Mother Sending beings. He has brought together the global community of the IMI Sangha much closer. May we continue to build on these relationships that we have formed in this lifetime and future lifetimes, and continue to benefit Mother Sentient beings this way. Due to all the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of Bodhichitta that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and numberless Indian beings, may all war, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail around everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. The long life prayers for His Holiness Lama Zopa. Gangri Rawe Kewe Jinka Hamdi Pendang Dewa Malu Jungwen Chenrezig Tenzing Yatsui Shape Site Badu Thank you Hochi Tu Chang Jin Yam Gang Gawe Tenzing Gan Tawe Kunzo Do Po Chok Song Kewe Legmun Tudu Padak Sok Dulce Gundu Sham Ten Sho. Thank you very much, everyone who joined me in this session. Thank you very much for your continued support. We're heading into our completion of our 2nd year in a few months' time. So thank you very much for all the wonderful support on and offline that you've given us, to the wonderful Sangha and the tech team, and of course our dear director, who's waiting in the wings. Venerable Tenda, how are you, brother?
Good morning. And
good morning.
For you and for some others, and for us.
Yes.
But for some other, it might be good afternoon, good night, or evening. So how are you?
Yes. I have a few
Yes?
hours. Yes, I'm feeling well. I have a few hours off now, so
You can get some sleep.
Well, I have some breakfast.
Breakfast.
Get some porridge or something.
How many slots did you already do this morning?
Who's counting?
Yeah, I count.
Yeah, you do. So if you know, don't ask. You know, one mustn't sort of. Sorry, I forgot the incense to make me look holy. No, no.
Yeah.
But no, it's.
There was still some slots open this morning. I saw it. So.
Oh yeah, well, you know, earlier, but no, it was fine because it was really nice to catch up with. I hadn't seen Venerable Gompo in a while, and also catch up with Katie and Namjong and
you had already many chats already.
You know, so which is really nice. It's really that's the beautiful thing when you sort of have the flexibility. And you don't mind sort of occasionally moving around the time schedules. It's really nice to connect. Otherwise, we're just sort of getting used to particular times. It suits some, but you know, in my case, it's really nice to keep the contacts going across.
Yeah.
So,
is Venerable Robina still there in Leeds?
She's back in London. She's teaching down in London. Yeah, we had she left on Tuesday. Yeah, she came last Friday, and then we had her here till. Teaching till Sunday, and then meeting on Monday, and she went down to Germany and London on Tuesday. So she's in good form, and very as you know, very inspirational.
How many people could meet her in with the teachings in Leeds?
We had calls for. Well, online, we had in the room, there was one evening we had set up for up to 60. And then, of course, you know yourself, some don't turn up. Yeah. And sometimes, you know, you get a few more and then you get surprised. 50, 60, that was sort of good. Yeah. And we had a couple of refugees. So that was quite nice. And then, of course, you got all the people online now. And but again, it was a good event, and as it turned out, she was the last one to teach before lockdown here at Leeds, and then she was the first. You have a new
lockdown, but surprise.
No, but you know when we had the very first lockdown.
A few years
so
ago,
she was the last one to teach then, and now that lockdowns are hopefully finished, she was the very first one to teach again. You know, after the lockdown, so
that's
which is so it's good to keep that energy in the place. But
absolutely
lovely to see you.
Happy to hear that the centers can receive and welcome people again.
Yes,
and sometimes it's just still a difference to be there and do all the effort and do prostrations and do effort to get our teachings then online. It's a big blessing, I think, but also it can become very easygoing for people. They don't create any causes and conditions, more just a few buttons on the screen.
This is quite funny that there was someone who, when I used to live down south, was only sort of a couple of, villages away, and we had planned of catching up. And it never happened. But then, as you said, creating the causes, said person came up all the way to Leeds to attend Venerable Robina's teachings, which in a way is quite odd if you think about it. But that's how it goes. If you have friends and family close by, you tend to see them probably less or make less of an effort because you can always go. But you schedule in more time for those that are slightly further away, so you get there on time and. So it's really great. But no, it was a lovely event, good energy, and I think that's what centers also need. Particularly when they have been sort of void of people coming in for a number of years because of all the lockdown. So I'll get that energy back in. But no, anyway.
I might see you again tonight. I think you.
Yes.
Anyway, if you're too tired tonight, then you just mail me. I have 2 sessions, and then I can do a third as well.
We'll be all right. I don't want to wear
how
you
feel.
out.
No, but just see how you feel. I also don't want to wear you out. You have to stay long, healthy. So thank you so much for all that.
Thank you very much, Tender.
So also Australia, thank you so much for being in the air again, and spend this your precious time. working for the prayerathon, making it possible that many people see it on screen. Hey, hello, Margot. Nice to see you. How are you doing?
Nice to see you too. Well, now I'm good, thank you.
Yes? Ah, good.
Yes,
So,
it's good.
yes, so and there's no
Okay.
COVID at this moment. Oh, who's there more?
Thank you for the job.
It looks like Aldo.
Okay. I'm here another week.
One more week?
Not good. I'm some problem with the renal. No.
I can just hear you, but it's okay. Very nice that you'll be with us. So, sorry, Margot. I was wondering if there's COVID in Chenrezig Institute or not, or if you are very healthy.
Yes, I'm healthy.
Yeah.
And there is no COVID.
Oh, that's good. Good. So all the activities can take place. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
So everything.
Is there still measurements? Is there still limitations for people to come to Chenrezig Institute?
Well, only vaccinated people can come.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We
yes.
don't have here in Alanda that policy, but yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And it's also not according to government policy.
Ah, yeah.
Because according to government, place of worship should be open for everyone.
Ah, okay, yeah.
So it's only Chenrezig thing.
Yeah. Anyway, so sometimes it's like that.
Well, I hope that it will finish.
Yeah. Because here in Alanda, even some people, there's 2, 3, 4 monks who were not vaccinated. So then it's also for us we find it very difficult to tell local, you cannot come to the monastery, So we are all protected in general, and then in the Gompa we take care for ventilation. And yeah, anyway, the numbers drop very much. I don't know if it's in Australia the same. Like soon all the measurements in France and Netherlands and Germany, they will be stopped. But you in Australia as well? They consider to stop all measurement?
Well, I hope some states did. Yeah, but here in Queensland still,
okay.
we have those stuff.
Yeah.
But I hope it will finish.
Yeah.
Yeah, Australia is always a little bit delay.
Yeah. You have now, the summer, so so we get a spring, and in general, then also the infections rate goes down, also from the fever and so on. Yeah. No, Newe, thank you so much for being truthfully helping the prayerathon.
Thank you.
Yeah. I will start my session. So my name is Tendar. I'm director of the IMI. I am Nalanda monk. I'm living in France, and very happy to contribute to this prayer at the request of Lama Zopa Rinpoche. We do these prayers for, actually all sentient beings, of course. So we try to develop this very open heart, which includes everyone, all animals, all beings from all 10 directions. So it's beyond our conception. But then especially the reason to start this whole prayerathon was the fact that this pandemic is there going on, and Lama Zopa says this practice is very powerful. So let's see today. Still, I don't know what's going on. Here is the dedication prayers. Why do I have the dedication prayers 2 times here? So I try to open the screen so that you can follow the dedication prayers are there. I'm very sorry. I'm so in general unskillful with the doing the anyway. try to be skillful this time to make the prayer possible for you. But I did not edit that. So the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer. Thangtong Gyalpo is regarded as a Buddha. He made many bridges. He was very helpful for other sentient beings. And the practice is actually quite simple. It has only 4 elements. It's setting our motivation. So, and in general, this is the most important thing with any activity we engage in. And then the mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum. So also with the motivation, we do the visualization, we build up with our focus, the image of Buddha. We try to focus as well as possible and invite the Buddha in our life. Then the mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, the mantra of the Buddha of compassion. Then the prayer, specific prayer, consisting of 7 verses. And then there's the final dedications, where we can dedicate the merit we created with the practice. So for a little moment, maybe we focus on our mind. According to the teachers, we have this natural love and compassion in our mind. Many times the teachers like His Holiness Dalai Lama give the example of mothers who love their children so much, especially if they have only one. And especially small babies, small kids or hand binders. They give all the effort, all the attention, quite naturally, unless there's problems, unless the mother is not doing well, obstacles, psychological problems, sometimes physical problems. But it's an example how far love and compassion can go. Sometimes we all have this naturally in our mind. This natural wish, may other sentient beings be happy. This mind which is endowed with the wish, may no one suffer. We have all this potential in our mind, this big love, compassion for all sentient beings. And of course, many times it's clouded, it's covered by our small view, our self-interest, our attachments, aversions, and emotions, disturbing emotions can come up. And sometimes we are really stressed in our life, have all kinds of things to accomplish. We're not always clear about our motivation while we do things. We get a lot of distractions based on these aversions or attachments. So in a certain way, we create our own obstacles, or we allow all the obstacles also just to be manifest in our mind. But still, our love and compassion is part of our beautiful mind. It's always on the background, and we can develop it, make it stronger, more dominant in our mind. Like the light of the sun, which it reaches even shadows. Diminishes the power of the night. So this love, compassion we have in our mind, it's just a simple wish we can strengthen by expanding it to not only the ones we easily love. Just when we go around the corner, we meet one of our dear ones, it's very easy that love comes immediately up. As soon as we see kind of the shape or form of that person, hello, nice to see you. And we have a big category we kind of neutral about. It's not a joy, or it doesn't make so much difference for us to meet them. We also don't have specially feelings for them. May they reach enlightenment, or may they be happy. We kind of careless. And then there's even animal enemies. So people we don't like, who are upsetting us. So as soon as we go around the corner, within a fraction of a second, when we meet this person, our heart gets blocked, or we get negative feelings, anger or jealousy coming up. So if we want to grow our love, compassion towards everyone, you have to see the relativity of this. You have to see them all equal, because friends become neutral, neutral people can become enemies, enemies become friends, friends become enemies. Yesterday I met also a couple, they were married, now it's fighting. So these are just examples of how relativity is, what feelings come up with which person. We can extend our love to the neutral ones. Warm feeling, happy feeling, feeling that we can do everything for this person to make him or her happy, like we might do for our children or for our mother or for our partner. We can extend this to neutral ones, and even we can make strong prayers for those who are creating obstacles. Prayers, may they be happy, may they have all the wisdom, may they become Buddhas also for the benefit of all sentient beings. And so from this wish, we can make it one step further, and we feel responsible that they are happy, not only temporal happiness, but especially long-time happiness. That they learn the methods, how to treat their mind differently. If we are familiar with Buddhism, we know actually Buddhism has all the solutions to all the problems of our mind, all the limitations. Dharma teaches about focus, about strengthening our mind, getting more focused and concentrated. Teaches about renunciation. That all these goals, temporary goals, are only temporary. That we don't get caught up in the 8 worldly dharmas. We use this life only to strive for pleasure and avoid any discomfort. To use this life only to gain, to become rich, to become very secure, so-called secure, and avoid loss, because we get so attached to what we have. That we use this life only to get a good reputation, to want to be famous, and avoid we get criticized. So that we only want to hear compliments. So these are the 8 worldly concerns. And it's opposite of renunciation, where we take care for more lives. If we think about all the consequences of our actions in terms of having a good next rebirth, at least get out of samsara for ourselves, having this mind which and gets over all these disturbing emotions at one point. And then we have this free mind that we develop all the Bodhisattva stages and all the practice the 6 perfections and the 4 perfections to lead others to enlightenment. Then we become a Buddha, and that's the highest thing we can achieve, and by far the most effective way to benefit other sentient beings. But even the stages in between is already very good, so we keep the focus on this very big goal. But while we practice also all the courses for good rebirth, all the courses for personal enlightenment, and in the meantime we create also the courses to become Buddha ourselves. And we develop all the qualities which is beyond our conception at this moment. By abandoning all negativities, you can imagine that's already something. Taking vows in this life, like not killing, not lying, no stealing, so that we don't create obstacles to people. And on top of that, we increase our love, compassion, interest in others, increase our wisdom. We do some studies or read sometimes books of His Holiness the Dalai Lama or other teachers about how reality exists. How we believe in, how we can grasp with our conceptual mind or in wrong conceptions. We believe in what appears to our mind as really real, really existent. Have sometimes wrong assertions about reality. So how wonderful that we, by reading sometimes a book or even engage in studies, use our time to study. This is like removing all seeds for all problems, drying all the problems up. To become a Buddha, we need like the 2 wings of a bird to enlightenment. We need, and this wisdom, how reality exists. And we need to engage in kind deeds. We'll start just on our level. Be ethical, being a bit interested in people, like when they have a boring life, like maybe some lady in the shop, and the cash in the supermarket, just creating a smile on someone's face is fantastic. Just taking care of one child in this world is fantastic. Just taking care of one of your parents or even both parents is fantastic. All small things, just what we might find ordinary, but with this mind, I want to bring you to enlightenment. I want to develop my capacities as much as possible, and in the meantime, I want to make prayers, may you reach enlightenment, and may I in the future, as soon as possible, bring you to enlightenment. That's one of the biggest gifts we can give to other sentient beings. And we befriend all holy beings in this way. Because this is what the holy beings want. This is the core essence that holy beings want to help other sentient beings. Why they teach Dharma? To help us to grow up and become capable ourselves. It's an act of big love and big compassion that the teachers teach us. And then, of course, when we make prayers, they help us in all kinds of other ways. There's many methods. We can do mantras, connect it with certain actions of Buddhas and invite those Buddhas to help us. So, because we are connected from our side, we make effort. There will come only positive results from it. If you have the motivation clear, if you want to help other sentient beings as much as possible to enlightenment. So all animals, all our cats or dogs, birds we hear when they sing, even if we go to the zoo and see crocodiles, dangerous animals, they are temporarily caught up in these bodies, but eventually will also be vessels, that they have the capacity again to think, to discriminate between good and bad, between wise and ignorant. So we can make these prayers. Lama Zopa Rinpoche gives a lot of instructions which mantras we can do in the morning, so that everyone we meet that day already will hear your voice, gets blessings, or sees your body, touches your body. So all the animals coming on your body will get a blessing because you have done these morning mantras. So there's many methods and ways we can improve our minds. And put our natural capacity of love, compassion, and the wisdom into action. So with this motivation, we can start the Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the most prayer known as liberating Shakya from disease. Do one more attempt to see if we can get it in. So let's start with setting our motivation. All sentient beings, so we can visualize all sentient beings from all 10 directions around us in the form of humans. In general, the males on the right side, females on the left side, friends and those we love on the behind us, and in front of us we can visualize those we have difficulties with, or dictators from the past, people engaging in a lot of negativities, create obstacles for others in front of us. So including all the animals, hell realms beings, heaven realm beings, those who are in the bardo have no body at this moment. So all spirits, then from all world systems, so from all universes, they are around us. So we can do the prayer together. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. So before we start the mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, we do a few together, then we can do your own, and on the background we will play Lama Zopa Rinpoche. I have here beside me a prayer wheel, which we can use, which I will use, because it contains thousands and thousands of mantras. So it's very effective to create skies full of merit. So we can start before we do the mantra. Visualize the Buddha in front of us at the level of your third eye, a little bit on a hand distance. It's Buddha Chenrezig, who is actually your teacher. It can be His Holiness the Dalai Lama, who is seen by many Tibetans as Avalokiteshvara Chenrezig himself. Then, or it can be Lama Zopa Rinpoche, Mandala, one of your other teachers. So it can even be a Western teacher. So someone who really helped you a lot already, someone you have verified behavior and feel really inspired by, someone who really makes a difference in your life and teaches all the stages of the path. So for sure, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche are very reliable, Mandala, some other Rinpoches, but you might see your Geshe, local Geshe as guru. So you can visualize him as one, her, one as with Buddha Chenrezig. Out of kindness, you can offer a throne to the Guru Chenrezig. It's also meritorious. You can visualize Chenrezig four-armed or 1,000-armed. Then we can do the mantra, Mani Padme Hum. So we visualize it. The heart of Buddha Chenrezig is a sun and moon disc, on top of which are the letters of Mani Padme Hum, or in Tibetan or in Western language, doesn't mind, Western script. It goes clockwise, mantra in the heart, and it sends out rays of light to all sentient beings, purifying them from their obscurations. So if you have an initiation, you can visualize yourself, Chenrezig, then you can visualize the mantras in your own heart, sending out to all sentient beings. It touches all sentient beings. We make the wish, may they get what they are looking for. Some people suffer from the COVID pandemic, economically, others socially, others emotionally, others have lost their lives, others are sick. So all those who are hit by the COVID, and maybe you also include all other people with problems, 84,000 problems we might have in samsara is described. So that's a lot. So we are sometimes, and we have this problem, then we have that problem, then we have that problem, and every time we think of when this problem is finished, then I'm happy. So might be the case temporarily, but then other problems in general come up. So we make this strong visualization that rays of light goes to all the hearts of all sentient beings of all directions who we visualize around us and who are in the space around us, and get what they are looking for so that their suffering will diminish, especially everyone who is in whatever way is hit by the COVID. So we do a few mantras together. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Oh, mani pemo, mani pemo, mani pemo, mani pemo. Mani pemo, mani pemo. Oh, mani pemo. Oh, mani pemo. So we continue with the prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. See how I come back to the screen. And do the actual prayer. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma, temporary conditions, such as the harm to ground spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance of power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we do it one time more. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from common temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So let's see here if you can find the dedication prayers. Screen now. Here we have the dedication prayers. So first of all, we want to become Buddhas ourselves, so that we are more powerful and more effective in helping other sentient beings. We have fully developed our capacity. So one wing of the enlightenment is to actualize bodhicitta. Oh, may the precious body, mind, not yet born, arise and grow. May that born have no decline, but increase forevermore. Chanchok samchok rinpoche, ma kyepa nam ke gyojik, kyepa nyam pa me pa yung gong ne gong du belwar shvo. And Rinpoche often elaborates on this prayer like this: due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, may bodhicitta be generated in the hearts of all the sentient beings of the 6 realms, and especially in the hearts of everybody in this world, including all the students, benefactors, and volunteers in the FPMT organization, may be generated in the hearts of all those who rely upon me, all those for whom I have promised to pray, and all those whose name have been given to me. May be generated in the heart and in the hearts of all my family members, those who are living and those who have died. May the bodhicitta that has arisen, being generated, increase. So you might know that Lama Zopa Rinpoche and also all the monks in FPMT get regularly requests to do prayers, so we can include them in our prayer. FPMT offers this service, the prayers for the dead, where countless, and every week 20, 30 people give the names of their mothers, fathers, friends, children who have died. So we include them all in our prayers. May they develop the ultimate wisdom and in this case bodhicitta. So next is to do a long life for His Holiness the Dalai Lama. So do in English, then we do in Tibetan. Incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. May you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Agam le jungem sabe yinsinom Kadrin zum beten sin yatum Chokun setan jing tuk jelen drumshum. Savior of the snow, land of snows, teachings, and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion to lotus hold at Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Lam she se tem gan chen ten dregen chakna pe moten zin ya tsum la salvative so siden shu. So then for, of course, here, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduous moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of Om, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunat's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please live long. Tun Ju Zhang Ji Zhang Gen Yelwen Tenzin Kyung Pelwe Kun Zi Dok Pontem Jok Tum Kurwe Legmen Tun Trum Adak So Du Je Gendu Shabten Chum. To seal all the merits with emptiness. Due to this virtue, may I quickly become a Guru Buddha and lead all transmigratory beings without exception to that state. Lama Sangem Drom Gyonim Drowan Chi Kyang Malupang Deyi Salam Geparshu. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings, and by me, which are completely empty of existence from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. To dedicate it the same way as all the past Buddhas and Bodhisattvas did. They did things, of course, in such a way that they reached enlightenment. So that's what we want as well. So we want to apply the same method. So insofar as we have still some ignorance, they show us the way. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri who knows reality, and just like Samattabhadra as well. Manjushri was, of course, skilled in one of the wings, the wisdom, and Samattabhadra is very famous for all the extensive deeds. So the big love, compassion. Champel Bodhichitta Kyapa Dang Kuntu Zangpo De Yang De Shin Te De Da Kungi Jesu Dak Lom Chi Gewa Di Da Tap Che Rap Tum Lom. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. Som chek pe gyawa tam che ki ngowa ganglan chok tu nak pa de lagi geve tsawa di kun kyang sang po che che rap tu ngowa. We get the extensive prayer, but we've done most of the prayers already. So finally, we will keep it up prayers. So everyone who has asked us to do prayers for them, especially everyone who is on this planet hit by the COVID, whatever way. Still many people in countries have no work due to the COVID, don't know how to get enough food, etc., or have to go to the bank for debts if that's an option. Very sad situation. Some people will not have food today. So maybe they don't suffer from this situation. Maybe their negative karma be completely purified. And especially for those who are in the bardo, those who have lost their life due to COVID or for whatever other reason, may they find a good rebirth in the pure realm, or rebirth as a healthy human being. Last week I got a lady unexpected. I didn't know her and didn't meet her, but someone sent her to the monastery. She was 8 months pregnant and was told by the doctor that day that her baby was very unhealthy, was handicapped on one side, would not have normal brain functions. And the advice was to have abortion. Of course, her husband supported the doctor, but she was not ready, or she was not sure if she wanted to do that. She wanted to know all the consequences. Very difficult situation. Like this, so we can keep her in our prayers. She make the right decision and can live with the decision. Because it's a very difficult decision. So whatever decision you make, it has consequences. And never, not only pleasant consequences. Sometimes we are a lot of difficulties in our life. So maybe never be in such a situation, but only be able to help others. So especially in this case, like the mother and the child, especially the child, if she chooses for abortion, may this child, she called her Olivia, it was a girl. This Olivia have a rebirth in the precious human, or as human, or as in the Buddha realm, where she can get teachings and get purified of all the negativities and return to this planet once, or to another world system once all the negativities are purified. She can continue her search for enlightenment path. So, and also for many others. 2 weeks ago, someone listening to this prayerathon mailed that she was fired because she had physical conditions not to be vaccinated. And then she had 2 children, very busy children, so also had some issues. So she was at the brink of losing her house. So very sad situations. People want to make their children happy, want to have some base and rest in their life, and they lose their homes. It's very challenging and very, very difficult. So whatever situations people are in hospitals, they find health, they become healthy again. Those who are emotionally or socially hit by the COVID, may they find comfort, may they find people who help them, so that they don't feel lonely, lost. May they find the Dharma, so that they become their own teachers, their own, change their whole point of view of their mind, make a revolution in their mind from self-cherishing to this open-minded, loving person full of good qualities, full of optimism, light. So then we pray for world peace. May there be peace in all the countries of the world, especially in this Russian-Ukrainian region. There's still tension, there's still chance for unrest and people being killed. And there's many more places on this planet where people are victim of wars, disputes about the grounds. People develop bodhichitta in their hearts. May they see all sentient beings as their former mothers, instead of having nationalist feelings, fascist feelings, be partisan, only like people who have their opinion, don't care about people who have other opinions. So we pray for all the world leaders on this planet. May they practice wisdom. May they see themselves as servants to the people they have elected them or who have allowed them in certain positions. May they use all this power for the sentient beings. So thank you so much for being with us. I see Venerable Takshok already ready. So how are you? Hello, Takshok.
Hello, good morning.
Oh.
Good morning. I just want to put myself on the side and Chenrezig in the center.
Yeah, anyway. It's still beautiful.
maybe I'll learn how to do it later.
Yeah. Anyway, it's very beautiful. Yes.
Good morning, Chrissy from Jamyang Leeds. Hello.
Yes.
Morning, everybody.
Yeah, hello, Chrissy.
Hello. Good morning.
Aldo is there from Imola. Anyway, thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Takshok takes over. And have a very nice day, everyone who listens. So
okay.
Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much.
Ciao.
Yeah, and as always, I'd like to thank the Chenrezig Institute media team. Thank you very much for all these hours of monitoring our Zoom practices. And I'd like to thank Venerable Damtra from the UK. I think he's in Leeds now, who's doing the administration of these meetings. And to think of why we're doing these practices, who we're including in our thoughts. We'll take refuge. So before we take refuge, we just think that all sentient beings in human form are sitting around us. Father on the right, your mother on the left. The people you have problems with are sitting in front of you. Your friends behind you. And all around are all sentient beings. at the moment where we are at, and wish them to be well and free of any disease, including the COVID-19 virus with all its variants. But ultimately, we're leading them all to enlightenment. So all sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, the Indams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. Go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, the Indams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. Go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, the Idams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. So, the visualization that we will do, I copied from the Lama Yeshe Wisdom Archive. Sorry. And this is a visualization of Chenrezig and purification with nectar beams that Rinpoche explained in Madrid in 2009. As you will very well see, I adapted it a little bit for our circumstance. So visualize Chenrezig on the top of the crown of all sentient beings, hell beings, animals, hungry ghosts, humans, suras, asuras, the form and formless realms, all sentient beings have a Chenrezig on top of the crown of their heads. And Chenrezig is emitting rays of light that are actually nectar beams. These nectar beams enter the body and mind of all sentient beings. That includes yourself, purifying any sickness. And any sickness has a cause. It is afflictions or spirit harm, negative karma and defilements, collected who knows when, since beginning of time. And these nectar beams are purifying these defilements, afflictions, delusions. You can think of the COVID-19 pandemic and the people who are suffering because of it, socially, physically, financially. Any type of suffering we can attribute to the COVID-19 pandemic. People are in quarantine where they don't want to be. People are in hospitals and respirators. People who don't know to vaccinate themselves and their families or not. So these nectar beams are purifying all the causes for the sickness. And as we recite the Om Mani Padme Hum, we energize the energy of Chenrezig and the nectar beams. As Rinpoche says, it's good to imagine the sufferings as extensive as possible, unbearable sufferings. And that with each Om Mani Padme Hum that we recite, there is purification. completely purified as we constantly do the Om Mani Padme Hum. So I'd like to recite 3 times the request prayer from the newness sadhana. O I, compassionate eyed one, who is the treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me, as well as all mothers and fathers in all 6 realms, to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound, peerless awakening mind may grow. With a tear of your great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please lead me and my greatest with your hand of compassion to fields of bliss. O I, compassionate eyed one, who is the treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me, as well as all mothers and fathers in all 6 realms, to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound, peerless awakening mind may grow. With a tear of great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please lead me and my greatest with your hand of compassion to fields of bliss. O I, compassionate eyed one, who is the treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me, as well as all mothers and fathers in all 6 realms, to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound, peerless awakening mind may grow. With a tear of great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please lead me and my greatest with your hand of compassion to fields of bliss. Okay, now we can recite the Om Mani Padme Hum. Just remember the visualization of Chenrezig on the top of your crown, emitting nectar beams that are purifying yourself and all sentient beings. I'd like to dedicate each Om Mani Padme Hum to the fulfillment of the holy wishes of His Holiness Dalai Lama, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, Jado Rinpoche, and all other pure teachers that teach the true path. May all their holy wishes be fulfilled, and may the generation of loving kindness and compassion, may all the wars and killing and famine and diseases in the world and the imbalance of the elements stop right now. You'll also think this reciting of Om Mani Padme Hum, the conflict between Russia and Ukraine, eases away and vanishes, and there is no more conflict. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani peme hum, 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 mani peme hum. Om mani peme hum, mani peme hum, mani peme hum, mani peme hum, mani peme hum. Om mani peme hum, mani peme hum, mani peme hum, mani peme hum, mani peme hum. Om mani peme hum, mani peme hum, mani peme hum, mani peme hum. Om mani peme hum, mani peme hum, mani peme hum, mani peme hum, mani peme hum. Om mani peme hum, mani peme hum, mani peme hum, mani peme hum, mani peme hum. Om mani peme hum, 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 mani peme hum. Om mani peme hum, 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 mani peme hum. Om mani peme hum. I'd like to recite the actual prayer 7 times. May all the disease and sadness of the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses of the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Om mani peme hum, om mani peme hum, om mani peme hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in any instance, not occur in the realm of the world. Om mani peme hum, mani peme hum, om mani peme hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of whose names terrify being as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Om mani peme hum, om mani peme hum, om mani peme hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om mani peme hum, om mani peme hum, om mani peme hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Mani peme hum, mani peme hum, mani peme hum. By the compassion of the ghouls and the 3 jewels, the power of the kidneys, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om mani peme hum, om mani peme hum, om mani peme hum. May all the diseases and sadness of the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses of the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Om mani peme hum, om mani peme hum, om mani peme hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in any instance, not occur in the realms of the world. Om mani peme hum, om mani peme hum, om mani peme hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani peme hum, om mani peme hum, om mani peme hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om mani peme hum, om mani peme hum, om mani peme hum. May whatever sufferings there are from due to disturbances of the 4 elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om mani peme hum, om mani peme hum, om mani peme hum. By the compassion of the ghouls and the 3 jewels, the power of the kidneys, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om mani peme hum, om mani peme hum, om mani peme hum. I would like to remind the visualization of a 1,000-armed Chenrezig that is on top of each of one of the sentient beings' head, emitting nectar beams that are purifying all diseases and afflictions. May all the diseases sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani peme hum, mani peme hum, mani peme hum. Whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in any instance, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani peme hum, mani peme hum, mani peme hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, The mere sounds whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the ghouls and the three jewels, the power of the Kinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases and sadness of the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in mere instant, not occur in the realm of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Could you all please mute yourself? Emmanuel. Hello, could you please mute yourselves? Thank you. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the ghouls and the three jewels, the power of the Kinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. I think this would be the last one. May all the diseases and sadness of the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God, spirits, illnesses, the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits and some suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the ghouls and the three jewels, the power of the Kinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, now we can let go of the visualization of 1,000-armed Chenrezig. Dissolve it into a sphere of light. that it absorbs into you and fills your whole body. I would like to add just a few mantras of Green Tara. This is a suggestion that His Holiness the Dalai Lama made as a practice that we can do to stop the pandemic. Venerable Arya, great treasure of compassion, grant your blessings to increase all favorable conditions and clear away every obstacle, that all migratory beings may swiftly enter the city of eternal joy. Let me and all those who need protection come under the supreme giving gesture of your right hand, as well as a refuge-granting gesture that liberates from all fears. Om Tare Tu Tare Ture Soa, 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 Tare Tu Tare Ture Soa, Om 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 Tare Tu Tare Ture Soa, Tare Tu Tare Ture Soa, Om 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 Tare Tu Tare Ture Soha. Okay, I would like to start the dedications. This is from Shantideva. Sorry. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all sicknesses, without exception of transformatory being, never occur again. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities, the grounds and path, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. For the Dharma King Tsongkhapa's way of Dharma to flourish, may all signs of obstacle be pacified and all conducive conditions be complete. May I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of victorious One Lhasa Japa, who lived an eminent life endowed with pure morality, a brave heart in doing the Bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and the yoga of 2 stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom of non-dual bliss and voidness. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri who knows reality, and just like Samantha Bhattara as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best, but they're all gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. Due to the 2 types of merits of the 3 times of myself and others, may the teachings of victorious One Lhasa Japa shine resplendent forever. And for the IMI, may I and all others, particularly the IMI Sangha, be able to live a life of pure moral conduct, like Lama Tsongkhapa himself, train the mind in bodhicitta, live in pure view and conduct. In this way, may we be able to complete our lives without corrupting the pure wisdom of the second Buddha's teaching. And to seal it with emptiness, due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely existing from my own side. May the precious Supreme Bodhichitta, not yet born, arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Samsara nirvana, like even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect and dependent arising, are unbetraying. Seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. And for the very long life of His Holiness Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit in this world, the incomparably kind Supreme Thangtong Gyalpo, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Savior of the Snowline teachings and transmittatory beings, who extensively clarified the path which unifies emptiness and compassion, to the lotus in hand, Lord Thangtong Gyalpo, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduous moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live very long. So, hello, Venerable Jampatashi. I am so happy to see you. How are you?
Bene, sto molto bene, very nice. Now I'm back in Pomaya.
Okay.
In the town. Very good. And you? How are you?
I'm very well, thank you very much.
Fantastic. Very nice.
Okay.
See you. Good morning.
Okay, you have so many people, so yes. Have a wonderful session.
Okay, you back for Vinaya course? You back in Pomaya or no?
No.
Online?
Yeah, okay. We're doing the review classes for the BP, so okay. I'm busy. Okay, thank you.
Good morning, good morning. See you.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you. Buongiorno a tutti voi, buongiorno. Vi prego di chiudere i vostri microfoni, per favore, così abbiamo soltanto una voce o qualcosa che farò soltanto io come rumore, quindi vi invito a spegnere, a chiudere i vostri microfoni. Allora, per prima cosa andiamo a generare la nostra motivazione. Sappiamo che le cose cambiano, tutte le nostre azioni cambiano a seconda della nostra motivazione. Noi abbiamo veramente tanti motivi per fare le cose, spesso tutto è motivato dal nostro io, dal nostro ego. Ecco, allora cerchiamo di aprire il nostro cuore a questa motivazione e ad andare a fare la nostra motivazione, che è proprio quella che farà la differenza. E affinché questa motivazione sia virtuosa, dobbiamo pensare che la facciamo per il beneficio di tutti gli esseri senzienti, non soltanto per il nostro beneficio. Quindi andiamo a leggere insieme la nostra dedica, cioè la nostra motivazione principale, e quindi la condivido con voi e possiamo leggerla insieme. La ripeteremo per 3 volte proprio per aiutarci ad uscire da queste malattie, da queste situazioni. Sembra che le cose vadano per il meglio. Noi continuiamo con la nostra preghiera e con la nostra pratica. Allora leggiamo per 3 volte la motivazione. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanto lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nei preziosi Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nei preziosi Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanto lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nei preziosi Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Ora facciamo insieme il mantra della compassione, Om Mani Padme Hum, e pensiamo che mentre lo stiamo dicendo una luce bianca sorga dal nostro cuore e vada a irrorare di amore e di felicità tutti gli esseri senzienti. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Ora andiamo a fare la preghiera effettiva, che anch'essa ripeteremo per 3 volte. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e dalle condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti gravi, dalle malattie, dai bhuttas e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separino il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati da 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possono essere totalmente pacificate, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore, potere e siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione del Guru e dei 3 rari supremi per il potere della Dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Andiamo ancora a rileggere una seconda volta. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come danni causati dagli spiriti gravi, dalle malattie, dai bhuttas e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separino il corpo e la mente in un solo istante e non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente le 424 malattie e così via. Possa Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente da ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru e dei tre rari supremi, con il potere delle dacchine, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Diciamo l'ultima volta. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee come danni causati dagli spiriti gravi, dalle malattie, dai bhutas e dagli elementi non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separino il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono del loro nome terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati connugati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via, qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru e dei tre rari supremi, con il potere delle dacchine, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Bene, adesso andiamo a fare la nostra dedica, ma più che altro prima di fare la dedica, andiamo a generare la nostra buona motivazione. Noi abbiamo la motivazione per beneficiare tutti gli esseri senzienti, ma per far sì che questo si realizzi è bene fare qualche cosa, è bene fare un'azione, altrimenti è soltanto una preghiera. Mentre invece produrre un'azione benefica è la condizione ideale per poter poi produrre dei meriti e dedicare questi meriti agli esseri senzienti. Perciò andiamo a fare la nostra breve meditazione. Abbiamo 10 minuti e pensiamo così di essere in grado di fare qualsiasi azione virtuosa. Quindi socchiudiamo gli occhi e sediamo in una postura corretta per la nostra pratica. Sentiamo il nostro corpo rilassato e portiamo l'attenzione al respiro. E nel caso in cui arrivassero pensieri, ricordi, preoccupazioni che ci distraggano da questa nostra attenzione, lasciamoli andare e ritorniamo nuovamente all'attenzione dell'aria che entra e l'aria che esce. Ora che la nostra mente è più tranquilla, andiamo a scegliere un oggetto su cui riflettere e meditare. Ora osserviamo che abbiamo veramente una condizione splendida per poter apprendere e assimilare insegnamenti, nozioni, pratiche che ci rendano felici. Nonostante tutto, abbiamo sempre un'insoddisfazione di fondo. Là, in fondo all'angolo del nostro cuore, lì proprio giù, 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 c'è qualcosa che ci rende insoddisfatti e che rende difficile la nostra felicità. Quella parte lì, quella parte nascosta, in realtà è tutta inventata dalla nostra mente. In realtà abbiamo tutto ciò che ci serve, abbiamo tutto ciò di cui abbiamo necessità. Nonostante tutto, non lo siamo felici, ma comprendiamo che abbiamo queste 8 libertà e queste 10 ricchezze. Allora cerchiamo di aprire questo pacchettino e riflettere sul fatto che in realtà stiamo trovando delle scuse per non procedere nel sentiero. È chiaro, abbiamo molti problemi, il lavoro, la famiglia, situazioni difficili con la salute, ma questo non ci impedisce di fare le nostre pratiche e di avere un buon cuore e avere gentilezza verso tutti gli esseri senzienti. E quando è possibile, cerchiamo di essere gentili ed è sempre possibile. Allora questa mattina osserviamo questa situazione creata da noi stessi e andiamo a comprendere attraverso l'analisi che se vogliamo possiamo praticare il nostro studio, la nostra meditazione e per far sì che tutto questo possa realizzarsi dobbiamo pensare che attraverso questo noi potremo rendere felici un'infinità di persone. Allora facciamo questa riflessione e poi meditiamo su questo. Facciamo un bel respiro profondo, diamo segnale al nostro corpo che la sessione di meditazione è terminata. Vi gioiamo per quello che abbiamo osservato, riflettuto e meditato. E provando gioia, dedichiamo questa nostra felicità a tutti gli esseri senzienti ed andiamo così a generare qualcosa che poi ci farà acquisire meriti e questo ci darà la possibilità di studiare ancora, di meditare e di produrre azioni che sono di beneficio. Allora, per fare questo andiamo a leggere le nostre dediche. Andiamo prima di tutto a fare la nostra pratica che pacifica il pericolo delle armi e leggiamola insieme. Prima di tutto ricordiamoci sempre la nostra motivazione della compassione, quindi Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Grande amorevole vittorioso Buddha Maitreya, occhio compassionevole, sublime e trascendente che osserva tutto, vittorioso Ayagriva irato, Tara completamente puro e così via. Il solo sentire i vostri santi nomi elimina tutti i pericoli, oggetti di rifugio della natura della compassione. Per favore, prestatemi attenzione. Quando gli esseri senzienti nel tempo dei litigi e del prosperare delle 5 degenerazioni sono tormentati dalla sofferenza intensa di conflitti e lotte causati da esplosione dei grandi oceani di karma negativa e gelosia, per favore prosciugate questo oceano, tutto ciò con la vostra saggezza trascendentale e compassione, facendo cadere grandi piogge di nettare amorevole gentilezza sugli esseri trasmigratori che sono infiammati dal fuoco dell'odio. Per favore, concedete le benedizioni affinché sorga il riconoscimento reciproco come padre e madre, così possano aumentare la felicità e il buon auspicio. Sconfiggendo le moltitudini di spiriti malvagi che entrano nel continuum mentale di qualcuno, lo fanno cambiare immediatamente nella mente di una sura. Da ora in poi non venire mai più generati in questa regione. Per favore, fate sì che tutti gli esseri senzienti morti in guerra da ora in poi abbandonino tutto il karma negativo, causa ed effetto, e possano rinascere miracolosamente nella terra di beatitudine e condurre tutti gli altri in quella terra pura. Per favore, fate sì che tutti coloro che sono nati e che muoiono abbiano una lunga vita senza malattie, possano pacificare tutti i litigi e combattimenti, godere delle 10 virtù. Fate piovere nei momenti giusti, avere sempre buone raccolte affinché tutto l'ambiente sia di buon auspicio per tutti gli abitanti. Per la realtà ultima che è pura per natura, causa ed effetto sono infallibili, poiché possiedono tale realtà ultima, e per la compassione dei guru, divinità sigillo della mente, dei rari e sublimi, possono queste pure ed estese preghiere essere realizzate. Allora andiamo a fare un'altra dedica, è quella del portare la nostra consapevolezza del pacificare le paure e delle carestie, perché come vediamo la terra si sta scaldando e i raccolti sono difficili da ottenere, l'acqua comincia a mancare. Vediamo che quindi l'era della degenerazione e del leone, del calore, si sta realizzando. Allora facciamo le nostre preghiere per far sì che questo possa essere rallentato. Avendo generato la mente che aspira alla suprema e più alta illuminazione, per liberare veramente tutti gli infiniti esseri viventi, tu, il compassionevole e vittorioso, hai completato le tue accumulazioni. L'assemblea di condottieri Buddha, Bodhisattva, ascoltatori, pratica Buddha, Guru, Idam, Dakini, guardiani del Dharma, delle 10 direzioni, divinità della ricchezza Yaksha, i signori dei tesori insieme al loro seguito. Pensa con amore agli esseri viventi di questi tempi degenerati che sono privi di un protettore. Quindi, al fine di proteggere veramente questi esseri incarnati che sono tormentati dalle sofferenze della fame, della sete e della povertà, fa sì che cada una pioggia di tutti i piaceri attraenti necessari, gioielli, cibo, ricchezze, cereali, biancheria da letto e così via, nella terra delle nevi di questo mondo. Per favore, pacifica i danni causati dai 4 elementi, vento inopportuno, fuoco, siccità, pioggia, inondazioni e così via. E per favore, fa crescere i cereali nelle culture e che i raccolti siano copiosi, che maturino e aumentino come durante l'era del completamento. Per il potere di aver fatto intense richieste con profonde suppliche, con la forza dell'amore e della compassione, possa leone della malattia, dei combattimenti, delle carestie essere pacificato e possiamo possedere una lunga vita, felice e libera da malattie. Per la grande compassione dei vittoriosi e dei loro figli e per la loro infallibile verità, causa ed effetto, possano gli insegnamenti del vittorioso diffondersi, aumentare e possano tutti gli esseri viventi raggiungere rapidamente la completa illuminazione. E dopo aver fatto queste dediche, queste preghiere così intense, così reali e profonde, andiamo a fare la dedica effettiva di tutto quello che abbiamo fatto affinché tutto possa realizzarsi. È cominciato proprio con la realizzazione di Bodhichitta, il desiderio di raggiungere l'illuminazione, allo scopo di beneficiare tutti gli esseri senzienti e tutte le altre dediche. Possa la preziosa e suprema Bodhichitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata e possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai ma crescersi sempre più. Sansara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca, a causa ed effetto sono l'origine dipendente e sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna, che queste due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti, malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. Possano in tutte le mie vite essere mai separate dai guru perfetti, possa io godere del magnifico Dharma, complementando tutte le qualità dei terreni e dei sentieri, possa io ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vaishaladhara. Per la forza del vittorioso Tsongkhapa, che agisce come il nostro diretto amico virtuoso Mahayana, in tutte le nostre vite possiamo non allontanarci mai, neppure per un secondo, dal pure sentiero ammirato dai Buddha. Possiamo io e tutti gli esseri senzienti incontrare gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losang Trungpa, che aveva la moralità di uno stile di vita purissimo, era coraggioso nella condotta estesa dei figli dei vittoriosi e ha realizzato lo yoga dei 2 stadi, delle supreme beatitudini e vacuità. Come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco, l'aria, le medicine, il legno da ardere nelle foreste, possa io essere sempre usata dagli esseri senzienti esattamente come a loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. Possa io prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita, possa io incontrarli ancora di più che di me stessa, considerarli più di me stessa e possa il loro karma negativo maturare su di me e possano tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. Fino a che tutti gli esseri senzienti non sono stati liberati dal samsara, possa io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se io potessi ottenere la suprema illuminazione. Possa io diventare come un gioiello che esaudisce tutti i desideri e come un albero che esaudisce e soddisfa tutte le speranze degli esseri trasmigratori. Soltanto nel vedermi, sentirmi, pensarmi o ricordarmi, o anche toccarmi e parlare con me, possano tutte le sofferenze di quegli esseri venire pacificate istantaneamente e possa esserci felicità per sempre. Per tutti i meriti del passato, presente e futuro accumulati da me, da innumerevoli Buddha e innumerevoli senzienti che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte, possa io che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte, quello stato che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, io da sola, che sono completamente vuota dall'esistere dalla mia parte. Come Manjushri e come Samantabhadra hanno realizzato il modo di essere delle cose, nello stesso modo dedico totalmente tutte queste virtù affinché possa seguirle nel loro addestramento. Dedico totalmente tutte le mie radici virtù con la dedica considerata come la suprema da tutti i vittoriosi che sono apparsi nei 3 tempi per avere una condotta pura. Affinché il sentiero del Dharma, il re del Dharma, Tsongkhapa, prosperi, possano tutti i segni e ostacoli essere pacificati e tutte le condizioni favorevoli essere completate. A causa dei tre tipi di meriti, dei tre tempi, da me stessa e degli altri, possono gli insegnamenti del virtuoso Losang Trungpa illuminare e risplendere per sempre. Adesso andiamo a fare la dedica per la lunga vita di Sua Santità il Dalai Lama e per la lunga vita del nostro maestro e guru Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Gioiello che esaudisce i desideri, fonte di ogni singola beneficità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile Tenzin, ti supplico, possano tutti i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. Tu che detieni l'etica del suo giocatore e fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e diffondi la dottrina virtuosa di Manjana, che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere con onorano i tre supremi, Salvatore mio e degli altri tuoi discepoli, per favore, ti prego, vivi a lungo. Quindi buona e lunga vita a tutti i nostri preziosi maestri e a tutti gli esseri senzienti. Bene, abbiamo fatto queste preghiere, siamo stati anche oggi tutti insieme e saluto la mia amica venerabile Padron. Ciao, come stai? Io sono a Pomaya e tu dove
buongiorno,
sei?
Buongiorno.
Sei a Dharamsala? You are Dharamsala? You stay in Dharamsala now?
Yes, in Kosamling Nunnery.
Ok, fantastico, right. Fantastico, venerabile Padron. Ok, bye. See you.
Tutto bene,
prayer.
tutto
Bye.
bene.
Ciao, ciao. Ciao a
bye,
tutti.
Bye,
Buona
thank you. Ciao,
ciao, ciao, grazie. Ciao, ciao.
Hello, welcome to the next session of the prayerathon. My name is Tenzin Paldron, and I'm coming to you from Kosamling Nunnery in Lower Dharamsala. I'd like to start by thanking Venerable Damcho again for his valiant efforts every Saturday to gather the Sangha together and to offer this prayerathon. It's amazing, I don't know whether it's almost more than 2 years now, and it's really an amazing, amazing opportunity to create merit by fulfilling the wishes of our most precious holy guru, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, by reciting this prayer composed by Thangtong Gyalpo. And I'd also like to thank Chenrezig Institute for so kindly hosting us every Saturday in spite of all the challenges, including coming from Dharamsala. I'm always wary about my internet connection, so I hope it lasts for the duration of this session. I'd like to start though by first sharing this picture of Thangtong Gyalpo, which maybe you are familiar with. Thangtong Gyalpo actually was none other than Shakyamuni Buddha. In one of his previous lifetimes, there was a pandemic raging, and he composed this prayer out of the power of bodhicitta in order to bring an end to the pandemic. And it was the recitation of this prayer and nothing else that actually helped to bring the end to the pandemic at that time. So we are actually very fortunate to have this prayer and to be reciting it because we individually and collectively have to purify all the negativities so that this pandemic can actually come to an end. So let's start by just taking a few minutes to settle our minds and bodies by focusing on our breath. So let everything else go, your to-do list, whatever you had planned or whatever you're anxious or fearful about, or whatever questions you may have about this pandemic, enough is enough, it's time to move on. Let's just, for the next few minutes, focus on our breath. And when you find your mind wandering, simply bring it back to your breath. So whether it is the air coming in and out of your nostrils or the rise and fall of your belly, use a focal point to focus on. And you can also count as you breathe in and breathe out. So you can count 1 as you breathe in and breathe out, and then count till 10. So let's do that for the next few minutes. And now from this quiet space, let us visualize in front of us our Guru in the form of 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara with 11 heads, beautifully bedecked with all these silks and jewelry indicating his different levels of attainment. And he's standing on a lotus and moon cushion and looking at us and all the sentient beings around us. So with respect to the bodhicitta field, visualize that there is your mother and all female sentient beings from the 6 realms, the hell realms, hungry ghost, animal, human, sura, asura, and the deva realms, and including those who are making their transition on your left-hand side. And on your right-hand side is your father and your brother and all male sentient beings from the 6 realms, as far as I can see. And if you have any difficult and challenging people, you can place them in front of you, because it is actually, if we think about it, due to their kindness, due to them pushing our buttons, that we realize that we have buttons that need to be looked at and need to be dealt with. And so we express great gratitude to them for teaching us to learn the qualities that we need, like patience and compassion, to be able to attain complete Buddhahood, so that we can benefit all sentient beings and help each and every sentient being realize their full potential. So don't leave out any sentient beings. So for as far as I can see, include all the sentient beings from all the 6 realms and all the universes. And visualize that Guru Avalokiteshvara is standing in front of us, and he is a live being, not a flat picture, but actually a live being who is standing in front of you, radiating this immense love and compassion on each one of us, in spite of all that we have done. Because, you know, without us individually and collectively creating negative karma, this pandemic would not have happened. So in a way, we each have a role to play for it. But in spite of that, Guru Avalokiteshvara looks at us with great compassion, not with any judgment, and pours down this love and compassion in spite of all the negativities that we have done, because he sees our Buddha potential. He sees the potential that we have in order to overcome all these negativities and sufferings to attain our full potential. So just feel his presence. And if you wish, you can see that Guru Avalokiteshvara is surrounded by the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of all the 10 directions. So really, really open your heart to feeling his presence and their presence, you know, like they are there, the mother, they have the heart of the mother for her only child, and we are their only child. So feel that love and compassion. And now from this space, let's recite the refuge prayer together. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And now we go back to this visualization of Guru Avalokiteshvara standing in front of us, surrounded by all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas looking at us with great love and compassion. So what we are going to do is a series of purifications and confessions so that we can purify all these negativities that we have created individually and collectively to bring an end to this pandemic. And we'll recite Om Mani Padme Hum, and as we recite, we will imagine this visualization taking place at the end of each section. And you can join me in reciting the Om Mani Padme Hum loudly and then softly for a mala. So first we visualize that Guru Avalokiteshvara, we confess all the negativities we have created through our body. So any killing, any form of killing, including with respect to insects or mosquitoes that we may have engaged in consciously or unconsciously, any form of stealing, taking something from somebody without really, in spite of it not belonging to us, out of under the sway of one of our afflictions, or any kind of sexual misconduct, for lay folks, and any kind of sexual conduct for monks and nuns. We confess it openly. And we really regret the pain and the hurt that we have caused other sentient beings as a result of this inappropriate conduct and behavior. And we take strong refuge in Guru Avalokiteshvara and in Bodhichitta. And we request that Guru Avalokiteshvara pour down this white light and completely purify our body of all these negativities, which comes out of our feet like dirty laundry water. So let's do a round of Om Mani Padme Hum as we visualize this happening. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So just take a few minutes to feel like your body has been completely purified and filled with this radiant, blissful light. And all the negativities we created through our body through countless eons has been completely purified for each one of us, for all the sentient beings around us, leaving none aside. And now we confess to Guru Avalokiteshvara all the negativities that we have created through our speech. I don't know about you, but I know it's very easy for me to create negativities through our speech. The moment we open our mouth, we really, really have to learn to be mindful of how our words come across or what kind of words that we use. Because harsh words, again, can easily hurt people, or any form of divisive speech, creates further divisions among people who may already be having difficulties, or because of our jealousy and attachment between people who are actually close friends, or then through lying, and then through meaningless chatter, our idle gossip, which we engage in for hours at a time and simply waste time. We create so much negativity. So we confess all of that we have created in this lifetime and previous lifetimes. And Guru Avalokiteshvara is very pleased by our confession and pours down this brilliant red light into each of our throats, completely purifying all of it, which comes out as dirty laundry water again through our feet. So let's do a round of Om Mani Padme Hum as we visualize this happening. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Just take a few minutes to feel that your speech has been completely purified and transformed into the wise, compassionate, skillful speech of Guru Avalokiteshvara. And now you confess, we openly confess all the negativities that we have created through our mind. And as we know, the mind is the creator of all our experiences, of everything that we perceive in the world, of everything that happens. And so this pandemic has been created individually and collectively by the impurities and negativities of all our minds, And at the root cause of all our suffering is this ignorance grasping at an I that we believe exists concretely from its own side. And because of this clinging and grasping to this notion of a self, which in reality actually does not exist. And then on top of that, not only does it not exist, but then we cherish it as if this is the most important thing, to the exclusion of other people. And as a result of that, we have all these inappropriate conceptualization of I and me versus us and them, and then a lot of exaggerations and misconceptions arise, and then there is strong afflictions like attachment and aversion that come about, and we push people and we grasp at things that again don't really exist from their own side, and all this jealousy, anger, hatred, doubt. I mean, all the wars, all the suffering that we are experiencing, all the economic problems, social injustices, everything is really a creation of our mind. Not that things do not exist externally, but it does not exist in the way we think they do. And as a result of this fundamental ignorance, we create a lot of suffering. We act out negatively as a result of being under the power of these afflictions, and then create negativity through our body, speech, and mind, which ensures that we will continue to circle endlessly in this cycle of suffering and create suffering for other people too. So we confess all these negativities that we have created out of our ignorance, arrogance, pride, anger, our afflictions, and we beseech again Guru Avalokiteshvara to completely purify all these negativities that we have created since countless eons, and to grant us actually the wisdom realizing selflessness or emptiness, which is the only cure which will can eradicate the root of our suffering, which is this ignorance that grasps at things, and bodhicitta, of course. Without bodhicitta, both of which are based on renunciation in terms of recognizing the causes of suffering, and then the power of concentration, that allows us to actually cut through samsara and then, attain liberation, the state of genuine bliss and peace that does not know suffering. So we request Guru Avalokiteshvara to pour down this brilliant blue-green light from his heart into each one of our hearts, completely purifying all the negativities of our mind, so that we can create the causes for happiness and for the end of this pandemic and suffering for all sentient beings. So let's do a round of Om Mani Padme Hum as we visualize this happening. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So just take a few minutes to feel that your mind has been completely purified and transformed, and that we all make the commitment to really cultivate the sense of awareness and mindfulness and alertness and wisdom, compassion, and skillful means. And the Guru Avalokiteshvara is very, very happy to grant that to us. And now we visualize from the heart of Guru Avalokiteshvara, pours down the zillions and billions of little Avalokiteshvaras into each one of our crown, all the sentient beings, leaving none aside, the animals, in the ocean, in the air, all over the land, all the planets, all the countries in the world that are experiencing difficulties, the economic challenges, poverty, illness, sickness, racism, everything. All of that gets completely purified and transformed, and all sentient beings, whether they're in the hell realms, hungry crows, get completely transformed into Avalokiteshvaras. And so we recite Om Mani Padme Hum as we visualize this happening. And we can also visualize that our beautiful planet Earth gets completely purified and transforms into this magnificent, beautiful, radiant, celestial realm where all of us as sentient beings are living together in great peace and harmony and bliss. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. So just take a few minutes to feel like this transformation has actually happened, and all sentient beings in all the realms have been transformed into Avalokiteshvaras. And our beautiful planet Earth has been transformed to a beautiful celestial realms where there's just peace, harmony, and any form of disease. There's no sign of any form of disease or illness or negativity. So we really, really rejoice. Now, this can actually happen because we all have the Buddha nature within us. But the reality is, we realize this is just a visualization. And in fact, there's so much suffering around us. And the pandemic is still continuing to rage in different parts of the world. There are so much, all kinds and layers of sufferings. So we make the determination that we will do whatever it takes in order to tame and subdue our minds, in order to transform our hearts and minds, to attain complete Buddhahood for the benefit of all sentient beings, because it is unbearable to see sentient beings suffering. And we take a step towards that by reciting this prayer composed by Thangtong Gyalpo, the actual prayer. So if you can see it, please recite it with me. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary condition, such as the harms of grouse spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose name terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Second time, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary condition, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And the last time, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now I'd like to do a round of Tara praises. His Holiness the Dalai Lama has recommended reciting Tara praises to put an end to this pandemic. So again, I hope you can visualize this beautiful blue-green Tara sitting in front of you on a lotus and a moon cushion, two hands and with her right leg extended, ready to step out the moment we need help. And you can visualize blue from her heart, this blue-green, beautiful nectar pouring into each of our hearts, completely purifying us and planet Earth, and all the universes of all the negativities, including this pandemic. So you can recite this mantra with me together. Om tare tu re soha. 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 And now, if you can see, we have Black Manjushri, and we'll do a quick 7 rounds of the Vajra Ama mantra. Om Vajra pe mashauri pe nenpajan naganenta ta sarvavirita hana hana vajane raksha soha. Om Vajra pe Rinpoche Nagane Sarvavida Raksha Mishawari Rinpoche Nagata Sarvavi Anajane Raksha Pemashawari Rinpoche Nagane Tata Sarvavirita Hanavani Raksha So Vajape Pemashawari Pen Rinpoche. Abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. And be sealed with emptiness due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, who are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri who knows reality, and just like Samantha Bhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. And we end with a short long life prayer for His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. To the incomparably kind Thangtong Gyalpo, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Tupshul Changzen Jamgon Galway, Tenzin Kyom Pelwe Kunzo Doporze, Chosum Korwele Mondudro. Pada sodulje kum dyushapten sho. So thank you everyone for joining me, and I turn it over now to Venerable Tenzin Lektrong. Very nice to see you, Tenzin Lab. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Nice to see you too. Glad I caught the last beautiful visuals and the chanting.
Yeah, but it's my internet. I mean, it's just, I don't know, I only pray because at the end, somehow I have this karma, I seem to disconnect. So I'm glad I reconnected anyway.
We reconnected, absolutely. That's fine. I understood that you would come back.
How are you doing? How are you doing?
I'm good. Just lots of new challenges. I started working in a little Dharma school in Bendigo. So that's a whole different thing. And and a lot of Sri Lankan people are still coming. We had a big dana, and it had made me think about how to integrate sort of large communities into the white society.
Yeah, that's a big challenge, definitely.
Yeah, it's a big challenge. Just culturally very different, and just building the bridge. And in terms of for immeasurables and things, to have that lived experience and lived challenge is actually very good to want to have to integrate that. So I'm thinking creative ways to look at this. Yeah.
I'm always inspired when I hear what you're up to, Venerable. So it's so nice to meet you, and I turn it over to
Lovely
you.
to see you
See you
again.
next week. Yeah. Bye.
Bye. So, as I said, I'm actually currently based in Atisha Center in Bendigo. Yeah, I have not been able to return to Sri Lanka in the last couple of years, but it's very nice to see the Sri Lankan community connecting with us here in Bendigo at the Atisha Center, and looking at the Dharma as Theravada Mahayana traditions as one teacher, many traditions kind of perspective, and learning about each other. So I'd like to start these prayers with just contemplating 4 immeasurables for a moment. Just setting our motivation with a deep desire and intention to really transform our minds and develop our bodhicitta in order to benefit all sentient beings. And particularly thinking about why we are doing the prayers for the COVID pandemic, ongoing challenges, polarization, the threat of war, environmental problems, mental health, you name it. We are living in very, very challenging times indeed. So it's very comforting to connect with the community and have these prayers as an anchor. So we'll take a moment to just take a breath and connect with ourselves. And just thinking about all the sentient beings that are suffering currently. Thinking, may all sentient beings have happiness and the causes of happiness. For all sentient beings to understand the causes of cause and effect, and create only the causes of happiness. And may all sentient beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. Again, in this understanding, extending this understanding with logic and reasoning, why we experience this extensive suffering at the moment, that how we ourselves have the power to transform that and want to take steps to want to do that by purifying all our negativities. May all sentient beings be inseparable from the happiness that is free from suffering. For all sentient beings never to experience such suffering ever again, to be fully enlightened, to be fully free from samsaric suffering, not only temporary, but ultimately. May all sentient beings abide in equanimity, free from attachment for friends and hatred for enemies. And just thinking about what is happening with Ukraine and Russia, with NATO, with the other American and European allies, and how in these times, just the fear and thirst for power is compounding the issue. How much we need for people to understand that war is ultimately will be causing suffering for everyone. We have had enough evidence. So doing these prayers very strongly for people to develop equanimity, to see our common humanity. We do these prayers. So just recalling Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo with all his Siddha qualities, how he liberated people in the 12th century, I think 12th century, if I'm not totally mistaken, that when there was an epidemic in Tibet, that Thangtong Gyalpo, through the connection with Chenrezig, how he subdued the demon who was causing the problem. So likewise, we now supplicate and ask Thangtong Gyalpo Mahasiddha to come to our aid and purify our suffering and transform the current situation. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. Now, thinking that all sentient beings have taken refuge in the Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha, and Dhammakaya of our own minds, we recite Om Mani Padme Hum. Again, visualizing all the sentient beings, the 6 realm beings in human form surrounding us, beginning with our mother of this life and father of this life, mother on the left and father on our right, whether they are alive or passed away. Thinking about all our relatives, loved ones, friends, extending that to our respective locations, embracing the whole country, and beyond the country to all of the other spaces and other realms. We recite Om Mani Padme Hum, visualizing 1000 Nam Chenrezig above our head. And as we recite the mantra, that nectar emanates from the heart of Chenrezig and purifies all our negativities, all our obscurations that are the cause of our suffering and future suffering, becomes completely purified. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 So we recite this prayer before dissolving Chenrezig. Wrathful, victorious, Hayagriva, perfect, pure Tara, and so forth. Objects of refuge whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing. Who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of coddling and of flourishing of the degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering from the explosion of a great ocean of evil, karma, and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of our transcendental wisdom, and also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who, by entering someone's mental continuum, change it instantly into the mind of an asura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result. Sorry, I just lost the space. And miraculously reborn in blissful land, please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop all their coddling and fighting, and to enjoy life in the 10 virtues. Please make rainfall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and in for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru mind-sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. So with that prayer, is incorporating all the emanations of powerful Arya Chenrezig in all its forms. We see Arya Chenrezig dissolving into nectar, just falling on top of each and every sentient being that is been reciting this, thereby purifying all the negative traits from their mind streams. So just taking a moment to think that this is completely occurred, that Chenrezig entered our hearts through the crown of our heads and endowed us, each and every one of us is now endowed with qualities of compassion and wisdom of Chenrezig. And that our bodies have become clean, clear, our minds are completely spotless. We are like a diamond or a crystal, free from any obscurations, all obscurations. So we'll now move on to the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Twice more. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. To 7 of the Vajra Ama mantra. Om Vajra Pe, Om Padma Shavari Pe, Nampashe Naganan, Tayata, Sarvavarita, Hana Vajrana, Raksha Soha. Om Vajra Pe, Om Padma Shavari Pe, Nampashe Naganan, Tayata, Sarvavarita, Hana Vajrana, Raksha Soha. Om Vajra Pe, Om Padma Shavari Pe, Nampashe Naganan, Tayata, Sarvavarita, Hana Vajrana, Raksha Soha. Om Vajra Pe, Om Padma Shavari Pe, Nampashi Naganan, Dayata, Sarvavirita, Hana Vajrana, Raksha Soha. Om Vajra Pe, Om Padma Shavari Pe, Nampashi Naganan, Dayata, Sarvavirita, Hana Vajrana, Raksha Soha. And Black Manjushri mantra. Om Trasa Dusa Dutasa Dumisa Nigolacha Kalaja Kamshamba Pe Soha. Om Trasa Dusa Dutasa Dumisa Nigolacha Kalaja Kamshamba Pe Soha. Om Trasa Dusa Dutasa Dumisa Nigolacha Kalaja Kamshamba Pe Soha. Om Trasa Dusa Dutasa Dumisa Nigolacha Kalaja Kamshamba Pe Soha. Om Trasa Dusa Dutasa Dumisa Nigolacha Kalaja Kamshamba Pe Soha. Om Trasa Dusa Dutasa Dumisa Nigolacha Kalaja Kamshamba Pe Soha. Om Trasa Dusa Dutasa Dumisa Nigolacha Kalaja Kamshamba Pe Soha. So do the Medicine Buddha mantra that Rinpoche recommended for Sri Lanka, all the obstacles to be removed. Tayata Om Veganse Maha Veganse Rasta Samagate Soha. 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 The long life prayer for His Holiness the Dalai Lama. In the land encircled by snow mountains, you are the source of all happiness and good. All-powerful Chenrezig Thangtong Gyalpo, please remain until samsara ends. And Lama Zopa Rinpoche's short, long life prayer. You who uphold the subduous moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three jewels, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please live long. Lama also, Lord of Dharma, who in accordance with the various dispositions of those to be subdued, makes clear in the light of your well-spoken advice the sacred Ganden tradition essence of Buddha's teachings. O foremost and holy Lama, to you who are supreme, we make this prayer of supplication. O Lama, please live long. So the dedication prayers. Dam chu sem chu ma ke panam ke kuchi ke panyam pa me pai gong ne gong du pawasho. Due to this virtue, may I quickly become a Guru Buddha and lead all transmigratory beings without exception to that state. Sealing it with emptiness. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sicknesses, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time. And may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. So with a few seconds to spare, I'd like to hand over to Venerable Drolma. Or Venerable...
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Very good. Here in Madrid.
Here we are.
You are where?
I'm in Natisha Center, Bendigo, Australia.
Ah, Bendigo.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's early in the morning or no? At night?
No, it's evening, about 8 o'clock.
Evening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice light. Nice warm day.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Nice to see you all. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Venerable.
Good morning, Chenrezig Institute. I will lead the practice because Paloma is out of Valencia. She cannot be in this practice today and asked me to lead this session.
Luego estás pluriempleada.
Sí, esto ya es una cosa que ya no sé qué hacer, de verdad.
¿Está fuera, Paloma?
Pues tenía una cosa, algo sobre los libros de su santidad el Dalai Lama, el segundo tomo que están traduciendo, alguna cosa que no podía dejarle, me ha dicho, oye, ¿puedes hacerlo? Digo, perfectamente, ya a la noche nos reunimos. Así que, pues eso. Y como todos tenemos mucha gana de que salga el segundo libro de su santidad el Dalai Lama, pues eso. Bueno, muy bien.
Bueno, pues
este año están saliendo unos libros preciosos, ¿eh?
Sí, sí, mucho.
Es impresionante. En septiembre sale el siguiente de ediciones Samara de su santidad Tutet Chodron.
Ah, qué bueno.
Sí, el siguiente va a salir en septiembre, me ha dicho Paloma, que lo preguntó y dice, ya está para salir ya enseguida. O sea que este año es una cosa increíble de editoriales, ¿no?
Qué bien.
Maravilloso.
Qué bien.
Muy bien, queridos. Pues nada, hemos aquí de nuevo para hacer la práctica de Thangtong Gyalpo. Como dice Fabio, muchas veces le tenemos que dar las gracias a Rinpoche por darnos la oportunidad de reunirnos y de hacer esta práctica tan bonita. Porque es una práctica que está relacionada absoluta y directamente con el amor y la compasión, y recitamos por ello su mantra todo el tiempo que podemos. Así que va dirigido a todos los seres para calmar el sufrimiento de los seres, sobre todo pues para que esta pandemia sea controlada y se acabe de una vez y pueda dejar que la gente pues haga su vida cotidiana, recupere sus trabajos, se recuperen las economías y todas estas cosas. Eso si los políticos nos dejan. Porque lo tienen que dejar, tienen que comportarse como niños buenos y no se están comportando como niños buenos, ¿no? Así que vamos a tener que darles detrás de la oreja porque esto no puede ser.
Vamos a encargar pullas por ellos, dan ganas.
No, vamos a dedicar por los políticos de nuestro país, por lo menos de nuestro país, para que tengan un poquito más de cabeza. Y si tienen disensiones, pues las diriman y las arreglen en casa, ¿sabes? Y no que nos hagan partícipes a todos de sus desencuentros. Porque ya está bien, ya tenemos bastante con lo que tenemos para encima oírlos tirarse de los pelos. ¡Qué horror! Bueno, es que me quedo yo muy pasmada yo con todo lo que está pasando últimamente, ¿no? Y nada, bueno, es todo cuestiones de egos, ya sabemos cómo es el ego, ¿eh? No necesitamos que nos lo expliquen, que lo sabemos perfectamente y personalmente cada uno de nosotros. Entonces, pues, como lo dejes ir a su aire, se puede poner insoportable. Y así se nota, ¿no? Que van los egos por delante en vez del cuidado de las personas. Así que vamos a dedicar esta sesión muy en especial por ellos, ¿sabes? Para que consideren bueno, las necesidades de los pueblos, de la gente a las cuales que les han votado y que ellos son responsables de su bienestar, ¿no? Hay muchísimos problemas en la sociedad como para que andemos en estas historias. Así que bueno, vamos a hacer esta práctica tan preciosa y nos visualizamos frente a Guru Chenrezig en la forma en que nos apetezca. Si nos va bien, Chenrezig sentado con 4 brazos, precioso, increíble. Si visualizamos a Chenrezig 1000 brazos, espléndido. También otro tipo de Chenrezig que en su santidad nos dio en Alemania, que era Chenrezig que está de pie, y bueno, hay muchas diferentes formas de Chenrezig. También nos dio Chenrezig Lama Zopa en Madrid de una forma también un poco especial. Cualquiera de ellas es el amor y la compasión llevados al límite. Entonces, pues está muy bien. Entonces visualizamos a Guru Buda Chenrezig y sentimos todo el amor, la compasión, el poder, la sabiduría, los medios hábiles infinitos, que están todos dispuestos para cuando los seres lo necesiten. Solo tenemos que estar abiertos a su influencia, estar preparados, desearlo y pedirlo. Entonces tenemos todo aquello que necesitemos para nuestro desarrollo. Y nuestro desarrollo tiene que ser prioritariamente llegar a la iluminación para poder ayudar a todos los seres a salir de samsara. Porque sabemos lo que es samsara, que es un lugar donde no puedes fiarte de que las cosas vayan bien, la felicidad es una ilusión, es una utopía absoluta. Entonces pues nos fiamos en que las cosas materiales y los afectos en samsara nos van a dar todo lo que necesitamos y ya vemos que no es así. Entonces necesitamos pues poner nuestro corazón en una meta más realista. La meta más realista es llegar a la iluminación. Ahí encontraremos pues todo lo que necesitamos hasta el infinito, ¿no? Y sobre todo los medios hábiles para ayudar a los seres, porque se nos tiene que hacer insoportable ver el sufrimiento y sentir el sufrimiento de tantos seres, ¿no? No solo los que conocemos en nuestro planeta, sino en todo el universo. No sabemos lo que hay por ahí. Y seguramente que hay seres, ¿no? Y bueno, samsara, con lo cual samsara ya sabemos qué pasa, ¿no? Que es insatisfactorio y absolutamente engañoso, ¿no? Y una ilusión pura. Así que bueno, pues todos los seres, todo ese motivo de nuestra práctica lo vamos a visualizar a nuestro alrededor. A la derecha visualizamos a nuestro padre y a la izquierda a nuestra madre. Los miembros de nuestra familia detrás nuestro, alrededor de padre y madre. Ahí estarán pues tíos, abuelos, hermanos, hijos, sobrinos, en fin, toda la parentela, que en muchos casos son gente con la que convivimos y otros, pues como nuestros abuelitos, por ejemplo, o nuestros padres incluso, pues ya se han ido. En mi caso todos, mi hermano también falleció, con lo cual ya no está conmigo. Pero bueno, los visualizamos aquí súper a gusto, súper contentos, en su mejor momento, agradables, guapísimos y encantados de estar haciendo esta práctica con nosotros. Entonces los visualizamos aquí y poco a poco vamos colocando a nuestro alrededor amigos, conocidos, la gente con la que convivimos diariamente en nuestro trabajo o bien en la vida cotidiana, y poco a poco pues gente más que conocemos menos, y a toda la inmensa cantidad de seres que no conocemos, que ni siquiera sabemos que existen, pero por el poder de la imaginación y el poder de la vacuidad vamos a imaginarlos aquí, sentados, realmente sentados, con un cuerpo humano perfecto, con una reencarnación humana perfecta, y muy contentos de hacer esta práctica, que va a ayudar a que a que se suavicen los miedos, los rencores, a que desaparezcan los oscurecimientos, a hacerles la vida mucho más agradable, mucho más armoniosa, mucho más tranquila. Entonces, pues ahora como sí me gustaría que esta vez pues la dedicamos un poquito más para estas historias que estamos teniendo tan fuertes, ¿no? Y que pueden cambiar mucho la marcha de nuestro país, pues vamos a dedicarlo para los políticos, pues que hagan, o sea, que busquen herramientas en la armonía y en el diálogo y en la negociación, y que se dejen de iras y de respuestas pues que no van a ninguna parte, que solo hacen muchísimo daño, ¿no? al conjunto de la sociedad, a todos los españoles y a todo el mundo. Y la marcha de los países pues es un horror, así que vamos a dedicarlo un poco, en especial por esta gente. Y también por la tía de Lidia. Lidia se ha tenido que ir a Francia porque está una tía suya que se está muriendo prácticamente, se llama Clemi Fadat, y me ha pedido que nos acordemos de ella. Entonces, bueno, pues para ella también, para que tenga un buen tránsito, y Lidia, que está allí, la pueda ayudar en lo que pueda. Así que visualizamos a Gura Chenrezig con el mayor detalle posible, la forma en que hemos elegido, amoroso, sentimos ese amor y compasión que irradia, que es infinito. Tiene una cara hermosísima, los ojos entrecerrados, está en absorción meditativa profunda, pero al mismo tiempo tiene la capacidad y el poder de ver y contemplar y estar atento a todos y cada uno de los seres que existen, ¿no? Y sabe sus aspiraciones, sus proyectos, el nivel de su práctica, lo que necesitan, los medios hábiles que necesitan, lo que piden, a lo que aspiran. Entonces, Guru Chenrezig les va a dar en este momento justa y exactamente lo que cada uno de los seres necesita. Así que todos ellos, como muy contentos, vamos a tomar refugio. Está un poquito variado porque esta copia la tengo yo desde el principio. Me parece que vosotros hacéis el refugio un poquito diferente, pero bueno, es lo mismo. Todos los seres cuyo número es tan vasto como el espacio toman refugio en el precioso Maestro Gurú. Nosotros tomamos refugio en el Buda, en el Dharma y en la Sangha. Todos los seres cuyo número es tan vasto como el espacio tomamos refugio en el precioso Maestro Buda. Tomamos refugio en el Buda, en el Dharma y en la Sangha. Todos los seres cuyo número es tan vasto como el espacio tomamos refugio en el precioso Maestro Buda. Tomamos refugio en el Buda, en el Dharma y en la Sangha. Tomamos refugio en la asamblea de maestros espirituales, las deidades de meditación y las dakinis. Tomamos refugio en la claridad vacía de nuestra propia mente, el Dharmakaya. Esta oración de refugio es súper preciosa. A mí me parece una maravilla, ¿verdad que sí? Ok, pues ahora vamos a hacer el mantra. Vamos a recitarlo por un ratito. Pues para todos los enfermos de la COVID que hay todavía en el mundo, aunque está bajando la incidencia, pero todavía hay mucha gente en los hospitales e incluso están habiendo muertes todavía. Y para que los enfermos mejoren, los que están en los hospitales puedan recuperarse y que baje la incidencia de contagios al mínimo o desaparezca. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme 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 Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Ahora vamos a recitar pues, para todo el conjunto de la Sangha, los monasterios en India, en Nepal, los monasterios o lo que quede en Tíbet, todos los centros, grupos de estudio de Occidente, instalados en Occidente, de todos los linajes, ya sean grupos de estudio, ya sean monasterios de monjes, monjas, centros de ciudad, centros de retiro, por todos ellos, que tengan siempre todo lo que necesiten, ya sea económico, que tengan maestros plenamente cualificados y una sangha que se dedique pues, a mantener la ética pura y a desarrollar el amor y la compasión a tope, ¿no? Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Vamos a hacer la primera de las dedicaciones. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por los espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo y del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres, como si les colocaran en la boca de llama, Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus maléficos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, privando al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente, y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Segunda recitación. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son productos del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritu, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres, como si les colocaran en la boca de llama, Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus maléficos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, privando al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente, y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, buena salud y bienestar, con la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Hacemos la tercera. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres, si son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritu, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres, como si les colocaran en la boca de llama, Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus maléficos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, privando al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Ahora refrescar la imagen de Buda Chenrezig que tenemos sobre nuestras cabezas, delante nuestro. Está muy complacido por esta práctica. Y vamos a hacerle la alabanza. Oh área de ojos compasivos, tesoro de compasión, por favor, préstame atención. Te ruego que me guíes a mí y a todos los padres y madres de los 6 reinos para ser rápidamente liberados del gran océano del samsara. Te suplico que pueda crecer la mente del despertar inigualable, vasta y profunda. Con la lágrima de tu compasión te ruego que limpies todos mis engaños y karmas. Por favor, condúcenos con tus manos de compasión a mí y a los errantes a los campos del gozo. Por favor, Amitabha y Chenrezig, sed nuestros amigos virtuosos en todas nuestras vidas. Mostradnos bien el camino puro e inequívoco y llevadnos rápidamente al estado de Buda. Ok. Si queréis dedicar por algo de especial.
Sí, Bego, yo quiero dedicar para estar pronto en presencia de nuestros maestros y recibir sus enseñanzas, para que haya sabiduría en las mentes de quien nos dirigen y por el éxito del convento de Tongling en Noselin.
Vale, y por Dorje Pamo también. No vamos a dejar a uno.
Bueno, por todas las comunidades monásticas en general.
Exactamente. Muy bien. Ok, que todos los seres sean felices, cualquiera que sea su naturaleza, débiles o poderosos, sin excepción alguna, largos o grandes de cuerpo, medianos o pequeños, toscos o delicados, los que se ven y los que no se ven, los que están cerca y los que están lejos, los nacidos y los por nacer, que todos los seres sean felices, que nadie engañe nunca al otro, ni le desprecie por ningún motivo, ni se deje mover por ira ni por odio a desear el mal de otro ser viviente. Igual que una madre que dará la vida por su propio hijo, por su único hijo, ábrase el ánimo sin límite ninguno, rebosante de benevolencia, para con todo el mundo y en todas direcciones, arriba, abajo, alrededor, sin odio, sin enemistad, sin reserva ninguna. Bueno, pues dedicamos esta práctica para la larga vida de todos nuestros maestros, todos aquellos que a lo largo de nuestra vida nos han ayudado a desarrollarnos, a aprender, a ser personas y nos han enseñado una ética, y sobre todo para nuestros maestros espirituales que nos han guiado y que nos siguen guiando en el Dharma, por nuestro Guru Raíz. Muy en especial nos recordamos su santidad el Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, que tengan unas vidas saludables, largas y que sigan dando enseñanzas, y cuanto antes puedan ser presenciales, pues mucho mejor, que así podremos gozar de su presencia, que es siempre una maravilla. Por toda la Sangha de todo el mundo, en especial por la que está en Occidente, ya sea grupos de estudio, centros de ciudad, centros de retiros y monasterios, que tengan todo lo que necesiten, material, espiritual, maestros perfectamente cualificados y unas largas vidas y llenas de prosperidad. Por todas nuestras familias, aquellos que están con nosotros o aquellos que ya se han ido, están con nosotros, que tengan todas las necesidades cubiertas, que no tengan obstáculos en el desarrollo de su vida en común o en su vida familiar, que haya una armonía perfecta. Y aquellos que se han ido, pues que tengan renacimientos humanos perfectos, que puedan conocer el Dharma y encontrarse con maestros perfectamente cualificados. Y nada, y por nosotros mismos, que estemos siempre inspirados en practicar el Dharma, que sean el leitmotiv más grande de nuestra vida, y sobre todo el haber encontrado un maestro espiritual, que es la joya que concede los deseos, es la joya que nos une al Buda, a la mente del despertar directamente. O sea que no hay lotería en el mundo tan grande como la que nos ha tocado ya. Entonces, pues que sepamos aprovecharla durante toda nuestra vida y practicar con diligencia y sobre todo desarrollemos mucho amor y compasión por el personal. Hacemos la oración de larga vida a su santidad. La joya que cumple y concede los deseos, fuente de todo beneficio y felicidad en este mundo, al incomparablemente amable Tenzin Gyatso le suplico que todos tus santos deseos se cumplan espontáneamente. Para Lama Zopa, pues es la ética del sabio y sostienes la doctrina del victorioso Manjusri, protegiéndola y extendiéndola, actúas soportándolo todo con firmeza, realizas con maestría oraciones magníficas que honran a las tres joyas. Eres mi protector y el de los demás discípulos. Te ruego que tengas una larga vida, que en cuanto salgas de Nepal, lo primero que te pase por tu cabeza es venir a España, que te tenemos que cantar, que Fabio ya tiene ya el sutra del corazón perfectamente ensayado.
Y más cosas, hay
Y
todo
más
un
cosas.
repertorio.
Ay, qué bien, qué bien, qué bien, qué bien. Bueno, queridos, que tengáis un buen fin de semana. Fabio, te voy a llamar por teléfono dentro de un momento. ¿Te puedo llamar?
¿A mí?
Sí.
Sí, claro, sí.
Vale, espero que tenga tu teléfono, porque no lo sé. Ay. No lo sé, ¿eh? A ver, Fabioski. Fabio Poza, sí que lo tengo. Ahora te llamo. Ahora te llamo.
Cuando quieras, chao.
Hey, queridos, un beso muy fuerte. Que paséis buen sábado.
Okay, so taking a moment to set the motivation yet again. Just recalling the reasons for doing these prayers. Thinking about the vast suffering that's continuing on for a number of years now. And thinking about in all the numerous ways that people have been impacted by this. The polarization, the losses, the fears, the isolation. So many people's lives have completely changed. Some people have found new ways of being, new ways of living that are enjoyable. Some people have found rest in the period that they never thought was possible. But on the other hand, some others have found it enormous challenges, enormous losses, a lot of grief, financial losses. And just so many people are still trying to make sense of it, not understanding what caused it, how this happened, how long is it going to last. So there's a lot of confusion and suffering. Thinking about all of these suffering beings, we are following Lama Zopa Rinpoche's advice to do the prayers. Yet again, coming together as worldwide Sangha to fulfill Rinpoche's wishes. So just taking a moment to connect with this idea. Truly what we believe in the power of prayer, power of the teacher, and what that means in our own lives. What is propelling us to do this week after week. And the comfort and support that we become for each other. And rejoicing in this, in these dark, difficult times, that we have this community to rely on, to connect with, to understand life in the same way, and to process the trauma that we are experiencing, that many people don't have this luxury, this comfort. So thinking about all the mother sentient beings, not only in this Mother Earth, but in all other realms. Thinking that we are all going to go to refuge to Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, taking in this time, seeking his blessings and support, and supplicating him and asking, begging him to exercise his compassion and power to transform our situation. So we wholeheartedly sit with this motivation, do this prayer. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. Do it 4 more times. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. So with that strong refuge, having gone to refuge, we will do the mantra of Chenrezig, and still holding our visualization of the 6 realm brains surrounding us in human form, as it is the easiest form to purify. We will recite Om Mani Padme Hum. And from 1000 Arm Chenrezig's heart, as we recite the mantra, nectar emanates, falling on top of our heads and then cascading down our bodies, just going through every cell, purifying every part of our body and mind. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So we yet again recite the prayer that incorporates all the forms of Arya Chenrezig. Wrathful, victorious, Hayagriva, perfect pure Tara, and so forth. Objects of refuge whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing, who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of coddling and the flourishing of the degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom, and also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who by entering someone's mental continuum change it instantly into the mind of an asura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and died to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy life in the 10 virtues. Please make rainfall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mind sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. So with that, we dissolve, imagine Arya Chenrezig dissolving into steam-like substance and falling on top of our heads and just entering our bodies through the crown of our heads. And just taking a moment to think, feel strongly that we now are endowed with the qualities of Arya Chenrezig, his vast wisdom and and compassion, and that we are completely purified. So imagining our bodies as clean and clear as crystal, thinking that our minds are completely pure. We recite the rest of the prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. 2 more times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And now we will do Vajra Ahana mantra 21 times maybe. Om Vajra Pe, Om Padmashavari Pe, Nampashi Naganan, Dayata, Sarvavirita, Hana Hana Vajrna, Raksha Raksha Soha. Om Vajra Pe, Om Padmashavari Pe, Nampashi Naganan, Dayata, Sarvavirita, Hana Hana Vajrna, Raksha Raksha Soha. Om Vajra Pe, Om Padmashavari Pe, Nampashi Naganan, Dayata, Sarvavirita, Hana Hana Vajrna, Raksha Raksha Soha. Om Vajra Pe, Om Padmashavari Pe, Nampashi Naganan, Dayata, Sarvavirita, Hana Hana Vajrna, Raksha Raksha Soha. Om Vajra Pe, Om Padmashavari Pe, Nampashi Naganan, Dayata, Sarvavirita, Hana Hana Vajrna, Raksha Raksha Soha. Padmashavari Pe, Nampashi Naganan, Dayata, Sarvavirita, Hana Hana Vajrna, Raksha Raksha Soha. Om Vajra Pe, Om Padmashavari Pe, Nampashi Shavari Pe, Nampashi Naganan, Dayata, Sarvavirita, Hana Hana Vajrna, Raksha Raksha Soha. Om Vajra Pe, Om Padmashavari Pe, Sarvavirita, Hana Hana Vajrna, Raksha Raksha Soha. Om Vajra Pe, Om Padmashavari Pe, Nampashi Naganan, Dayata, Sarvavirita, Hana Hana Vajrna, Raksha Raksha Soha. Om Vajra Pe, Om Padmashavari Pe, Nampashi Naganan, Dayata, Sarvavirita, Hana Hana Vajrna, Raksha Raksha Soha. Om Vajra Pe, Om Padmashavari Pe, Nampashi Naganan, Dayata, Sarvavirita, Hana Hana Vajrna, Raksha Raksha Soha. Black Manjushri Mantra. Om Trasa Jusa Dutasa Dunisa Nigola Chakala Jakam Shamba Pesoha. Om Trasa Jusa Dutasa Dunisa Nigola Chakala Jakam Shamba Pesoha. Om Trasa Dusa Dutasa Dunisa Nigola Chakala Jakam Shamba Pesoha. Om Trasa Dusa Dutasa Dunisa Nigola Chakala Jakam. Om Trasa Dusa Dutasa Dunisa Nigola Chakala Jakam Shamba Pesoha. Om Trasa Dusa Dutasa Dunisa Nigola Chakala Jakam Shamba Pesoha. Trasa Dusa Dutasa Dunisa Nigola Chakala Jakam Shamba Pesoha. Trasa Dusa Dutasa Dunisa Nigola Chakala Jakam Shamba Pesoha. Trasa Dusa Dutasa Dunisa Nigola Chakala Jakam Shamba Pesoha. Trasa Dusa Dutasa Dunisa Nigola Chakala Jakam Shamba Pesoha. Trasa Dusa Dutasa Dunisa Nigola Chakala Jakam Shamba Pesoha. Trasa Dusa Dutasa Dunisa Nigola Chakala Jakam Shamba Pesoha. Trasa Dusa Dutasa Dunisa Nigola Chakala Jakam Shamba Pesoha. Trasa Dusa Dutasa Dunisa Nigola Chakala Jakam Shamba Pesoha. Trasa Dusa Dutasa Dunisa Nigola Chakala Jakam Shamba Pesoha. Trasa Dusa Dutasa Dunisa Nigola Chakala Jakam Shamba Pesoha. Trasa Dusa Dutasa Dunisa Kala Jakam Shamba Pesoha. Trasa Dusa Dutasa Dunisa Nigola Chakala Jakam Shamba Pesoha. Trasa Dusa Dutasa Dunisa Nigola Chakala Jakam Shamba Pesoha. Trasa Dusa Dutasa Dunisa Nigola Chakala Jakam Shamba Pesoha. Trasa Dusa Dutasa Dunisa Nigola Chakala Jakam Shamba Pesoha. 7 of the Tara Mantra. Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha. 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 And Medicine Buddha Mantra for Sri Lanka. All the projects to be successful. Thayataon Beganse Beganse Maha Beganse Rasta Samagate Soha. Thayataon Beganse Beganse Maha Beganse Rasta Samagate Soha. Thayataon Beganse Beganse Maha Beganse Rasta Samagate Soha. Thayataon Beganse Beganse Maha Beganse Rasta Samagate. Thayataon Beganse Beganse Maha Beganse Rasta Samagate Soha. Thayataon Beganse Beganse Maha Beganse Rasta Samagate Soha. Tayata Om Beganse Beganse Maha Beganse Rasta Samgate Soha Tayata Om Beganse Beganse Maha Beganse Rasta Samgate Soha. Last verse from Bodhisattva Charyavatara as a dedication. May all beings everywhere plagued by sufferings of body and mind obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled, with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness, and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then may I too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. And His Holiness's long life prayer. Gangri Rave Kove Shinkamje Pandam Deva Malu Juve Ne Chenrezig Institute Gatsoye Sabbe Site Badu Tengyu She. Savior of the Snowland teachings and the transmigratory brains, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion. To the lotus in hand, Lord Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be fulfilled. Lama Zopa Rinpoche's Tub Sho Shan Ching Dam Gon Galway Ten Sing Yong Palway Kun Su Do Po Say Chu Tsum Ko Wei Lake Mon Tub Jo Ba Dag So Jo Jay Gondu Shapten Sho. Lama also, Lord of Dharma, who in accordance with the various dispositions of those to be subdued, makes clear in the light of your well-spoken advice the sacred Ganden tradition essence of Buddha's teachings. O foremost and holy Lama, to you who are supreme, we make this prayer of supplication. O Lama, please, please live long. The additional general dedication prayers. Due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of a Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exception into that enlightened state. May the supreme jewel Bodhichitta that has not arisen arise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. And I would especially like to think about Thailand, Sri Lanka, and Burma, where people have connection with Bodhichitta, Bodhisattva path, to have the opportunity to connect with the teachers very soon without obstacles. May the precious view of emptiness that has not arisen arise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. May the supreme realization of the two stages that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Just as the brave Manjushri and Samantabhadra too realize things as they are, I too dedicate all these merits in the best way that I may follow their perfect example. I dedicate all these roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by the victorious ones thus gone of the 3 times, so I might perform good works. I dedicate whatever virtues I have ever collected for the benefit of the teachings and of all sentient beings, and in particular to the essential teachings of perfect pure Losang Dragpa to shine forever. May we not arise heresy for even a second in the actions of the glorious Guru. May we regard whatever actions are done as pure. With this devotion, may we receive the blessings of the Guru in our hearts. in all my lives through the victorious ones, Lama Tsongkhapa, acting in person as the Mahayana Guru, may I never turn aside for even an instant from the excellent path praised by the victorious ones. And just sealing it with emptiness. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in the world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. So with 1 minute to spare, I'd like to say hello to Venerable Thakchok and hand over for the next session.
Thank you so much. How are you?
Nice. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Busy and, trying to keep one foot in front of the other.
Okay.
multiple jobs, because I have a family as well. So it's kind of, my daughter is visiting from New York. So I'm a little busy trying to do my mother duties as well, but very enjoyable. Yeah, she came for visits, which is nice.
Great.
Yeah, to our Bishop Center.
Thank you.
Okay, thank
See you.
See you.
So, good morning, everyone. I'm Tenzin Tekchok from Nalanda Monastery, and I would like to continue with this practice. Let's start with taking a good body posture. So try to find a good seat, which is comfortable for you, but also where you are not becoming sleepy or overexcited. Just a good body position. Try to level your shoulders. And become aware of your spine. And check if there are any tensions in your body. Maybe tensions in your neck or shoulders or legs. And try to release these tensions. Then for some moments, observe your in and out breath. Breathing in, you can observe the sensations at your nostrils. And breathing out, you can observe the sensations at your nostrils. And then visualize gathering around you are all sentient beings in human form. And especially you can visualize your father on your left side and your mother on your right side. Those people to whom you are attached, you can place behind you, and all those where you have who you have difficulties, you can see a seat placed in the space in front of you. And then all other sentient beings gathering around you as far as you can imagine. And then become aware of their suffering. They are suffering from being born, from becoming old and weak, and having many sicknesses. There's a lot of pain in this world of the body, but also of the mind. And then the suffering of dying, of letting go. Then there are all these mental sufferings of the afflictions, of grasping to so-called beautiful things and having aversion to so-called ugly things or persons. But there are also, at the moment, at this corona pandemic, there are a lot of afflictions of being malicious, becoming nervous and aggressive, feeling lonely and feeling disconnected or controlled by others. So let's become aware of all these suffering. And although there are many vaccinations now available in the world, and it seems that pandemic is becoming more pacified, there's still a lot of suffering, and people are dying in the hospitals or at home. And some people are suffering from long COVID. So we do these prayers now, especially to pacify the suffering of this pandemic. In the space in front of you, you can visualize Buddha Shakyamuni in the aspect of a monk sitting on a very beautiful throne, seated on a lotus, sun and moon disk. And he is in the nature of pure golden light. And this light emanates in all directions and touches the sentient beings around you, including yourself. And these sentient beings feel a lot of release and comfort. And when we are taking refuge now to this Buddha and to the teachings, and also to all those who are really earnestly practice these teachings. We can make the decision also to become a Buddha in order to help all these sentient beings around us. And we start with the prayer liberating Shakya from disease. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And at this point, we will recite the compassion mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, and we can do this for several times. And while we are doing this, we may visualize the syllables of this mantra standing on a moon cushion at our heart. And while we are reciting, this mantra is turning clockwise and emanating a very sparkling 5-colored light, which reaches to all the sentient beings around us and give them lightness and happiness and comfort. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary condition, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. May the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Then I will recite the swift fulfillment of wishes in dependence on the great Jetsun Tsongkhapa. Namo Guru, supreme embodiment of the wisdom and compassion of all the victorious ones of the three times, manifesting as a monk wearing the three saffron robes, the spontaneous exalted wisdom Dharmakaya possessing the five bodies. To you, Jetsun Losang Dapa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. With a nature of primordially pure clear light, uninterrupted natural expression of the complete Sambhogakaya, great being who unifies body and mind, to you, Jetsun Losang Dapa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Displaying an array of manifold Nimanakaya emanations appropriate to the limitless living beings, equaling the expanse of space. To you, Jetsun Losang Dapa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Through the power of having made single-pointed requests to you, may all the unfortunate natural manifestations of the degenerate age, illness, famine, crawling, epidemic disease, graha spirits, interferers, and so forth be pacified. Then, when I request that the excellent collection of conducive conditions increase, please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Having completely cleared away the darkness of ignorance and confusion, and fully developed the illumination of supreme intelligence, virtuous friend who causes the 100-petal lotus of the scriptural tradition to bloom, the sun radiating benefit and happiness, to you I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Since I and others, the assembly of faithful disciples, have no other Lord of refuge to turn to for hope, when we make request in all the 6 sessions of day and night, please bless us that the Guru's blessings may enter our minds. Also, at the end of this life, may I see you, glorious Losang Dapa, along with your retinue, and immediately have a vision of you saying reassuringly, son, daughter, go to the celestial realm of Tushita. Care for me with your compassion, precious Guru. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Namo Guru, supreme embodiment of the wisdom and compassion of all the victorious ones of the three times, manifesting as a monk wearing the three saffron robes, the spontaneous exalted wisdom Dharmakaya possessing the five bodies. To you, Jetsun Losang Dapa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. With a nature of primordially pure clear light, uninterrupted natural expression of the complete Sambhogakaya, great being who unifies body and mind, to you, Jetsun Losang Dapa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Displaying an array of manifold Nimanakaya emanations appropriate to the limitless living beings, equaling the expanse of space, to you, Jetsun Losang Dapa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Through the power of having made single-pointed requests to you, may all the unfortunate natural manifestations of the degenerate age, illness, famine, crawling, epidemic disease, graha spirits, interferers, and so forth be pacified. Then, when I request that the excellent collection of conducive conditions increase, please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Having completely cleared away the darkness of ignorance and confusion and fully developed the illumination of supreme intelligence, virtuous friend who causes the 100-petal lotus of the scriptural tradition to bloom, the sun radiating benefit and happiness, to you I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Since I and others, the assembly of faithful disciples, have no other Lord of refuge to turn to for hope, when we make request in all the 6 sessions of day and night, please bless us that the Guru's blessings may enter our minds. Also at the end of this life, may I see you, glorious Losang Dapa, along with your retinue, and immediately have a vision of you saying reassuringly, Son, daughter, go to the celestial realm of Tushita. Care for me with your compassion, precious Guru. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. And the last time, Namo Guru, supreme embodiment of the wisdom and compassion of all the victorious ones of the three times, manifesting as a monk wearing the three saffron robes, the spontaneous exalted wisdom Dharmakaya possessing the five bodies. To you, Jetsun Losang Dapa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. With a nature of primordially pure clear light, uninterrupted natural expression of the complete Sambhogakaya, great being who unifies body and mind, to you, Jetsun Losang Dapa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Displaying an array of manifold Nimanakaya emanations appropriate to the limitless living beings equaling the expanse of space. To you, Jetsun Losang Dapa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Through the power of having made single-pointed requests to you, may all the unfortunate natural manifestations of the degenerate age, illness, famine, quarreling, epidemic disease, graha spirits, interferers, and so forth be pacified. Then, when I request that the excellent collections of conducive conditions increase, please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Having completely cleared away the darkness of ignorance and confusion and fully developed illumination of supreme intelligence, virtuous friend who causes the 100-petaled lotus of the scriptural tradition to bloom, the sun radiating benefit and happiness, to you I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Since I and others, the assembly of faithful disciples, have no other Lord of refuge to turn to for hope, when we make request in all the 6 sessions of day and night, please bless us that the Guru's blessings may enter our minds. Also at the end of this life, may I see you, glorious Losang Dapa, along with your retinue, and immediately have a vision of you saying reassuringly, son, daughter, go to the celestial realm of Tushita. Care for me with your compassion, precious Guru. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Then at the end, I would like to recite some mantras. The first mantra is the mantra of Vajrayana, so which mainly protects you from becoming infected from the coronavirus, but also of the, I think you become immune of the afflictions connected with all these sufferings of the pandemic. Vajapet Padmajavaripet Nempajik Naganan Dayada Safavirita Anahana Vajena Raksha Soha Vajapet. Vajapet Padmajavaripet Nempajik Naganan Dayada Safavirita Hanahana Vajena Raksha Soha. Then the mantra of Black Manjushri. Taso Juse Dutasu Dumisu Ningulache Kalajakam Jamdam Pepe Soha. Taso Juse Dutasu Dumisu Ningulache Kalajakam Jamdam Pepe Soha. And finally, the mantra of Grain Tara. Tare Tu Soha. Om Tare Tutare Turi Soha. Then finally we do the dedications. And I would like to specially dedicate to His Holiness the Dalai Lama, that he may have a long and healthy life and can continue to teach us. And also to Lama Zopa Rinpoche, may he have a long and healthy life and may he be able to teach us for many more years. And finally, for my mother who died 2 weeks ago, may she have a precious human rebirth and a healthy body and meet fully qualified Mahayana teacher so that she may come enlightened. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline but increase more and more. Due to this virtue, may I quickly become a Guru Buddha and lead all transmigratory beings without exception to that state. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in the world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. I hope I do the, no. Can you, sorry, I'm still in the, do you still see my prayers or?
No, they're gone.
Okay, then.
We can see you and the Buddhas.
Okay, that's enough.
Is it Buddhas or is it Buddhas next to the big Buddha?
Yeah, there are more than 1,000 Buddhas.
Buddhas,
next
yeah,
to
wow.
this.
Oh,
Yeah.
wonderful. Oh, so beautiful.
Yeah, it's the altar in Nalanda Monastery.
Ali. So is it just a picture or are you sitting in the Gompa?
No, it's a picture.
Oh, okay.
So
Looks real.
yeah.
Looks real, not real. Appears like totally real.
Yeah, appears.
Exactly. So that's already good now.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
Venerable, and have a good weekend.
You too. Thank you.
Okay, so hello everybody. Hello Chenrezig Institute. So what I usually do is that we take refuge then, because we do the Chenrezig practice. We will recite a prayer or request to Chenrezig to protect us when the situations get really a bit tough, difficult, that we are in danger of reacting with negative emotions or negative attitudes. And so we just, instead of arranging the problem or the situation in a better way, we create more tendencies and more karma to encounter problems. So it's a very beautiful prayer that has been basically to request for protection. So we recite that and then we just continue with the practice. So we start by taking refuge. Which is, again, we can just say the words, or you can really feel that we have a refuge, meaning we can go into a safe direction, that even though samsara is not as beautiful as we would like to have it or as easy, but still we know that we can end that situation when we are enough fed up with it. So if we are in a situation where it's too much suffering, then we can now practice. If we are in a situation where everything is too good, right now I'm in a ski resort. So I tell you, there's probably not many people who do prayers at this moment. It's like I went down to the village to get some bread, and it's full of people who come to ski. So it's wonderful, it's great. They're outside, you know, they're not doing anything bad, but actually they come to have pleasure. But you can feel how everybody's nervous. Will they find a place to park the car? Will they have to wait a long time in order to get into the cabin that takes them up the mountains? For lunch, will they find a place in the restaurant? The weather is beautiful at the moment, but there's all these other little things that, you know, if you would have a choice, then we would not want them. So that's what we call samsara. Sometimes samsara is really good. Like for these people who can go skiing, samsara is fantastic. Yet there's many things that are, you know, even on a Saturday, beautiful weather skiing day, that if one could change it, one would definitely change it. So then we have to be fed up with that situation, knowing that, okay, you can say, well, it's normal, I adjust, and that's fine. But also the Buddha is telling us that this is not the norm and this is not normal. We are reacting with wrong views, exaggerations. How can you say this is normal? Normal or natural would be something that is true, that is right. So then we see reality not as it is, we see it as inherent existent. Then that creates, especially the I and others, and that creates anger and attachment towards the things that we think is good for us, and anger towards the things we think that are not good for us or that spoil our pleasure, and indifference also. So, and then we react with these attitudes, and then we get negative karma, and then again, we don't find what we want. So it's good to really think, I am sick and tired to be under the control of my unhelpful attitudes or emotions. I will apply the methods of the Buddha who at one point was just like me, an ordinary human being, was disturbed that his good situation as a prince is not as good as it could be, and therefore was seeking kind of an answer. Why is it? Why are we kind of controlled by these 5 contaminated aggregates, or by our negative emotions, or by dukkha, by the, you know, the ripening of negative karma? I found the answer, and then he's teaching us, and these teachings are still alive, how to get out of that situation so that we can really fulfill our wish for lasting happiness, and that we can live our values that we all have spontaneously, uninterruptedly, and effortlessly. So who is guiding us to get there is the Guru. Because if we would just have books, I don't think we would practice. So it's the Guru that, of course, we try to see, or we see him as Chenrezig in this case, because we're doing Chenrezig practice afterwards. So you can just think for a short while, imagine your Guru being next to you, maybe putting his hands on your shoulders, you know, or touching your elbow or something in a very caring way. It always helps. Sometimes when things are not so good, we feel so alone. But the Buddhas, the Gurus are always there. So it's good to just visualize them. You can think, you know, His Holiness the Dalai Lama or Kyabje Zopa Rinpoche or your own root Guru is standing behind you, putting his hands on your shoulder and just say, okay, you're on the right path. Don't worry. If you keep going, at one point, you will arrive at liberation. And if you are in the Mahayana vehicle, at full awakening. And then just see what kind of effect it has. Then in the space in front, out of emptiness, emptiness, not a nothingness, but the emptiness, the wisdom, knowing about the nature of reality, that everything is empty of inherent existence. So it's the wisdom that creates that image, which is Chenrezig, either 4-armed or 1,000-armed in the space in front. I guess you all know how he looks. And then the picture of your Guru, you let that melt into the picture of Chenrezig. So Chenrezig becomes your Guru becomes Chenrezig, they're totally one. like 2 drops of water that join. And especially when we make the requests, then it's really important that we connect, because when we connect, that becomes like an open channel that from the Guru, the blessings can just pour into us. If we have no faith, no trust, and we don't think of the Guru and we don't connect, then nothing will go in. And we also take refuge, of course, in our own potential, yeah, that we will attain full awakening. So taking refuge in the Buddha as Chenrezig, that we want to attain, is causal refuge. And taking refuge in our own Buddha potential is a resultant refuge. So it's so important to trust that potential that we have. And then, because we're not just doing this for ourselves, you visualize your dad at your right side, your mom at your left side, people that make you nervous, and try to be specific, not just, you know, oh, all those I don't like, you know, kind of be aware, who is making me nervous? Who am I making nervous? So that we can work on it and we can dissolve these knots that we have, so that, you know, in future when we meet them, we can meet them with an open heart, which is so much more pleasant. And then we're sure we're not creating the knots that we have with these people are not becoming tighter and tighter. So these are in the space in front. People that we need in order to feel our natural love, compassion, concern, kindness, we put behind. So it's the people you like. People that are very effortlessly, if they need help, you can give the help, you do it with a lot of joy, not out of duty. And if you succeed, you know, and you can help them, you're so happy. It's really, that's what it means, you know, with joy and effortless. It doesn't take away your energy, it actually gives you energy. So these people are very important in our life, so that we can feel how that feels to have an open heart spontaneously. Then we don't want to limit ourselves just to those few people, because we think our mind has been existing since beginningless lifetimes. And I've had, you know, all these beings in the universe that are always there. I've had good connections with them, like I have to the few ones now who are sitting behind me, with all of them at one point. So why limit myself like this? No point. So you visualize them all around us in the form of, you know, human form, and we think, you know, I am practicing this path. Of course, at the moment for the pandemic to stop, and it really looks as if it's getting better. And but long term, we always think long term, so that, you know, even if there is no pandemic, it's still samsara and we still have problems. So long term, we think, I will attain enlightenment in order to benefit all sentient beings and guide them to that state as well. And for the moment, I am leading them in taking refuge. I don't know if any of you saw Geshe-tachi yesterday, when somebody asked the question, well, what do we do with all these people who don't behave properly? And then he said, well, it's not much we can do. We can talk to them, and sometimes they listen, but not very often. But we can talk to them and ask them, you know, to change their behavior. So it's more about kind of changing our own attitude towards them, that we don't want to control them, because then he also continued saying that, you know, when we benefit others, there's always ego involved. It's almost impossible for us to benefit others at the moment when there's no ego involved. But it's good to recognize and it's good to see. So we take refuge because we want to lead or guide all sentient beings to that state at the moment, which is guiding or leading them in taking refuge. So then they, just like us, start to become aware that our happiness, our future happiness, lies in our own hands. That's what we can do for them. At the moment, we can be a good example and talk to them, and maybe they will listen. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And then we do this request to Chenrezig. And Lama Zopa Rinpoche says, it's so nice now to develop bodhicitta in quite an easy and quick way. So he said, if you keep compassion Buddha, who is enriched with supreme power in your mind, you will be protected from all dangers. So first request, Chenrezig, for the following things to happen to you. Then think that you cause them to happen to all other sentient beings. This is an extremely effective way to generate bodhicitta and a good heart cherishing others. So just mentally to think all beings should be happy. Nobody, absolutely nobody should suffer. So we train the mind to not just to be concentrated on these two categories, the people in front of us we dislike and the people behind us that we do like. So you think that you're making these requests for protection to Guru Lokeshvara. Namo Guru Lokeshvaraya. Please look at me with compassion. Universal being enriched with power. Please be my guide and save me, perfect pure treasure of compassion. I request you, Supreme Arya Compassionate Eye-Looking One. Please be my captain, liberating me from the great ocean of beginningless samsara. Compassionate Eye-Looking One. When I am obscured by the darkness of ignorance, please be my illuminating light, compassionate eye-looking one. When I have a blazing fire of anger towards my enemies, please be the waterfall that extinguishes it, compassionate eye-looking one. When I have violent waves of attachment towards my friends, please help me realize the ultimate nature, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am bound to my possessions by the knot of miserliness, please be my manager of giving, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am intoxicated by the 5 poisonous delusions, please be my king of medicine, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am disturbed and frightened at the time of death, please show me your face and introduce self-nature, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am surrounded by the karmic messengers of Yama, please be my refuge and guide, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am traveling the unknown, dangerous path of the intermediate state, please be my close relative, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am wandering, seeking an uncertain birthplace, please take me to your pure land, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am experiencing the suffering of karma in the womb, please cover me with the tent of light, compassionate eye-looking one. When I have taken the body of an unknowing baby, please be my supreme virtuous friend, compassionate eye-looking one. When I always visualize you on my crown, make offerings and praise you, please be my root guru, compassionate eye-looking one. When I visualize you on my heart lotus, make offerings and praise you, please be my mind seal deity of the host of deities, compassionate eye-looking one. When I experience the obstacles of bad outer and inner conditions, please be my Dharma protector and pacify them, compassionate eye-looking one. When my mind is tormented by hunger, thirst, and poverty, please grant whatever attainments I wish, compassionate eye-looking one. When I make requests with the continual sound of the 6 syllables, please always look at me with compassion, compassionate eye-looking one. So then we can visualize before we recite the mantra that if you have initiation, you can dissolve Chenrezig into you. If you don't have initiation, better leave him in the space in front. But if you do have initiation, Chenrezig comes to your crown. melt into light. The light slowly pours down your central channel into your heart chakra. And as it does that, we think that it is kind of, dissolving the 5 contaminated aggregates, transforming it into the 5 Buddha families and the 5 Buddha wisdoms. And then we stay a moment in the clear light, which is the natural state of the conventional level of our mind. And it's actually a pretty neutral space, so you fill it with compassion by thinking, but if I'm just staying in that blissful state, I cannot benefit anybody, but I want to benefit all sentient beings. I promised with my bodhisattva vows to guide them out of samsara. So I cannot just stay in that empty state. And so out of this clear light, you think you rise in the form of Chenrezig, Avalokiteshvara, and first from your mantra, which is at your heart, on a moon disc, at your heart is the syllable Hri, around it the mantra. From there, a very bright light is kind of radiating, it fills your whole body first, and then the light goes out like the sun this morning. So the sunlight goes in all directions, touching each and every sentient being and transforming them into the form of Chenrezig, because everybody has Buddha potential. And so first of all, we think about people who are directly affected by the COVID, the ones who are sick, they recover. The ones who have long COVID, they also kind of, regain their complete health. People who work in the health systems, so that they have enough energy and still joy in what they're doing to do this, and people in the government that they are doing, that they're making the right decisions. But also I would really like to please send some light to Ukraine and Russia, so that they're not starting a stupid war that is absolutely not necessary. So, that, okay, they have big words and big weapons, but they just keep them quiet and they don't use them. And they find a solution to live harmoniously together. No, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. And then with the confidence of being Thangtong Gyalpo, then we recite this prayer, maybe 2 or 3 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. And then we can do these mantras, each one time, because there's not much time left. And then when you finished reciting, you put your hand under your chin, you blow into it, you breathe it in as an additional protection to get the COVID, or as Tenzin Tekchok before was just saying, to be protected, to react with negative emotions to whatever situation. Om Padmashavari Pe Nempar Shing Naganan Tayata Sarvavirita Hana Hana Vashrena Raksha Raksha Soha Black Manjushi Om Traso Chuso Turtaso Turmiso Ningo Lacher Kala Chakam Chantram Pepe Soha. Then the 20th Tara, the one is who is stopping epidemics, hopefully also pandemics. Om Tare Tutare Ture Salvavidya Ditsora Prashama Naye Soha. Then we do the dedications. May the precious Supreme Bodhichitta not yet born arise. May the arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Due to this virtue, may I quickly become a Guru Buddha, lead all transmigratory being without exception to that state. And from the bottom of our hearts, we wish His Holiness the Dalai Lama, all other Gurus, a long, healthy, and stable life. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Maybe we can sing that one. Tonyanin cheso do shope lam se te se te Kanchen tender Chana pe moten singatsu la savatepso shetan lundo sho. Then for Kyabje Zopa Rinpoche, and of course all other teachers teaching the path to full awakening. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Majunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, you disciples, please, please live long. Then due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sicknesses, pandemics, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in the world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately. May perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time. May sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. And now, Chenrezig Institute, what are you going to do? Because it looks as there's nobody to take the lead.
Yes. Sarah will be here in a moment, so we'll just wait.
Okay, great. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Because otherwise I would have continued, but I can't because I have something else that is starting soon. So, okay, so great. So
no worries.
You can maybe you can
Thank
chant. You can chant some Om Mani Padme because I need to go. I'm afraid. Okay.
Thank you so much, Venerable Lhasa.
Yeah, thank you very much. Take care. Bye.
Hello.
Hello.
So I'm sorry I'm a little bit late, and I just came back from the stupa in Bodha. So some of you might know Great Lama Zopa Rinpoche passed away a few days ago, and so there's a lot of sadness around here at the moment. So he was previous Rinpoche was the head of the England school. And so this Rinpoche is actually 2 incarnations. This one was from Tibet, and he was living in Tibet. And he was 31 years old, and he'd never been sick his whole life. And he said to his attendants that tomorrow I want to rest. So just leave me alone. And then they all retired. And the next morning, it fell down next morning when they went to Rinpoche's room. They found out that he had left. So he'd passed away, gone into meditation. So 31 years old. And so that's very sad. She has Gombe here. There's many, many students and disciples I actually had met him in America some time ago, 2 years ago. He was up there and he was giving empowerments and doing all sorts. Silver ring, big silver ring, and then I came. And so many people came. So, very popular teacher, and many disciples, very qualified teacher, fully enlightened being. That's what Misha says, he's fully enlightened being. Of course, he has numerous manifestations, but still very sad. Okay, so it's a big reality check for all of us. There is a prophecy by Thomas and Baba, apparently, that when the times become more degenerate, the High Lamas will leave. They will just simply leave. So not because they don't want to help, but because we disciples no longer have the merit to have such pure beings. So we are in degenerate times. Times becoming more degenerate all the time. And we just don't know how much longer we're going to be able to have these very holy beings around. So it's quite a scary situation. No time to waste. No time to get caught up in hallucinations, attachments to this life, attachments to me and mine and this and that, and opinions and dreams and daydreams and possessions and bling, the samsaric bling. As we have that word. So right here, right now, we have this precious human life. How much longer it will last, we just simply have no way of knowing. So important right here, right now, to take the essence. Take the essence by following the wishes of the Holy Guru, the advice of the Holy Guru, and working to benefit sentient beings. So in this case, working to benefit sentient beings is by creating this universal positive energy, the merit, the sonam, to overcome the darkness and the negative karmas, which have facilitated, the COVID pandemic to arise, to abide, to go into abeyance, to once again come back, and to have such powerful impact on this world. So, however many hundreds of thousands of people have died, of course, millions of people have died now, and many more millions have been sick. And then so much money has been spent. We can't even see the economic impact of all the money that has gone, that has been spent, has to be recouped somehow. So that's going to result in huge debt and a lot of problems down the line. And then, of course, so many people have lost jobs. So many people have lost their income. So many people have lost their health. Oh yeah. Not obstacle day or something. So many people lost their health, and so many people have lost loved ones and dependents, those who just unimaginable. Just unimaginable. Okay. So what we need to do is we need to go beyond. We need to use this samsaric existence to create as much powerful karma as we can, and to really analyze and break through the wrong views, abandon them. We need to generate this real renunciation. It's totally abandon clinging, attachment to this life, worldly things. We need to make bodhicitta on that basis, cherishing others more than ourselves, and making